guys switch.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day, final table, Unibet Open main event. You can see there are the 9 final tablists. I'm Dara O'Carney, I'm joined by David Lappin. We're standing in for Henry Kilban, who has something else. He should be along in about an hour or so. But you can see there are the 9 final tablists, including the man standing on the left as you look at it at the back, Ray Wheatley from Ireland, a friend and student of mine.
Go on, Ray.
Go on, Ray. Yeah, we had breakfast with Ray this morning, got him ready to play today. He goes in 8 of 9. He's standing behind the man who's either first or second in chips. Very colourful Swedish gentleman called blanking on his name now, Sender or something like that. But he actually final tabled the last Unibet Open here in Malta as well, so he's gone back to back. So he might be true shot there.
Completely destroying the illusion of our.
There you can see the chip stacks. Mats Carlson, who I believe lives here in Malta, but he's originally Swedish, came second to EPT Malta back in 2016. He's the chip leader. Serdar, the gentleman I spoke about, is just behind him. We have Henrik Juncker in third, René Kuhlmann in fourth, Rain Moldakivi in fifth. All of these middle stacks from sort of René down to Ray are very bunched, and then Daniel Illingworth, an American with a very good track record, over 1 million cashes on his hand and mob. He's the short stack.
You make a walk in.
I read the final table bubble yesterday, and all of these players played pretty well. They were all very aware of the situation. Nobody panicking. There you see the prize pool. They're all guaranteed 7,200 euros.
Oh my god, oh my god.
But they'll all be eyeing at 75,000
yes,
top.
yes, I agree. I agree.
10 takes it.
So they settle in, get ready to get underway.
Can you call the someone to order? Yeah. Let's go, baby! One of us winning almost 100k. Almost 50.
Love the optimism.
Yeah.
Try
to more than 50.
A bit more than 50.
Yeah. I just see the positive way.
You're right.
I actually played with Serdar on day 2, and actually he was very short near the end of the day, but he managed to spin it up, and he kept telling us that he was playing for the win. He wasn't just trying to get through the day or into the money. Start off with Ray in the big blind. Some junk hands in early position folding. The middle stacks in particular are going to have to be very tight at the start, particularly with the presence of the very short American. Queens from Matt's first hand. It's pretty sick for the chip leader to pick up queens in the hijack very first hand when people think are going to think he's going to be super wide. Henrik electing to just flat here. Yeah, he doesn't want to play a big bloated pot even in position against the chip leader, so he just goes for the flat. So the queen, Henrik has whiffed completely. He has a backdoor straight draw. Yeah, he checks. His hand is so strong, he checks. Henrik will probably just take a free card here. Not much reason to bet here. Yeah, I like the check there. A club on the turn is the only card that might have cost him money. Mats will now probably want to start putting money into the pot. He gave his opponent one chance to start betting. It's a little bit suspicious though when the chip leader checks like that, because you think he's going to fire a lot of the time. So
That's close score.
And
Wow.
he shows.
And I hit 2 pair. I had 8-3 suited.
Yeah, I'm actually a fan of showing in those spots because
Yeah, please.
people are already kind of on edge now, wanting to play pots against you, and you're going to be looking to steal a lot of hands. So there's no harm reminding people that you get dealt big hands as well.
Thanks. Mats, jag var arg för att jag slängde 8-3 suit. Jag bara fuck, 2 par i floppen. Och du får dam då. Ja, jag är ännu mer arg då.
That's why you're the champ, right? You made a good fall.
Oh.
You saw this coming.
I saw this coming.
Dodging bullets.
Wow.
Daniel in the cutoff, yeah, he has 2 picture cards. He's going to just move all in here with his 9 big blinds. Gets it through. Adds almost a quarter to his stack. Actually more than a quarter. So that's always a nice start.
Thank you.
So unfortunately we don't have Henry here, so we also don't have Henry's laptop, so I'm trying to figure out how we're going to see chat. So if you think we're ignoring you, we're not ignoring you, it's just we can't see you at the moment. Ace King for Samuel in early position. He's going to open this one, obviously. 22 big blinds. A lot of junk hands behind getting folded. Typically you're going to see a lot of raise and takes in the early days. David has waddled back from the mystery bounty area to tell me that the big mystery bounty has gone.
Congratulations to Ronnie Espenson. He just drew the 10k big bounty. There are 9 players left in the mystery bounty. And yeah, he's just pulled the big one out of the tombola.
Good for him. We were hoping it would stay maybe a little bit longer just to keep the excitement going, but yeah. I have actually managed to get chat on my phone now, so Piano Cat says Dara and David don't have laptops of their own, we're far too poor. Yeah, you're not wrong, Piano Cat. So quiet start. People dealt big hands, but not getting any real action. It's a real sign of just how multinational these Unibet Opens are. 9 different nationalities represented on the final table here. That's counting Mats as Maltese because he lives here. Shout out to Sid in the chat. We were out with Sid last night. Jacques moved all in from the button here with the King 4 suited.
Ooh.
This is high wire. Yeah, he's actually maybe the 3rd shortest stack, so he's risking a lot there, but he gets it through. I railed Ray's outer table yesterday on the final table bubble, and this gentleman was getting his chips in a lot. He's not afraid to stick them all in the middle.
January? Okay. From the States?
Yep.
Okay. So not long.
Not too long yet.
Serdar getting some love in the chat. He is quite the showman indeed. So Ray there, very focused and composed. He knows what he has to do. He's basically rocking the 20 big blind stack, or a little bit less than 20. Master with the king 6. This will show us just how aggro he's going to be. Like, if some chip leaders would just take the anytime I have an ace or a king, I'm going to open from any seat approach, but he's taking a more measured approach.
Yeah, we're set in our ways, you know, just like the one English language.
Nice to see a healthy amount of table banter here. Sometimes you find people clam up a little early doors on a final table. Decent money up top here. Players maybe getting a little squeaky bum, they want to concentrate, but it's nice to see that sort of social element still there. These guys have obviously been battling it out for a couple of days together. They probably spent most of the second half of yesterday on each other's tables.
Yeah, players go one of two ways. Like, some players just really want to focus on the game and they don't particularly appreciate being talked to. But other players, it helps, I guess, diffuse some of the nerves. Serdar making a very aggressive open here with the 7-4 suited. This is better than it normally would be because of just how much ICM pressure he can put the guys on. Not going to get 3-bet too much. He's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure post flop.
Absolutely, and we see there Rene from the small blind, the suited one gapper. Enough in his mind to come along here. He can be put under some serious ICM pressure here, given his stack size and where that places him amongst everyone else.
Yeah, he's just about deep enough that he can check call a lot without ICM really, unless Serdar starts overbetting at some point.
Well, we talk about the sort of hands that are good continues here, hands that can find barreling cards on the turn. This is it for Serdar here with the 7-4 suited. He's actually got a board where he can rep that ace, but he does have hearts working from that 4 and 7, interact a little bit with the 3 and the 6, but we can see here Rene not going anywhere with the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, repping the ace is less advantageous against the small blind than the big blind. The big blind would raise a lot of his aces, but the small blind will be playing more passive. So now, oh, look at this. Oh my God, look at this. Flush
What
against
a
straight.
card. If you could have found a card in the deck, ladies and gents, the 5 of diamonds was the action card.
Now the question is how Rene proceeds.
Well, he has started with a check here. I assume Serdar is going to go for some value here. Obviously, he has fallen behind the flush and would be cooler than that scenario, but there are so many hands, as you said there are a lot of ace-x in the small blind calling range there that calls again on the flop, and I think he's going to be targeting them for 2 streets.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is now, does Rene raise to try and get in? It'll depend on the size here, I guess. That looks like a fairly chunky size. Yeah, that's a big size.
And not going to be too many ace-3, ace-5 and ace-6s in Rene's range here. Going to be more likely the better aces. So not really able to rep 2 pair tremendously well here. When the raise comes in, it will look quite strong. It will look quite polarized towards flushes. He could come.
Yeah, he could have the suited variations of all those hands, but he can also have sets here because he probably would just flat his smaller pairs. It's just that the hard part of raising here is that it'd be very hard to imagine that he ever raises as a bluff.
That's exactly what I meant by my bit of analysis there a moment ago. So yeah, I agree, and I think coming with a flat is good because he also keeps in the bluffs. There are going to be bluffs. Yeah. Serdar's going to maybe decide, you know, if he has a hand like I don't know, King Queen with the Queen of Diamonds. Obviously, we see there that Rene has the Queen, but maybe the Queen Jack or something like that.
This to go check shove call. Serdar thinking about it.
And I love how Rene's played this, to be honest.
Yeah, he's played it perfectly. You do have to play this style against the chip leader. Even when you flop a monster, you want, or when you turn a monster, you want to basically encourage him to keep bluffing. That makes up for all the time he gets to bluff you off a better hand when you only have a pair.
And Serdar, well, he thinks he has his prey in the trap right now. Little does he realise Rene is playing possum here with the second nuts. This is going to be a quick snap off. And there it is.
Can't believe it, yep.
Some colourful
Exclamation.
language as he gets the bad news.
Yeah.
Can't blame him. It's a pretty cold one there. That 5 of diamonds, a cruel, cruel card there on the turn.
That's an amazing pot for Rene, because Rene was one of those players who was bunched between 4 and 8, and now he's doubled up and he's taken a chunk out of the very aggressive player to his immediate right.
Yeah, one feels that could be a very pivotal hand on the journey towards top 3 here for Rene, possibly. Definitely going to get his engines roaring here at the beginning of the final table.
Yeah. Yeah, that's essentially just a cooler, obviously. Sardar did nothing wrong at any point in the hand. Shout out to Lochte in the chat as well, thank you. We will be here with you for an hour or so, then we'll probably run off and try and play a side event when Henry arrives.
Henry Kilbane putting in a shift this weekend, it must be said. Long day 1, long day 2. He has he's earned his keep this weekend.
Definitely has, yeah. He likes his early morning massages as well, so we can just assume that that's what he's doing, I think.
He's
Amazing
one
start
of
for
those
Rene, though.
comfort lads. He's one of these soft young lads now who likes a bit of comfort.
To be fair to him, he's very tall and thin, and that's a body type which breaks down a lot.
Well, I know only too well there.
Indeed, you can remember.
I vaguely remember my early
Vaguely
20s.
Your early 20s, yeah. That was a huge momentum change there, and Rene played it perfectly. He will be dangerous now with that stack.
Yeah,
Right,
seismic
there,
shift
right
here.
in post. Yeah, Ray's just going to move all in here. This is exactly the right move. Ironically, we were at breakfast this morning and we were poring over some Monker Solver charts, and this was one thing that Ray picked out, that these types of hands, that's all you want to do with them is just shove.
Do you hear that, guys? Some people were eating their scrambled eggs and smoked salmon. Ray was in the lab with Darragh O'Carney.
Yeah, Samuel would have a decision here, I think, if he was big blind, but in the small blind, no decision. And Matt's is not going to call off at the 9-6.
No, Matt's aggro as he is not going to like this one enough. Maybe a little bit of TV time, have a little think.
Maybe give people.
It was about 900, yeah? It's about 9.
It's about 900, he's asked, and Ray's like, no, it certainly is not. Begging the question, if it was 900, would this not be a faster fold? I must
Maybe
say.
he hasn't looked at his cards yet. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, well, maybe that's the case. Maybe
He's just trying to decide.
What will my range be?
I think he might be one of these old school. Don't immediately.
Excellent fold, Mats. I think the 9
Yeah.
high was in a bit of bother there.
Yeah, the big lick was in the bin.
Yeah, possibly flipping against the pocket 5s, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I have word from the outer tables here at Unibet Open Malta that the mystery bounty, what I'm calling the main event, Darragh, this is the 1100. I'm calling
This
the
is the
mystery
1100
bounty the main
warm-up.
event because it's got that chip race patch on it.
Yeah.
We like that. It is now final table time. Final table
wow.
time in the mystery bounty. It's going pretty fast, as you can imagine it would when these bounties are huge. Darragh trying to point out some more issues in the space-time continuum to me.
That might have been me wandering around in the background after getting my coffee.
$144 players showed up for the mystery bounty.
Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
A triumph, Darragh.
Yeah, a triumph, because that second biggest event always has tended to struggle in the past at Unibet Opens. It's difficult when a lot of people have satellited in from $5, $10 feeders to the main. The main is their big one. Most of the time, a lot of them don't want to play it for more than €100 or €200 apart from that. Getting them into a 500 is a real challenge, but making the mystery bounty, I think, was a genius idea.
Power of the brand, Darragh. Chip race brand.
Everybody wanted to play
Everybody
with the chip
wants
race
to be
boards, and you
known
had
as
nice
the
soft money
first
in
ever.
there, lapping fire and 2 bullets and barely lasting past the break.
This is true. This is true.
Samuel's going to open on the button here with, yeah, any ace you're going to open, even with the chip leader behind. You're obviously just praying they both fold, but Henrik, I don't think he should defend the 10-4 here, and he doesn't. very impressive level of play. I was talking to Natalie Parker at the start, and she was commenting on what a strong final table this is.
Really is top drawer poker all yesterday evening. I reviewed some of the play, and yeah, I think we're in store for some high level competition today. I want to give a shout out actually while I have the chance and there's a lull in play to the inimitable poker baffer Kat Arnsby, who is a real all-rounder, it must be said. She's out there doing all the mystery bounty presentations for her, sometimes in the style of a club comic from the 1980s.
Yep. Shout out to the poker baffer, whoever she is. So the man in the hat has been dealt 4-2. That's going in the bin. Ooh, this is a tempter. This is a tempter.
17 big blinds for Ray here, suited ace, but he is in early position.
He's in early position, yeah.
He could open it.
He could open it, yeah, and just try to get it. Hope everybody folds, or if somebody calls, it's a hand which plays fine post flop. Yeah, Ray's natural instincts are to err on the side of caution.
And I think that's fine, to be honest.
That's fine.
As
Off
you said
17 bigs, you're just going to you're not going to be able to call a 3-bet with the hand. You're going to get targeted because of the ICM with the chip leader behind you. So. I love the way Henrik is staring at the chip leader balefully, like he knows, like you're gonna start opening up anytime soon. I just know it. And there we see it, the 7-5 on the button. Oh, Daniel probably just sticks it in here. What do you think, David?
Like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, Matt's here with the 7-5-0. I agree with you, Dara. I think King Queen against the chip leader just looks a bit too good. There are actually going to be some folds here, even though you're shoving less than 10 bigs, because he could just be at it.
He's gone just for the call here. This is interesting.
Okay. Well, he has left room to be exploited by the 7-5 here post flop on a board. Well, that is not his board.
Unfortunately, he's let the 7-5 get there, but this is the board where he has nothing, so he can just check fold.
Yeah, Matt's having opened this 7-5-0 has definitely found the board he wants, and maybe, just maybe, would have felt priced into the shove.
Good
so
discipline fold.
Perhaps keeping himself in the tournament. A little bit unlucky there to be outflapped.
Yeah. Piano Cat says, "Sir, they're quieter today. Is it because of the white shirt?" Possibly. Maybe the clothes make the man. I think it's also, yeah, sometimes players are very exuberant the night before because they think about making the final table, and then they wake up and they kind of realise the enormity of the occasion. So they get a little bit more muted as Matt's glasses fall off there. Round to Ray. Ray's got the Jack 10 under the gun. This will be folded fairly quickly.
Room starting to fill up here in Casino Malta. The mini main event imminent, 5 minutes before that one kicks off. If you're in the vicinity and you fancy a deep structure but a faster clock, it's the kind of tournament for you.
Serdar opening the ace-9 suited here. Perfectly standard open. Serdar is down to just over 40 big blinds now after that major reversal. But that won't phase him. He's going to continue playing his game, a very aggressive game. This is the kind of hand you could definitely defend even with 20 big blinds. It's close though. You don't want to over defend here against players that you're covered by. 9-7 suited probably just about strong enough. 9-6 suited might not be a good defend here. Piano Cat making a good point in the chat that they won't have had much time to warm up, and yesterday would have taken considerable energy. Very long day for them yesterday. A late finish.
Well, a big flop here for Serdar. He's got top pair and he's got the flush draw working for him. Rain does have middle pin.
Middle pin and backdoors as well. Backdoor flush, backdoor straight draw. So he won't go away to 1-bet here.
No, and like you said, Dara, sometimes later down the streets this ICM becomes a bit of an issue. By the river it could certainly be an issue, maybe not on flop or turn, but
Yeah.
he's going to be feeling the pinch now.
Yeah, he can certainly call here. This is a reasonably small bet as well, about 40%.
We see a 9 would be an absolute disaster for him.
Yeah, 9 would be terrible. I think a club or a straightening card as well would cost him more money. He can't just give up. Oh wow, he just check folded there. So he has got away for the minimum. Worried about the ace because they're open from early position, I think.
Yeah, I think that's one where on balance we're going to like a call, but it turns out he made the sole read and got away. Obviously put Serdar on quite a few ace-x type combos and decided he didn't want to spend more money into the pot.
Also reckon that Serdar is the type of player who's going to keep barreling as well, even if he doesn't have the ace. So just didn't fancy it. The one thing I would say is if that's the way you're going to play when you hit middle pair and backdoors, you probably should just fold pre-flop. Yeah, don't call pre. Yeah. Fold pre, as the old saying goes.
Yeah, always a very important lesson in poker to have a complementary pre-flop and post-flop game. If you know yourself you are not going to be able to take the heat down the streets, maybe it is a wise decision to just peel off a couple of hands off the bottom of your range that you would otherwise defend. That is sort of the impact of ICM. Dara, you're the man who wrote the ICM book.
Yeah, Serdar opening again here, pocket fives. This isn't completely standard open because he's in a very early position with 2 low cards. They are the same low card, but it's not the type of hand you're going to be wanting to play a 3-bet against. So whether you can open this or not really comes down to how often you think you're going to get 3-bet. Matt's deciding not to get... Matt's had the type of weak hand that could have put in a 3-bet, put a bit of ICM pressure on King 7 suited, but decides to let it go. Deciding maybe that Serdar's not the man to pick on.
All the way around to Ray now in the big blind with the 8-9 suited, very similar to the last hand. He's got that type of hand that might defend here.
I think Ray will defend here. This is a spot we talked about specifically this morning about what he should do with these types of hands.
I'm going to guess that the advice given to him is you're going to call here, Ray, and if you get any sort of meaningful piece of this flop, you're going to look to check shove all in.
Yeah.
He does have 16 big blinds here.
And it's a very loose opener, so there's a temptation to shove as well.
There is. And it's the kind of hand that, you know, can crack aces and kings if you do happen to run into it and is in very good shape against an ace-king or an ace-queen.
Yeah.
You actually
and
have
actually
quite a lot
Ray's
of
gone for a
equity.
third option, which is to just fold. Again, he knows Serdar's going to really put the pressure on post-flop, and unless he flops huge, he's going to end up doing what we saw happen last hand, check folding. Yeah, he looks off ruefully to the side there. He probably feels like he wanted to defend there, but at the same time, he's really conscious that Daniel only has 8 big blinds now.
Hello.
Yeah, as we see there, Mats Carlson now enjoying a big chip lead on his own. He did have the company of Serdar a little while ago, but Serdar took that early hit.
And shout out to, oh my god, it's Gene in the chat. Apparently he's Serdar's little brother, so he's here rooting for his big bro. So Serdar is climbing the charts again. Like, he's the kind of man you're not going to keep him down. He's going to get involved a lot. As I said, I played with him on day 1. He was down to 10k not too long from the end, and he spun his stack up by just shoving every hand, almost every hand, and telling us all that he was playing for the win. He wasn't just trying to get into day 2.
Well, a little imbibing of the Red Bull,
No, I was so near to check the river.
dare I say. They give him wings.
Because I had a bad feeling.
Have you got a new sponsor, David?
If you have
I'm open-minded, always.
I think how would
I just see your shirts, Darren, and I get very jealous. I just wonder how much all these people are paying you for all this patchwork.
Well, I'm only wearing 2 patches today, so it's quite modest by my
I don't
standards.
feel no, you can't.
Oh, Daniel's moved all in here from the cutoff. Yeah, suited Broadway hand. He's going to be enough. Raymond has a tempter here, yeah.
And he can put the player who's most causing him ICM distress
Yeah,
out as well.
He can put him out here. He won't be out himself if he loses this hand. This is a real spot for Raymond now.
I can't check the river. I had a bad feeling. But you have so little. You play it good.
Yeah, the problem for Raymond is he's not dominating too much here. ace 5, ace 6.
Yeah.
Maybe any suited ace is going to do what Daniel has done here. So he does get to dominate the ace 2 through ace 6, but he is going to be dominated sometimes, and he is going to be up against this kind of hand, which has basically 50% equity.
But there's also a lot of dead money in the pot there, the 75k. Yeah, Ray, as I said, Ray's natural instincts in these close spots is.
I think
is to
ace
err on the side
9
of
might have
caution.
been his line there.
Yeah. Question from Lochte in the chat: is this bubble play? Yeah, this is very similar to bubble because of the ICM is so extreme. ICM in the tournament is actually most extreme on the final table bubble and at the start of a final table rather than around the bubble. So all of the same principles apply. You really don't want to bust. You want other people to bust. The bubble yesterday went on for a very long time. So I think it's true that in general a lot of players are much more ICM aware than they would have been a few years ago. Voucher in the chat says imbibing is such a Latin word.
You got to flex your vocabulary when they give you a microphone, I think.
Flex your vocabulary. When you can't flex your muscles, kids, flex your vocabulary.
When you can no longer flex anything else.
Yeah.
Samuel with the American Airlines.
Yeah, this is the beautiful spot. He's in early position. He's opening off the kind of stack. He's going to be playing pretty tight, so this looks super strong, and it is super strong. He's got the red aces. Probably won't get action unless somebody behind finds a hand. Jack 9 offsuit is not going to qualify. Raimondo folding. We didn't see what he had actually.
And it's looking less and less likely that Samuel's going to find
even the queen
a customer.
5 might just, yeah, the queen 5 just.
Oh,
yeah.
You hate to see it, ladies and gents.
You get the aces.
You hate to see it.
They all fold. Yeah, Lochte Serdar was at the final table in 2019, Unibet Open Malta, which was the last Unibet Open Malta, so technically he's gone back to back.
At the other tables there, he's only won 400, just in the mix, guys. And very smiley faces over there. Here we go, number 2. This is Phil. Saving the moment, it's a €750 bounty. Not for the same card that is listed bounty. You can see there at 3K, still in play. The 10-day deal is in play. Average value of these bounties now over $2.
Okay, I shouldn't really be on Twitter, but I'm going to read a tweet from Tony Silver, who said that my advice at breakfast might have gone, Ray, just don't call in on him with Jack high.
That's sound advice too. Henrik with the pocket jacks. He's going to open things up here in early position.
Yeah, under the gun +2.
Looks like Serdar might be getting involved here with the
yeah,
king
I
deuce.
think he thought he was limping, and he
okay.
completed, and now he's asking if he has to call. King 2 is really not the hand you want to be getting involved in.
I think the ruling's going to be if he did limp, the full limp will have to stay in. He won't have to
But he'll
commit
be
the
able
other
to fold.
30k.
Yeah, I don't believe he said call.
But now he might feel priced in for the other 30.
He might do, yeah.
Because it's kind of like he's in the big blind.
Yeah, the ruling has been made there. Yeah,
he's going to let it go, so he's going to surrender that extra little bit.
Very disciplined fold there. It's really just the worst type of hand to have in that spot. And you do see a lot of players get a little bit stubborn or contrary there, and they don't want to give up the pot having made the mistake initially, but really you're just compounding your initial error if you do that.
Yeah, so with a little Brucey bonus in the pot, Rene getting a better price here. He is going to call with the 3 deuce of diamonds. He's connected somewhat with the 6 of diamonds there, but not really the board he wants to see.
Yeah, on a paired board, the nut low backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw is not as powerful.
Yeah, it's not great. Henrik obviously deciding to just bet range here and go for the really small one big blind stab. I think it's reasonable to just check back in that spot on the king 6-6, but
How can I
never
not
really
commit myself?
an issue when you're just firing out, trying to clean up some equity as he did there.
Yeah, some confusion in the chat as to what happened on the last hand, as to why he seemed to put chips in and then the pot ended. The reason was he had missed the open, so he just put in enough chips to limp from the small blind, and then his options were either just to fold and surrender the chips he'd put in already, or to put in the full amount of the raise, and he very wisely chose to just surrender.
And then the king came on the flop for just that little extra bit of needle in the back of his mind.
Yeah.
Oh, and you hear in the background there, because of course we are on a half-hour time delay, that roar from the crowd is the mystery bounty. Big one being pulled, Dara, half an hour ago.
Oh, right, that's on. Yeah, I thought that was live here. I'm just completely confused by the space-time continuum here.
Yeah, there are sounds that are in your ear, and there are sounds that are in the room.
Right.
And we have to parse those two things.
Okay, they all sound the same to me.
Congratulations, Ronnie, and that's the 10K mystery bounty. Thanks, and ready.
The affable Cat Arnsby there announcing our mystery bounties today.
Yeah, you called her that, David. I'll tell her later.
As we look down here at Matt, who got involved there with the 7-5 earlier. Somewhat more legit holding, but he is under the gun here with the king 10. Most people let this one go, but remember, Matt's his chip leader here, possibly looking to just exert a little pressure. Also hasn't really had any hands so far, so maybe feels like he could take liberties here. He does open things up here. Renee going to call from the small blind here. We've seen Renee obviously with the queen 10 suited there earlier, likes these Broadway suited kind of hands, obviously have great playability, even out of position. It's often clearer where you stand in a hand with this type of holding. He's going to check on the 8-4 deuce. He does have two hearts. Matt's maybe feeling like he can't get an ace high to fold here. Decides maybe I'll just take my showdown with king 10, or maybe devise a plan for later streets. Definitely more of the flatters range, but I would say more of a flatting range that maybe flats in position here. Out of the small blind tends to be kind of a strong enough range, and actually doesn't connect brilliantly with that. If Renee decides to bet here, he's basically repping a kind of middly pair. He could have sets, of course, as well, but a hand like 9s, 10s, 6s makes a lot of sense, and he might come out with a stab. Tricky for Matt's now, having checked back the flop, sort of having the betting lead stolen from him here. He may decide to call, feeling like there are some of those Broadway combos that he's ahead of. They may decide to take an aggressive action. But he could also let it go here too. He only has king high and nothing really working for him. He does go for the raise, so Matt's a wily character here. Not really a line that makes a huge amount of sense, I gotta say. Checking back flop and now coming with the raise. He's sort of polarizing himself to sets. But in this instance, I guess Renee with just the queen high and nothing really going for him can't continue. I'm sure he would have been scratching his head there as to what Matt was representing, but it's very hard when you don't have a hand yourself.
So, question in the chat, how much was the highest mystery bounty?
It was the very cool 5-figure sum of €10,000, also known as £350 sterling. No, it goes the other way.
The other way.
35,000 sterling.
Yeah, it was very good for very big for a 500 buy-in, basically. 20 times your buy-in.
We considered advertising the prize in sterling and Dogecoin, try and make it seem even bigger. But in the end, we didn't need to. We got to 5. It was a 10k. It's a clean number.
Now that we've insulted our entire UK audience,
good.
We'll move swiftly along.
They can't afford to turn the lights on in the UK
sure
right now. I'm sure they're not watching.
Most of the
most of the
people on
internet
Twitch
is out as well.
watching us are in the UK. So
shout out to all of our UK viewers who are clearly huddled round a TV in a Dixon's
okay, I'm going to
on
mute
the high
your microphone
street.
any minute now. We love our UK viewers. Don't listen to David. So Rain opening the 7s here. You don't really love this in early position, but you have to go ahead and open it. The table is playing nobody's really getting out of line yet, so it's fine. As long as you're not getting 3-bet too much. And again, nobody gets out of line. He picks up the blinds and antes, which is very useful at this stage.
Piano cat. Sorry, I missed what you said there, David. I stopped pedaling and lost power.
Very good.
Top banter.
Daniel with the ace queen suited under the gun, just over 10 big blinds. All of his chips, all of which will be going into the middle. Ooh, Rain's got a tempter here with the ace jack, but I don't think with the entire table behind you and you're one of the middle stacks, this is the hand you want to call it off with.
100% agree here, Dara. That is the sort of advantage of being able to shove in early position, is that some of these players in the low jack, high jack cutoff have to worry about those guys behind. You certainly get a little bit of extra foldage.
Currently, the line penalty is on our €1,500. We have 2 750s and 9 400s to select from. Statistically, this is a 415.
Well, Tal Jack in a similar sort of spot there. King Queen suited.
Yeah. Again, he has the whole table behind him, and this is the type of hand that really, it's kind of flipping. Well, I guess maybe there's some King Jacks and stuff like that in there, but
I think that a factor that comes into the mind these days is with the big blind ante, players do tend to play a slightly wider range for a shove under the gun one. It serves them well. They know they're going to get the ante taken off them in the next hand. Naturally, that changes the game theory slightly. It should widen their range ever so slightly, so that may be looming. A good decision there in the end with King Queen. Worth giving it a think. Nothing wrong with that, but I think ultimately falling on the right side of it there.
yeah.
Henrik, nobody decked behind him, gets to close the action. But
Yeah, but this hand is just dominated so much.
What was? Yeah, good fold for me. King Queen of heart.
Saw the patience yesterday.
so no eliminations yet on what has been a tippy-tappy, cagey affair here.
Very much so, yeah. Nobody really getting out of line. Nobody really. Serdar's opening a little bit wider than the other players, but for the most part, everybody's playing carefully. Even the chip leader Mats. Often in these spots, when there are a couple of short stacks around, players wake up, and even if they have a big stack, they kind of look at the short stacks, they look at the prize pool, and they set a sort of a mental figure of like, ooh, well, fifth place is a lot of money. I'd like to at least get fifth, and that causes them to play a little bit too tight at the start.
Someone with a big stack paid you.
Round to Mats on the button. He will be opening the King 10 suited. That's for sure. Chip leader, very strong hand on the button in this spot. In a spot where the other players are really not going to want to get involved unless they have a hand. Henrik often in these spots when you are in Henrik's position, second or third in chips, and the chip leader opens, you want to just... Oh, and a quick all-in with the suited ace and a quick call. So this is almost a flip, you can see, in terms of the percentages. 56-44, which is about the same as queens against ace-king.
Yeah, and a crucial hand for onlookers as well. There are a couple of other short stacks about. Ray Wheatley comes to mind here, who will be certainly funking for this king 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Choose after the flop.
Yeah. And that's a funky flop.
Wow.
He has to dodge the world now.
That qualifies as too many outs, I think.
He's technically ahead, but he's a 2-to-1 dog in equity. This is going to have to be a sick hold.
Wow.
There
Well,
it
so
is.
far
Three of
so
diamonds. Good. He's trying to think what cards. Now he's actually moved back to being slight favourite.
Yeah, with just one card
Just
to
one
come,
card to come. He's
in a
ahead,
flip.
but it's still a flip. It's actually worse than he was pre-flop, and he manages to find a red card, which is good. Sick hold for him there.
So, chip leader Matt's little dent, little
dent.
nosebleed.
Yeah, perfectly standard there. Raise call against the 10 big blind stack.
Seems to miss every time somehow.
Sick hold. He was such a dog after. He was still ahead on the flop, but he had just over 30% equity.
What the flop, huh? And what the result?
Check it.
Can I just say sick man? Ray just put his
David's forgotten his words.
I've lost my words.
He's not flexing his vocabulary now.
I'm gonna regain my composure here, guys. Sick man. The players in that showdown actually came back round the curtain to rail it on the feature table. They didn't enjoy it enough the first time. They wanted to watch it again. We are only just offset here, actually. You're sort of behind the curtain.
Yeah, which can cause problems when you talk as loud as my co-commentator does.
Wizard
When I was on the
style.
feature table, the entire table could hear the commentary. It was like there was a compare. But 30 minutes on a 30-minute delay.
Someone drank my water. I didn't drink it yet. Apparently I did. I don't know.
I believe you heard me talking about your diet there
Yeah. I mean, we haven't mentioned my diet yet, so
today.
I'm gonna finish that one. I
today.
paid for it. €2.
Some people do keto diets these days. Some people do fat loss, cardio, exercise diets. Darrow Carney, the accidental diet.
The accidental, just don't eat very much diet. Yeah.
It's a hope of mine as I get older, Darrow, that maybe as time passes and I become more forgetful, I will forget to have lunch.
What the flop, huh?
Yeah, I always feel with dieting, there's just a lot of people overthink it. It's really just a calories in versus calories out equation. But you also want to make sure you're getting all the right nutrients. So I don't think, you can't just eat the X amount of calories in M&Ms every day, for example.
Sure, but if you were to say put a wistful combination of juniper, lime and coriander into a sock and drag water through it to create a sumptuous gin, mix it then with a quinine water, sparkled.
David's getting aroused here. This is very worrying.
I'm just wondering what the nutritional value of a gin and tonic is.
Yeah, you made it sound great.
Can I just say, guys, I know this is a competitive environment. We're on Twitch right now. There are other Twitch streams. You shouldn't be on them. You should be here. But I'm hearing threats of Joey Ingram and his third day of investigating. And
God.
I have a great tweet here from Jackie Burkhardt, friend of Angela Jordison, who is here this weekend. She's been battling away.
I got it for you.
Says, hey Joey Ingram, watching 3 nights in a row, just waiting until we begin analysing Garrett's outfits and who he might be sleeping with.
You bought water from me, now you buy water from me.
Yeah, real double standard there, I think.
We are
poor
stretched for content
Poor
here.
Robbie has been pulled over the coals and every single aspect of her life. apparently is fair game for scrutiny, whereas Gareth, as soon as anybody says boo to Gareth, all the bros come out on Twitter and go, oh, don't be picking on Gareth now, the poor man has mental issues.
Yep. Has he played any above the rim hands? Where does his money come from? Can he prove it? Does he know any staff members there?
Yep. I think, and bizarrely, his answers to those questions would be a lot more pointing towards guilt than her answers. He certainly knows people there.
I'm feeling some Team Robbie vibes off you
Yes,
here, Dara. I have to say.
I'm very much strong Team Robbie. Yeah.
I'm staying out of it, ladies
My
and gents.
favorite, my favorite hashtag from our friend Soheb was Team Robbie, even if she cheated. Fair to say, I'm not a massive fan of Gareth, and I really think he's behaved abominably in this incident.
Yeah, I think one of the aspects of this is if it turns out that he was cheated, he has not gone about anything the right way.
No.
And
I think it's a very big if as well. There is literally
it's a big if.
almost zero evidence at the moment, apart from who she's sleeping with and this one weird hand.
And a vibration. There was a vibration, I think.
Yeah.
Some water vibrated on the table.
I mean, this is we are the How to Make a Murderer generation now, where we we think we can look at all the footage and spot some clue that nobody else has spotted.
Well, Matt's applying some pressure here, 3-betting to 175k with the King Queen. Seems like a perfectly good spot here. He's got an opponent in Samuel who can basically be leveraged for his entire stack with a small 3-bet, and that is what Matt has done. Samuel now has to sort of process how likely is it that Matt is at the lighter side of his range, that he's in his raise fold portion, and that he could actually get this shoved through.
Yeah, this is a gross spot because
It's
Matt's
pretty
is-
natsy.
Yeah. I wouldn't blame him at all for deciding he's not going to take this spot and just fold.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I think he's going to let this one go. I think Samuel, unfortunately, has probably been outmaneuvered here. It's always tempting against the chip leader, who you know is probably at it more often than anyone else at the table. Even from these seats, you know, they're relatively middly positioned seats too. It's not late position warfare. And clearly Samuel really in the tank here. Like
Horrible
he's
spot
giving
here.
it a lot of thought.
Horrible spot.
And, you know, if Samuel was to pull the trigger here, Mats does have the kind of hand that could maybe even find a call. It's
Yeah, like King Queen would be a weird hand to 3-bet fold, getting the price. Yeah, I like the fold. I mean, we can see that he was technically ahead there, but given the situation, it's a final table. He's not the shortest stack. There's a few shorter stacks than him.
you get put in the bin sometimes, Dara.
We
You
do.
get put in the bin.
You do. And there's nothing you can do. It's just the way the stacks and the payout structures work.
Can't angle here. Too much cameras. You know.
You'd still try.
I still try.
Of course you would.
Dara and I are absolutely willing to sprinkle in just, you know, a peppering of Gareth Robbie content, just in case you think of running away to streams dedicated to that subject. We
Yeah.
don't want to lose you here, guys. We are willing to field questions on anything going on in the poker world.
Yeah.
We crave audience share. But most of our attention will be going on these 9 players, all of whom still battling it out for that 75k first prize. Day 3 here in the Intercontinental Hotel, adjacent to Casino Malta, in Patchaville, the party quarter of Malta, it's fair to say. I often describe it as the Temple Bar of Malta.
That's a bit harsh on Temple Bar, I think.
I worked in Temple Bar, I don't know if it is that harsh.
Raymond, ooh, 9-7, just over 12 bigs. This is an awkward spot.
Blind v blind, I'd like to have a couple more pips.
Yeah. It's offsuit as well. He is going to move all his chips in and just hope that the big blind doesn't have a hand.
And he will get credit. Oh, I was going to say he will get credit for a reasonable hand, but
here, yeah.
there's a quick call
Quick call.
here
He's
from
not going to like
Taljak.
that. He's going to hope he's got live cards at least, which he does have. Just under a 2-to-1 dog. This is unfortunate for Ray. He's run into it here.
Ray's done a good job of cultivating a fairly tight image here. He's obviously trying to use that image here in this spot. Nothing he can do when he runs into a super premium hand.
No. See if he can get lucky. And nothing
so
there
far.
for him. And a couple of kill cards.
We're funking for a 9 and a 7 in this box. Shamelessly, our countryman.
Yeah. Or the 8 of diamonds.
Oh yeah, that could be fun. Yeah, let's have a diamond.
Ooh, the 6 does give him the
Okay,
8 now
big
as
ball.
an out. So he needs a 7, an 8 or a 9.
Far from out of it here, Ray.
Yeah, still 23% going to the river, and it's an ace, which kills it. It's the diamond, but he looks very deflated there.
Yeah, dejected Ray. You hate to see it. He may think back on that final hand. Obviously, he decided to go with the hand maybe a couple of pips too light to use that tight image he had probably built up over time. Unlucky to run into it there in the end. A phenomenal performance, though.
Phenomenal performance. He rocked 5 big blinds around the bubble yesterday for 1 or 2 hours. He stayed really, really patient.
Yeah, you were in a momentum.
I think it's possible there a factor that
yeah,
had was
yeah,
the fact that the short stack had just doubled, and in a spot where at one point the short stack looked like he was in real trouble after that flop.
That's right.
Ray would have thought, oh, I'm going to ladder here. Then he sees that taken away from him. Now he's the short stack, and he basically didn't want to drift any further back, so he decided to take the spot.
Yeah, and it can feel in tournament poker like opportunities are sort of passing you by, and how many more opportunities will you get, or will you almost blind out of the tournament? And
Yeah.
you know, with that stack that he had there, does he get a shove through? He sort of has a couple more weapons he can get reshoves through, which is a crucial inflection point really in your stack as well.
Yeah, it used to be a fairly old school concept of you don't want to let yourself get too low, so you should take an 92 spot, but that's kind of gone out of fashion. People just recognize that no matter what your stack size is, there are profitable spots and there are unprofitable spots. But in that spot, you know, coming from the small blind, just one player to get through, decent hand,
Come on, give me some luck.
connected, middly cards. You can't really fault him there.
The one that rigged you.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I don't think he should be beating himself up over that one. As you said, Dara, a phenomenal performance over many days here. We watched him on day one. In fact, I was in the box. And the one thing I notice about Ray's game is he's an extraordinarily observant player. He's always watching everybody. He seems to have a great awareness of stack, awareness of dynamics. It's almost like he's, you know, you can see the wheels spinning. He's
Yeah, as I said on commentary yesterday, like Ray is a pure recreational player, and he has no interest in becoming a professional. It's just a hobby for him. He plays when he feels like it. He plays just for fun, but at the same time, he's a very, very competitive man, a very successful businessman. He doesn't like feeling uncompetitive. When he came to me initially, he actually underplayed himself as a player. He described himself as a huge fish. He said, "I know I'll never be good, but I want to be less bad. I want to at least feel that I can compete." Which is very much understanding him. Ray, when he does play, plays very well. He also plays golf. He was telling us at breakfast that actually he hadn't played in the last few months at all. He had just been out on the golf course. So he's always very fresh coming into tournaments. They're all big occasions for him. He's never playing a tournament just to play the tournament. It's an occasion for him. So sad to see our fellow Irishman go first, but great performance to get here on this multinational 9 different countries
extraordinary
final table. Yeah,
I'm not sure I've ever seen a final table with 9 people from 9 countries before.
I certainly can't remember one.
No glasses.
And not even just Europe there, an American flag in the mix.
Yeah, we were looking actually at Danny's record this morning. He's incredibly consistent, and he's having a very good 2022. A lot of results in Vegas,
Not me.
and a few decent results in Europe as well. So clearly he travels the circuit. He's got, I think, if memory serves, about 1.3 million in lifetime cashes.
Yannick says Henry isn't Norwegian, he's Danish. Might want to change the flag. Okay, is the flag wrong? I thought we were actually classifying as Maltese. Oh, Henrik is the wrong nationality. Okay. I got that now. So Henrik is actually Danish, we're being told.
And to compound that, Dara, because we're working alongside Christian Zetche, best in the business, best blogger there ever was in poker, let's be honest.
Yeah, goat.
He's rather smugly come over and said, well, I've actually covered 5 tables that had people from 9 different nationalities.
Of course
over
he
the
has.
years. So, you know, a little bit of whimsy and excitement I was feeling has been shot down.
Yeah. Well, Christian, always the buzzkill. But always correct.
But always factually accurate.
Factually accurate, yeah.
No room for romance in this box.
And we are joined by commentarial greatness in the box. Henry Kilban is doing his warm-up routine, his limbers. You've seen them on Twitter, you've loved them. He's solid professional, he's had his massage, he's done his meditation, now he's doing his warm-up limber.
Plucked from the mean streets of Sofia and Varna.
Yeah.
Plied his trade in Bratislava.
All the way up from being a barrow boy in wherever he was born.
Look at him now.
Yeah. The absolute god of commentary. The voice behind Triton, Party Poker Millions, GG, everything. And he's still doing his limbering warm-ups, so we'll be with you for a few minutes.
Some say he lives in a hotel room in King's Casino Rozvadov. They let him out
Yeah.
just to play PLO against their high rollers.
Ouais. T'en es où là?
We've another all in here.
T'as vu le premier, dans les premiers coups, le mec qui fait couleur avec le barbu?
Or was it just a bet? We were too excited by Henry's arrival in the box there.
Well, like you say there, there's a sort of an aura around him now.
There is indeed, yeah.
Like
Oh
he's
no,
sort
yeah,
of-
I mean, we're not joking. He is genuinely
He's a superstar these days.
superstar in the commentary
He's
stakes these days.
I expect one of these days he's going to have an entourage.
Like I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but it's punished me. Yeah.
So sometimes you see after the first bust out on the final table, the others kind of visibly relaxed. Nobody wants to be the first person to leave, and they're all, of course, guaranteed more than they were at the start of play. That can sometimes ease some of the tension.
Who won that hand, previous hand? He won.
Found a hold early, so yeah. Good start. Yeah. 750.
So a little question for you, Darren, as we see Henrik open the Queen 10.
Do I turn this off?
Obviously keep an eye on whether
Develops here.
it develops indeed. Your book is coming out very shortly. It's a book on game theory. Game theory made more accessible, as is sort of the style of most of your books with Barry. You sort of make complicated ideas in poker more understandable, more accessible for readers all the way down to the recreational level. I have to say I get just as many compliments about your books when people think it was me who wrote them, from high rollers as I do people who are more likely to be seen in a 100 quid comp.
Yep.
And I was wondering if you could give us one GTO for normies tip.
One GTO for normies tip. That was the working title of the book. We won't be calling it that because we get sued. But okay, the one tip I would give is that in spots where you have value hands that you want to check raise on a flop where you defend it, you obviously have to find bluffs as well. You don't want to bluff your strong draws because if you check raise that and get shoved on, it's really sad. You certainly don't want to check raise pair hands that have showdown. So the best check raises are usually what I call double backdoor hands. And they're the best hands for two reasons. If you do get shoved on, well, you only had backdoors, so it's not the end of the world having to fold. But If you don't get shoved on and you just get called, because it's a double backdoor hand, there's a lot of turn cards where you will pick up equity and you'll have a very good hand to barrel with again. And if you get called again, you'll get to the river at the bottom of your range and you can shove as a bluff. So they make the best bluffs in those spots. So for example, on a board like Ace 7-2 Rainbow, if you have a hand like 8-6 suited with one of your suit on the board, then you have a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. So if one of your suit comes on the turn, you pick up a flush draw. If a card between a 10 and a 4 comes, you pick up some sort of straight draw, either a gutter or open ender, and you can consider barreling again.
Yeah, there's tremendous logic to that there. Obviously, when you're sort of a longer shot to a very strong hand, putting money in the pot means that by the river you'll probably need a very strong hand.
If you get called twice, when you shove the river, you will only fold his like hanging on hands that didn't have much, or if you run into it, it'll be a very strong hand. So you want a hand which can make a really, really strong hand that can actually beat that hand.
Great advice there from Dara.
So Rene raises on the button. Mats is going to defend the 10-8 here. He can really put Rene under ICM pressure post flop. And he's picked up top pair. The 7s has a gut shot as well. Mats checks. Rene, yeah, I like this check here. Just keep the pot small. No reason to inflate it. You would hate to get check raised. He gets to realize equity by checking. Now Mats will recognize he almost certainly has the best hand and needs to start putting money in.
Yeah, and one suspects here that Mats may go small and get called twice. Obviously 2 flush draws on board now, so maybe, just maybe, that will be an issue. But Rene does actually have the 7 of spades and the 7 of hearts, so he does block both draws. Can't really be considering a raise in this situation. I think far more likely he just comes with a call, and then almost certainly we'll find a call again on most rivers.
Yeah.
Mats, be very surprised if he doesn't go for value on his own here.
Yeah.
Seems like he can target enough.
Yeah. He's usually ahead on the turn. This river shouldn't really change too much. It's not like Rene is going to hang on with a hand like King Jack necessarily. So
give me your sizing here, Dara. 380 in the pot. What do you go for?
200-ish maybe.
I was about to say the exact same thing, and that's exactly what Mats does.
Yeah.
So half pot bet. The order of the day here. I think Rene, obviously.
This is gross, but I think you just have to shrug and call against a very aggressive chip leader who will be bluffing a lot in this spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of missed draws.
Misspade, all the other missed straight draws. Yeah, he hates it. He is blocking the missed draws with the 7 of spades and the 7, which would block hands like 9-7.
And the 7 of hearts for the heart draw too.
7 of hearts for the backdoor draw, yeah.
But yeah,
shrug call. He's going to get the bad news that he's just outbipped. Lovely value bet there from Mats on the river. They both play their hands really well there.
Totally agree. Right smile from Rene there. As we see there, guys, on your screens, if you are playing some poker today, it is a Sunday after all. Everyone's favourite day to play poker. Hexapro races, 1k added daily. We're going to run this promotion all the way through the month. So it started yesterday. It's going to run all the way to Halloween. Gamble responsibly.
Yeah, okay.
Especially when you're playing those Hexapros. They come at you thick and fast.
Especially if you're in the UK as well, where the regulation takes this type of stuff seriously. If you're in the Wild West, like Ireland or somewhere, it really doesn't matter, but you can just do what you want.
Fiery controversial take there from Darrow Carney, firing shots at the Irish regulator.
No, I very much appreciate the lack of regulation in Ireland, I can tell you. Big fan.
Very straightforward. And I'm drunk and I'm not sick.
So again, a lot of junk hands getting folded here. Serdar doing his pre-look at cards routine. Peels the 9 and the 2 suited and decides to very wisely throw that one away.
Caught a glimpse of Ian Simpson jumping into the mini main event. A reminder for you guys there, €100. Getting a really good structure for this one. 10% the buy-in of the main event. Same starting stack, 15-minute clock. So we want this one to be over in a day.
Yeah, well, this will be over in a day for sure. Yeah, I see Sid as well in the mix. Quite a few of the people we've been hanging out with. Shout out to Ian Simpson, who cashed the main yesterday. Ground a fairly short stack. Very, very disciplined.
Friend of Unibet these days. A friend of Unibet. No, a frenemy of Unibet.
Known to Unibet.
No, yeah. An acquaintance of Unibet.
No, I just, of course, we love Ian. He was our, I think he's standing up and walking away already, so he may have bust. Yeah, yeah, Ian's gone, sorry.
Our former newsman on the chip race
Former
for
newsman on the
about
chip
100
race.
shows. He did about 100 shows on the chip race.
Yeah, he's wandering off into the distance.
100 segments I did with Ian Simpson. Dara, he did none of them. I had to do it all on my own. The only segment where Dara leaves the booth for the chip race just to get away from Ian Simpson.
Yeah. The early ones were great because they always sounded like they were being recorded in his toilet.
Oh, those were the days.
Yeah, Ian is on his phone and I'm sure he's going off to re-enter. Loves the game.
He does love the game.
Loves the game. Oh no, he's sitting back down. Okay, maybe I got slow rolled there. Sorry.
He's sporting a very interesting pair of trousers. They patchwork trousers, black on one side, white on the other. Oh.
Yeah, we were at a wedding in Vegas. Two of our friends got married, and I was specifically told by the bride to make sure that Ian does not wear those pants at my wedding.
And they were pretty liberal about what you could wear.
Oh, they were, yeah, yeah.
But just not
they
those
put up
pants.
with us, so they would have to be.
He is a fashion disaster, Ian.
So Serdar getting dealt a lot of junk, but staying disciplined here, even though he's obviously an action player. Rene, on the other hand, has been involved since the start, and he's going to get involved again with the pocket tens. That's the 10-2, the Doyle Brunson going in the muck. And Daniel elects not to defend the King 5 suit, or does he? No, sorry, he has defended. Oh no, action is on Daniel. He's got the King 5. This is awkward now because Daniel has, blinds have gone up, so now Daniel has 17 big blinds. And it's kind of hand you could defend, but Rene is coming for the hijack. It's not like a button raise. It's a tricky spot, this one. Giving himself lots of time here, and he does let it go. Yeah, that's a erring on the side of caution there, not wanting to get involved with the easily dominated king.
Did you? And a suited king. It's a pretty big fold.
Bit of afters there, telling him that he folded a suited king, which he correctly said is a pretty big fold in that spot.
So I never have a lot of chips.
Right?
Sorry?
6 deuce, that's our,
Ah.
that's our thing.
Rene trying to imply he might have had 6 deuce, but
Suited.
we can see he had it. He had pocket tens.
I never folded a suited king in the big bank in my life.
You always have lots of chips too, so it's easier.
Running sims at home. With ICM.
You can actually hear the word ICM there. As I said earlier, more and more players are aware of ICM. Okay, Serdar, we're going to finally see this man in the mix. He's got a hand he can open here. Pocket pair.
I think it's 30. Sorry.
No discounts.
No, I think it's 15.30.
I think the sizing was wrong there.
80, yeah?
Yeah. So he's been forced to open for a min raise. He tried to open for more, but he thought we were still at the 15.30 level. Mats is going to call in position, and he can really put Serdar in the bin on a lot of flops. His hand pocket twos
obviously not great, but it can flop a set, and it can also take advantage of Serdar just having to play very cautiously
He pay you
against
for
him.
that? He pay you for that? He pay you for that?
Just don't catch him. You need to break him. Can't you touch? He will be touched. You cannot let him build and build.
Rain's got a tempter as well. The king 8 suited in the big blind. Yeah, he's going to come along. The fact it's suited makes all the difference here. He would certainly fold king 8 offsuit, but king 8 suited flops pretty well, plays well 3-way.
Den här är viktig. Den här är viktig.
Ooh, yeah, the lower pairs won't like that flop, but the king 8's open-ended. This is probably getting checked around unless Mats wants to take a stab at it. No, it goes check, check, check. 6 on the turn. Does Rain want to bet his? This is a good board for me. Open-ender now. Having a think about it, he does decide in the end to take the cautious route and check. Serdar now thinks there's a very good chance he has the best hand, but again, yeah. Serdar's natural instinct is to err towards the side of aggression, and that's what he's doing here. Figuring after a check stew on the flop, he has the best hand. Throws out a big bet to charge all the draws. Mats will probably just fold now, and Ryan has a decision.
Yeah, if you're to proceed in this hand, I would prefer to see Rain bet himself rather than be the caller.
Yeah,
Obviously
the hand
with
plays much as a bet.
595k,
Yeah.
it's tricky now.
You'll get stuff to fold. Now it's tricky. He's getting a reasonable price, but sometimes he's only going to be chopping if he hits his straight. So he decides to let it go, and the celebration there.
You will see in 30 minutes. Be patient. Nice board. Huh?
Hi Donna in the chat. Always great to see you, Donna. Hope you're feeling better today.
Rather, you are a dangerous player. I don't give you one tell. You are the player in the table that observe every move. Because I'm very smart. I see this. So I don't give you free information.
You mean that he's not smart?
He's smart, but this guy, he's the
Only for money.
he is the most observation in the table. You don't see him leave the table 1 second. He look at every hand, at every movement. No one pay attention to this, but I do.
I think we can take a break here, Dara. Just leave Serdar to...
Yeah, Sendar's taking over the
Only you
commentary as
can
well
touch
for
me.
us.
I can
so,
touch
Yeah, you fuck me, not only touch me.
maybe
sorry.
we should take
Sorry.
over.
okay, mute.
My
Where's the
mother, I
table
hope she
talk
don't
mute?
look.
Yeah, suddenly
Henry-
Serdar's voice
Henry, we need
is
help.
in microphone seems to be a bit louder. And yeah, we're not after the watershed, but we are on an 18's channel. It's okay. We're a little
We're well before the watershed, actually.
colourful language.
Ooh, look at this open. This is an aggressive open from Renee in early position. The Queen 9 suited. It's perfectly fine, of course. In fact, my latest strategy article was on the types of hands you should open from early position, and this is a hand that a lot of people don't realise should be in there. But generally, 2 suited cards, 9 or higher, are good opens.
So I'm getting word in my ear here. We do have to issue an apology, but only specifically to our American audience. Our American audience might be offended by the language there. European audience, they don't care.
Yeah.
But to our American audience, we apologise that F-bomb was dropped. We know there are casinos in America where you could be 86 for such behaviour. Not so here.
By 86, do you mean? That's American parlance too, isn't it?
86 is American parlance. Well, I am speaking to the Americans right
Oh, you're
now.
speaking exclusively to Americans,
I thought I
sorry.
would speak American.
Okay.
You know what the 86 stands for? It's a
No.
term very much used in the restaurant industry when a dish is no longer available. It gets 86. You take it off the menu. But this is a dark one there. And it relates back to Vegas.
Yeah.
A little bit of trivia I'm going to throw out there. You drive 8 miles out to bury someone 6 feet under.
Ah, okay.
Lovely.
Okay, well, pick up there with the ace-jack. He got the shove through. And we are going to love you and leave you as Henry's about to jump into the box. And we are going to go off and try and play a side event. Try and avoid the complete brick festival for us.
Yes, no, nothing on the board yet for the chip race, but we are enjoying having our name splashed all over the headlines this weekend as the chip race bounty a triumph. Henry going to pick up there, I'm sure, and talk about the real main event, the chip race bounty, which is entering into its final stages now. I think just 6 players left in that one. I'm going to do a little, what do they do? It's like the toss. I'm going to do a toss with Henry here. Again, more American parlance. That means the previous show's presenter will stay on for just a couple of minutes and warm up the next show. Tossing with Henry.
Tossing with Henry, eh? Just both of us tossing around.
Pair of tossers.
Love it. How's it been? What's the story of the final table so far?
The story of the final table is some fairly cagey play, some tippy-tappy stuff, as you could imagine. Obviously, ICM at its peak, really, right now. We did lose Ray Weekly, unfortunately. He shoved 9 high. Blind versus blind into the ace-queen and did not get there.
Okay.
He was the short stack at the time.
Yeah.
The one shorter stack to him had just doubled up, so
Right.
he was sort of feeling like he had to make a move, make a stand in that moment, and unfortunately didn't work out. That is the only elimination, though.
Okay.
Apart from that, we've got all the players here. Biggest hand so far, probably about an hour ago now. Serdar in a cold deck situation, I gotta say, against Renee. Serdar opened the 7-4 of hearts on the button.
You saw, like,
from the small blind, Renee called with the Queen 10 of diamonds.
Okay.
And on the turn, the 5 of diamonds brought both straight for Serdar and flush for Renee. So a big shift in chips happened in that moment.
Streaming to make good TV, and I didn't want to get. I swear to God.
Also, sorry, you will be co-commentating with Serdar.
That's true.
Pretty much taken over.
I've been doing that for the last 2 days.
He was out of
I've heard
position
through the
and
grapevine that we're up for a GPI award as best commentary duo. Henry Kilbane and Serdar.
The Dutch always hit different.
No, I appreciate you guys holding down the fort for the first hour and a half, hour and a bit today.
Happy to do it, Henry. We saw the stint you put in yesterday, 2 till 2. Proper grind here in the box. Flying solo for the most part. I know Frank Obduvordo was in there with you for a little while.
Yeah, he was in for a couple of hours, on the bubble.
Nice. It was a long bubble too.
Yeah, it wasn't the shortest, it wasn't the longest, but it kind of created this really interesting dynamic where post-bubble, we went from 47 ITM down to like the final 3 tables in the space of a level and a half, 2 levels, so it was pretty crazy.
Did you cover the drama from the outer tables on that bubble?
I didn't know. I still haven't been filled in on that. I heard that someone got a penalty, but I don't know exactly what happened.
So yeah, that's exactly what happened. One of the shortest stacks in the tournament was under the gun.
Okay.
Looked down at his hand, direct bubble. 2.5 big blinds in a stack, or maybe just over 2.5 big blinds.
Right.
And clearly he had a hand he wanted to play, but was maybe conscious of the fact that if he heard an all-in and call on an outer table, it might be more prudent to hang on in there and fold his hand. But after a couple of minutes, because he was under the gun, so again, action was straight away on him, clock was called. A bit unhappy about the clock being called, didn't feel like he'd been given enough time, but the dealer did say enough time had been given for compelled then to do a 30-second countdown.
Right.
At the 30-second mark, turns over his hand, face up, slams it down on the table.
What was it?
For all to see. Pocket kings.
Okay.
One feels a gift from the gods at that point in the tournament if you are that short.
Yep.
And you sort of had an opportunity to maybe get yourself off the bottom stack and help survive the bubble. Obviously, never nice to have to go to showdown against anything on the bubble, but that they are basically a gift from the poker gods at that point. So first and foremost, would have probably gone with that hand, but turned them over while folding somewhat aggressively, obviously giving information to the entire table.
Right.
Intentionally done too. I feel like Glenn, our tournament director, had no choice but to issue a penalty there, and of course the penalty in that situation with a player so short was basically going to cost him an orbit of blinds and antes, which was his
Wow.
entire stack. So when he
bigger, huh?
returned after an orbit penalty, he was under the gun with 2 old-fashioned antes, about a quarter of a big blind,
Slå ut
Wow.
några spelare.
and he was our bubble boy.
Well, yeah, should have just taken the spot. The
Absolutely.
Cowboys.
And I know he was upset by it, and I think there has been some conversations afterward, but I have to say I'm in big defence of our tournament director there. I don't think there's any other action can
No.
be done there. You
No.
you turn over your hand intentionally in a spot like that, you have to get a penalty. Obviously a penalty in that situation, it's tricky. You know, you get a 1 orbit penalty when you're sitting there with 40 big blinds. You can go have a little glass of water, a coffee,
Yeah.
a cigarette, you
Yeah.
can come back and, you know, probably no harm, no foul, but in that situation, those 2.5 big blinds crucial.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Glenn. I honestly think he's one of the best in the industry, and I think give him another 5-10 years 10 years, excuse me, and yeah, I mean, the guy just knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
Really strong tournament director.
honestly, Glenn is the finished product
He
already
really
and
is,
has been
yeah.
for many years under the mentorship of the great Nick O'Hara, one
Yep.
of the best there ever was.
For sure.
And Glenn, a young man, has taken the reins of many's the high-profile tournaments and now this
Yep.
tour from a couple of years ago. And we're lucky to have him, to be honest. Always great to be able to talent spot somebody like him and make him synonymous with your brand.
Couldn't agree more. Just got to jump back into this. It's Serdog electing to go for more than 2x, which I think with ICM is a bit of a mistake. I think 2 big blinds, opening to 2 big blinds achieves the exact same thing, just because, as David already alluded to, the ICM news at the moment, 8-handed, 7-handed, 6-handed is when it's at its tightest, and by having to open and then now fold the additional 25k, which could turn out to be extremely valuable in the future. Just a little note for him to make, a little mental note. No need to go this big with the opening sizes, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I haven't looked at many ICM calculations recently. Makes it easy when you wake up with kings, though. So I understand
Following me on
you and
Monday,
Dara
just
have decided to invite me back onto the Chip Race podcast, which I appreciate.
yeah, probably should.
Looking forward to
Was
that.
it-
I should have seen his reaction there.
I wasn't aware of that, but it's always an open invitation for you, Henry. We're lucky to have you.
Yeah, we're back. I'd love to come on and talk about this festival once the dust has settled, and future plans for Unibet. Anytime we get to include the title record-breaking field, it's exciting stuff, especially after 2.5 years. There was a lot of work that went into this behind the scenes before we even got here. That it's very easy for the viewers to just think, oh, okay, just another poker tournament. But I know Natalie, the one-woman band, if you will, putting everything together.
Oh,
And
she is putting in Trojan work. We had
Yeah.
the Belgian Poker Championships just a month ago. There are other live events.
4 live events, I
associated.
believe she's been working on at the moment.
Single-handedly, yeah.
Single-handedly. So to get this turnout, not only in terms of main event entries, but just all round. It's I don't know. When's the next one, David? Can you leak anything yet?
I can't because I don't. You know me. I would if I could.
There's
I
no
can't.
leaks. Is there going to be Paris again, London, Dublin,
Oh,
Bucharest? Where are we going? Come on.
Paris was great.
I love Paris.
Love a bit of Dublin. Love a bit of London. Bucharest might be my favourite. We were obviously thinking about Tallinn before the pandemic, but now Tallinn's a little bit well, not even regularly awkward, but sort of that particularly apt casino venue is sort of off limits for outsiders these days. So a little bit tricky to consider an event in Tallinn. Although I hear conference centres and laws around being able to sort of put licenses on, a bit similar to the way they do it in Ireland, hotels and ballrooms and things like that. That might be in the pipeline in Tallinn, in which case I think Tallinn would be very high on our list. I am just sort of conjecturing here.
Yeah.
I don't have any information, unfortunately. And
Go on, I dare you. February next year, where are we going? Just put it out there. And then if it happens, we're going to look back to this and be like, he knew.
I'm going to predict we have a couple of Unibet Opens next year. I don't know if we will go back to having the 4, but we may do. We may have 4, we may have 6, we may have 10, who knows. But I have a feeling we're going to partner and continue to work with our fabulous existing partners in Ireland, in France, in Eastern Europe. I think we get tremendous value from doing those kinds of partnerships. I think those partners value being able to use an online site to drive people to their events. And I can imagine this new Unibet Live concept that has been the brainchild of the product team and the marketing team at Unibet over the last weeks and months may become how we do it. We may kind of, you can build up these Unibet Live credits which you can use at different events. I like the flexibility and freedom of that. But I think we will still do Unibet Opens, and when we do, they will be targeted satellites for these packages. People get great value. It's a 2K package, but I can promise you, and I know this, maybe this is a leaky lapping. It costs us about 2,300, 2,400 to put these packages on. So people who win a 2K package, they're actually already getting value.
Yeah. Well, leaky lapping, doing what leaky lapping does. Really grim spot for Rain. Sub 20, Queen Jack, +1, 8-handed. Ugh. Really grim. Opening into 6 players, most of which have us covered. But certainly going to throw this hand into the raise fold bucket. And I was extremely impressed with Rain yesterday. Seems to be
very dialed in.
Yeah, very dialed in and very ICM aware, very just seemed like a very savvy player all round. Interesting spot with Henrik as well. ICM wouldn't fault him for just folding against the +1 open. Like, we're looking at a extremely tight range here off of a sub 20 big blind stack. Ace-8-0, you flop top pair, it gets really dicey in the form of kicker problems.
Yeah, super tricky here for Henrik. Obviously getting a great price here, but he does have a hand that has to proceed very cautiously.
Yeah, it does come with call. SPR3 going to the flop, and well, this hand is most likely over and done with, David. Now, you and Dara are leaving me to go and play another event.
Yeah, the mini main started about an hour ago. It's tempting. It's 100 quid. Very good structure. Already at level 5 or 6. Level 5, I think it's at now.
Okay.
More tempted by the PKO, which is in about half an hour's time. That one's got a little something extra in its structure, which is a bit of fun. Dara obviously wrote the book on PKO, so you know.
So anything other than first place, we can demand refunds from Dara on his book.
That seems reasonable, yeah.
I'd say that's fair. There's some, sometimes you just have to ask for your money back.
Yeah. Where's the proof? Where's the proof that this works?
Exactly. And you have to buy 2 books, run it twice with the books in order to, I don't know, we'll see. You up to date on everything this morning? Or did you just kind of, you're like, nah, had enough?
It's very hard to work and play an event like this and stay plugged into the grid in the way that you describe. I am trying to keep on top of things. I am darting over to Twitter, darting over to YouTube and Twitch and whatnot for these little tidbits of drama. It's very drama.
It is.
Oh my goodness.
It's like a British soap opera.
It really is, and it's just too much, and I kind of think we let ourselves down.
Actually, it's like an American soap opera, to be fair, like the way it's being handled.
Yeah.
And the opinions and...
It feels like Love Island.
It really does.
And as someone who has never watched Love Island, I don't really know what I'm saying there, but that's what it feels. I imagine what I think Love Island must be like is what this is like.
I don't believe you. I'm calling that bluff. I don't believe you've never watched Love Island.
I wasn't even that confident that Love Island was the right name.
No, you were. You trying to backpedal now.
I wasn't. I really don't.
It's a quiet night in with Sharon,
That is not on our...
no. Let's watch a bunch of under 30-year-olds kind of
we will admit
peacock.
to some guilty pleasures. Don't get me wrong. the home renovation shows.
Right.
Now,
I'm actually a fan of those
now,
myself.
now, I like a particular genre of home renovation. She'll watch them all.
Okay.
I only want to watch the ones
You're into like
where
modern architecture.
Where no, there's nothing to do with the architect. This is about the salacious stuff.
Okay.
I want the episodes
Another lie.
where so she has to watch the first 5 minutes and tell me it's one of those ones.
Okay.
I like the episodes when the couple are a little bit stretched for money,
Okay.
and but they have quite an ambitious idea,
Right.
and either partner, one of the partners early on, decides that to save money they're going to be the project manager. Now I
Right,
know
okay.
already that couple are going to be divorced by the end of that episode, and I want to watch their relationship crumble. So
Who is it typically? Is it normally in a traditional relationship, is it the man or the woman that takes on that role?
It does seem to be either. It can be either for
I
sure.
could see some, yeah.
And that moment, that tipping point moment in the show where,
Right.
let's say he says, I don't make as much money as her. I've decided we'd be better off if I just didn't work and I took over the project manager role. And then the next scene is him like lifting a bit of timber with the builders, who clearly are like, this guy's a fool. And then they always do that, like 9 months later, here's what happened,
Yeah.
and like he's on his own in a caravan,
Yeah.
and she's living in the house,
She's
which she
living in the
hates him, and she's-
700k house.
Yeah.
Which she now hates
Which he
because
despises,
it's yeah.
because he didn't build it properly.
Right, exactly. And it's the downfall of their entire relationship. Yeah, I'm a fan of when the windows turn up late and everyone's stressing out. The windows are going to arrive,
You have to make seal it before the
Right,
winter.
that's it, yeah.
Some house in like the Highlands of Scotland, and if they don't get the windows in, it's just going to flood.
Oh man. Henrik getting a 3-bet through with the king queen out. He knows what's up.
So that's one. I do a lot of politics shows. Sharon gets
Yeah.
a bit switched off by
Honestly-
them. She's sort of they're the watch them on your own shows.
Yeah, to be honest with you, whenever I hear or see you tweet something that is, even remotely political, I just kind of throw my phone across the room and
Block all the words in that tweet.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, I don't need to listen to David Lappin give me an opinion on the House of Commons antics in the UK. But to be fair, whenever I do, then I'm like, okay, right, I'm a bit behind on UK politics. I head over to Twitter, type in David Lappin, and there you go. I'm like, okay, now I'm all caught up.
There'll be something, yeah.
I'm caught up for the past year.
Yeah.
Now I know what's going on. I didn't even know we had a new Prime Minister until yesterday.
Well,
or
you
the
might
day
have
before.
another new one in a week's time, the way it's going. She might serve out the shortest term in history for a Prime Minister. My God. Completely changing the mandate of the last election, but pretending like she got elected, and that's what the people want. Bizarre. Anyway, won't go into the minutiae of UK politics.
Now, a lot of you probably at home thinking, well, there's a couple of big hands being folded. Why are people not seeing flops? Well, we are at the final table, 8 left, 75k for first. So, see a couple of things come into play. ICM, stack preservation. If you're one of the middling stacks, and there's a couple more shorties kind of in Tal's spot here, you can empathize and understand the reasons for taking more conservative lines. You can see Tao is dominated.
Fold.
He's going to fold. I would not do that, sir. Do not let people know you're folding an ace from the big.
Open with a weak ace from this position.
Don't know.
You
will
Take it away, Serdar.
You will see the second
over
card
to
of
my
the
co-com.
video.
You will see.
A good one.
And the king queen that time.
He cuts a Bilzerian-esque figure, doesn't he?
Yeah.
King queen suit is my favorite time.
That sort of square-jawed beard.
It looks like he takes care of his beard every day.
I have
Like there's some.
7
I don't know whether it's in the form of a personal barber that cuts it up, or whether he just has some maintenance kit. But it's well looked after, it's very well maintained. And as someone that cannot grow a beard, I find myself slightly jealous here in the commentary booth, not going to lie.
Sponsor a lot of shit to you.
Although, let's be honest, me with a beard wouldn't be, yeah. Can you picture it?
I imagine you could pull it off.
No. Yeah. I think you're being overly generous right now, but thank you.
I know. I wouldn't cover it up though. Some of us need to cover up our faces and some of us don't. I do that thing now where as I get fatter, I sort of have to bring the line of my beard lower and lower. And actually my barber told me that. He said, I was like, oh, I usually just, you know, I cut the line there at the jaw, and he's like, you don't have a jaw anymore, man. you can't do that. That's not an option for you anymore.
Oh,
like,
that's brilliant.
lose 2 stone and maybe you can have a jaw again.
That's fantastic. So getting a walk in the big.
Barbers are brutal. They'll just tell you the way it is.
Yeah. They also tell you absolutely everything about their personal lives as well. Mrs. left for the 4th time. She'll be back.
Shout out to my barber here in Malta. He also owns a gin bar. Yes, I'm of course Lappin's barber also owns a gin bar.
Yeah. I'm gonna have
The
to
least
hit you up.
surprising thing you're gonna hear today.
I'll have to hit you up with that. I need tomorrow. Whereabouts is he based?
His
Slima?
barbershop is sort of on the border of Slima and St. Julian's, called Plan B. Shout out to Plan B.
All right, shout out Plan
Give me
B.
a free haircut.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Opposite Fresco.
Okay.
And his bar is up near Black Gold, kind of a couple of doors down from Black Gold, over in Gazira.
All right. I'll have to hit him up tomorrow. My hair is getting out of control.
He serves me gin and tonics while he comes here.
That does not surprise me one bit. If anything, if he didn't serve you gin and tonics whilst cutting your hair, I'd be slightly concerned.
And not the cheap gin either. He's like, do you want the Hendrix or the Gin
Oi, oi.
Mare? And I'm like, hello.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Getting your money's worth.
Yeah.
That's like six quid for a gin and tonic Hendrix nowadays. 7 quid.
That's how he does it.
You get like 50% rake back on a haircut.
90.
Rene's furious. He's just like, this guy. How do I get dealt 5 dudes? Really looking forward to see how this dynamic plays out. Rene on direct position of Söderler. Rene seems like a very composed, stoic, and
yeah, but I knew you didn't expect it, so that's why I
just dialed in.
How you say
player.
Yeah, Rene has played really well. He's actually my tip to win this one, I gotta say.
Opened up the suited king from late position earlier on. Did get 3-bet by Henrik, but the fact that he has the awareness to even look down at a hand like king 3 of clubs and
Observation, what do
bump
you
it up.
say?
He already knew this was gonna happen before it even happened.
He already see the 75k and he see himself in Maldives now. He's already prepared with the hat and sunglasses.
I'm going to there.
Going to the
Really?
Maldives after winning the Unibet Open,
I would
mate.
not be
Strong.
surprised.
Just here to pick up 75k.
75 pocket money for him.
Sada opening into the chip leader. Should he decide to bump things up on the button?
A little surprised that he folded the 7-8 there on the button.
Oh, I do apologise. It's not into the chip leader. Yeah, covering stack.
I thought that would have qualified. It's obviously borderline, but given what we've seen from Serdar, I did expect an open there. Rene completes.
Yeah, opting to limp. Oh,
I think he's just got to stick it in here.
I'm not sure.
You think if you're going to keep back some ace-x, this like maybe the ace-6, the ace-2 off, or the ones?
I'm not sure. Jamming feels a bit dicey.
15 bigs.
Yeah.
Think I jam.
It's actually 16 with the. Oh, I don't know whether they've calculated the. Yeah, he does just jam. That's one I want to look at actually. That's a really fun one. Ace deuce 16 ICM. Have to look at that one, David.
think I jam as well, but you might be right. There might be some more advanced thought on that one.
I think it really depends on Rene's limping range. Like, is Rene going to be balanced in that spot to just 3x all of his trash, 3x all of his strong hands, and then kind of limp fold all of his medium type hands? Or if he's capable of having traps, which one would assume he is. That's a fun spot. We're going to have to look at that one later.
Yeah, blind v blind range is anything from sort of 15 to 20 big, super complex web of options and how you may play your hands.
Yeah, very intricate part of the game tree. It looks at face value like one of the simplest parts of the game, but
it was years ago when we considered two options, shoving and folding.
Yeah.
The old shove-fold days were a simpler time.
Referring back to Dara's tweet about how if you used to limp the small blind, everyone auto-tagged you as the Uber whale.
You asked me about leaking Unibet Open news.
Go on.
Which I would love to do, but I can't. I literally can't. Because I don't have that information. I don't think that information even exists. I don't think the meetings that will decide upon our strategy for 2023 have even been made, let alone had.
Table.
But we do have some exciting upcoming stuff at Unibet.
Microphone.
I don't want to reveal it because I would be fired.
Would you?
So I have to walk a delicate tightrope now, but I do want to let people know that there is something very exciting and very new happening to our online client.
Let's mute the mics and you tell me quickly. Go on, tell me.
Don't know if you got any of that, guys, but that was the leak. Henry Kilban and I just discussed the entire thing with our buttons pressed. Don't know if you heard any of it. Maybe you didn't.
It basically just told me that he's joking, he's uncancelable, and it's impossible for him to actually lose his job.
I am contracted for a little while longer, but I imagine there are breaches of the contract that could result in my termination. I wouldn't wish it upon myself, but what I would like to emphasize is there are some exciting new innovations coming to our online product. Dara and I, obviously passionate people about tournaments. That's where we sort of feel it's our strong suit. It's where we've positioned ourselves in the game, and we've had a lot of consultancy over the last while. We've also got some great people in the team. Andy Payton stands out there as somebody who is another player, really. Andy and Kat, probably Seb as well. They all play poker. We have a team of people who play the game passionately as well, and yeah, just we've been working on some new ideas, some new innovations, some new maybe ways of doing things with the online schedule.
Schedule.
I did it for you. I said
thank
schedule.
You, appreciate that. Thank you.
It's like that thing you morph into the language. When I'm in America, I speak in American. I say sidewalk, and I say
trash, vacation.
I do.
Howdy, how y'all?
When I'm in Dublin, I sound like I'm from the Liberties.
Oh, honestly, if there was ever video footage caught of me communicating with my two younger brothers whenever I'm back home, I would not get commentary gigs.
Yeah.
It's about as road as it can get.
This is your telephone voice.
This is the polished version of.
Do you remember we used to have telephone voices? Remember when people used to actually use their telephones to be telephones? You could actually say words to each other or friends. Sometimes we'd just ring them up because we hadn't spoken to them that day.
Yeah.
We'd just ask them about their day.
That was before my time.
You know these things are called phones.
Yeah, I like flying my drone with my phone. So
Now people just assume you've accidentally called them. They go like, "Did you mean to ring me?" Oh,
people panic when I see my phone ring. I'm like, hang on a minute.
going on?
The only person that calls me is my grandma, and she gets a pass because she's 87 years old. Like, she doesn't do text. She'll sometimes like.
Hi.
No, she'll just like accidentally type a bunch of letters, and I'll be like, oh, okay, she's on the codeine again. You know.
She's not listening to this stream.
She doesn't even know that I do commentary for a living, or play poker for that point.
I'm gonna be forensic here and say that 80% of all the calls I receive are bum dials. They're accidental calls.
80%.
80% are mistake. Definitely if my dad rings. If my dad rings, I just go, it's a bum dial. Here, Sharon, pick up. Watch. We'll put it on speaker, and we're going to hear him talking to someone, you know, in the car, and it'll just be that muffled sound from his pocket, and it is.
Yeah. Interesting hand developing here.
Interesting hand is right. Wow, look at all these chips.
Yeah, Serdar open limping from the hijack with the queen jack, which I'm a pretty big fan of, by the way. Not sure how many limps we're meant to have of 40, but Rene over limping, cut off. Mats from the small completing, and Henrik saying, guys, what, you want to see a flop?
Free money.
280,000 to go. Comes with the old 7x.
So, had this been like a 3.54x, Serdar certainly getting in the mix. 7x seems a little bit much to get in there with an offsuit queen jack. Easily dominated here. You will have position, of course, but this is certainly a well executed sizing here from Henrik. It should get the job done. I think we're going to get a foul from Serdar. He's going to run through his options and find the right one. And we see here Henrik has made a cheeky little move here with the 6-5 suited, but
yeah, great pickup from Henrik. Well played, mate. I think a lot of people look down at the 6-5 then, like, okay, yeah, let's see 3 dealer. Just really ICM aware. Knows just how much pressure.
And he knows he only has to get through the first guy, really.
That's true. That's true.
That's the dynamic of that spot.
If you both fold, it probably cost me more. Because I had a decent hand, sort of.
We should be very thankful for our
Yes. So I did you all a favor.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually not a bully after all.
A little bit of banter, a little bit of sarcasm. It's good to see these guys enjoying themselves here.
Yeah, it's an experience. You know, it's not often you get to final table a live comp, 75k up top. Want to enjoy the experience as well. Bit of table chat, bit of fun.
Well, Dara spoke earlier about exactly this hand. It was actually suits and all, queen, 9 of clubs, as being very openable here in early position, particularly if you are one of the bigger stacks, and it's exactly the right kind of hand. Any cards above a 9, Dara said, if you've got them and suited, keeping them in the opening range is actually pretty sweet. Gives you a bit of board coverage, sort of gives you the type of hand that connects with those boards that look like they're more of the flatter's board.
Yeah, that's very true. Broadway middle card.
So Doak approved this open. It gets the job done.
I do believe we are coming up to the first break of the day in about 10 minutes time. 8 left here, 1 elimination so far. Raymond's 9 high running into the ace queen, blind v blind. Sure, he will still be thrilled about his performance. For me personally, on day 1B, he put on an absolute clinic. There were some really, really well executed bluffs, made some disciplined folds as well throughout day 1B and day 2. Kind of ninja day, short stack to get down to the final table.
He sure did. He had 5 big blinds for quite some time. Not like 5 big blinds and he immediately spun it. He basically rocked 5 big blinds for the best part of 3 hours.
Thank you.
Henrik, again, remember, covers everybody behind here. So the 10-7-0 feels very openable.
Yeah, Min will do the trick. Daniel down to 11 bigs, has to fold the small. Well, ace queen in the big for rain. It's not going to be showers for him this time.
No, it's going to be a nice little 180k pickup here. No harm when you've only got 715k, hovering around that 20 big blind mark. Just sort of keeps you healthy. He is going to show there. I don't mind a show of that nature. You know, Henry pointed out that the show he didn't like where the player with the ace-9 turned over the ace, almost trying to tell the story of like, look, I wasn't just trying to steal, I did have something, and that was sort of the logic of that show. That does give away quite a bit of information. This one doesn't really. This one basically tells you that he's going to shove ace-queen when he gets ace-queen in that spot, like we all would. But what he's essentially doing is getting a little bit of, you know, maybe credit as being someone who has a hand. People will remember that hand, perhaps.
If you play quickly.
See, I 3-bet in juice with the ace queen.
Off that stack?
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh, wow.
Some Linus Love nonsense. No, I'm only teasing. It's like click it to 4.8 bigs. Snap call.
Yeah.
Who cares about ICM?
Get that ace jack in.
Yeah, day to pile with king queen.
I like it. I like it.
20 or 50 minutes.
So there is going to be a 20-minute break after this hand.
Daniel with just 11 bigs here, 7-4 suited, probably not going to be the hand he chooses. He will live to fight on after this break.
Yeah, it's grim because when he comes back, he's obviously going to be down to 9 big blinds, but he does have the button on him at present, so he's going to be in the calf. Gives him, you know, 4 or 5 hands to potentially find a double spot before he has to put in 2 of his 9 bigs.
If ever there was just a give the man a walk hand, the 8 deuce off.
Perfect.
He does tell Jack.
Negative free roll. Never look when you get a walk, chat. Never look. Just, you know, slide the cards into the muck. Let's a quick look at the chip counts when we return. Blind's going to be 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante, and it's Mats Carlsen leading the pack. But still, David, feels like everyone's game, anyone's game. Even Daniel on 9 bigs, you know, hour-long clock, finds a couple of doubles, and all of a sudden, he's up at the top of the chip count. So.
Yeah, what I would expect for the next session of play is a few bust outs. I think just the fact that we've got up to 25-50 will just put pressure on some of those short stacks. There might be some double ups, but I think there will be an elimination or two. I think there will be some excitement. Lots to look forward to as day 3, final table day of this Unibet Open resumes in 20 minutes.
Sweet. Catch you on the flip side of the break, chat.
Of days together. They probably spent most of the second half of yesterday on each other's tables.
Yeah, players go one of 2 ways. Like some players just really want to focus on the game and they don't particularly appreciate being talked to. But other players, it helps, I guess, diffuse some of the nerves. Serdar making a very aggressive open here with the 7-4 suited. This is better than it normally would be because of just how much ICM pressure he can put the guys on. Not going to get 3-bet too much. He's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure post-flop.
Absolutely, and we see there Rene from the small blind, the suited 1-gapper. enough in his mind to come along here. He can be put under some serious ICM pressure here, given his stack size and where that places him amongst everyone else.
Yeah, he's just about deep enough that he can check call a lot without ICM really, unless Serdar starts overbetting at some point.
Well, we talk about the sort of hands that are good continues here, hands that can find barreling cards on the turn. This is it for Serdar here with the 7-4 suited. He's actually got a board where he can rep that ace, but he does have hearts working from that 4 and 7, interact a little bit with the 3 and the 6, but we can see here Rene not going anywhere with the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, repping the ace is less advantageous against the small blind than the big blind. The big blind would raise a lot of his aces, but the small blind will be playing more passive. So now, oh, look at this. Oh my God, look at this. Flush
What
against
a
straight.
card. If you could have found a card in the deck, ladies and gents, the 5 of diamonds was the action card.
Now the question is how Rene proceeds.
Well, he has started with a check here. I assume Serdar is going to go for some value here. Obviously, he has fallen behind the flush and would be cooler than that scenario, but there are so many hands, as you said there are a lot of ace-x in the small blind calling range there that calls again on the flop, and I think he's going to be targeting them for 2 streets.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is now, does Rene raise to try and get in? It'll depend on the size here, I guess. That looks like a fairly chunky size. Yeah, that's a big size.
And not going to be too many ace-3, ace-5 and ace-6s in Rene's range here. Going to be more likely the better aces. So not really able to rep 2 pair tremendously well here. When the raise comes in, it will look quite strong. It will look quite polarized towards flushes. He could come.
Yeah, he could have the suited variations of all those hands, but he can also have sets here because he probably would just flat his smaller pairs. It's just that the hard part of raising here is that it'd be very hard to imagine that he ever raises as a bluff.
That's exactly what I meant by my bit of analysis there a moment ago. So yeah, I agree, and I think coming with a flat is good because he also keeps in the bluffs. There are going to be bluffs. Yeah. Serdar's going to maybe decide,
Serdar,
you know, if he has a hand like I don't know, king queen with the queen of diamonds. Obviously, we see there that Rene has the queen, but maybe the queen jack or something like that.
This to go check shove call. Serdar thinking about it.
And I love how Rene's played this, to be honest.
Yeah, he's played it perfectly. You do have to play this style against the chip leader. Even when you flop a monster, you want, or when you turn a monster, you want to basically encourage him to keep bluffing. That makes up for all the time he gets to bluff you off a better hand when you only have a pair.
And Serdar, well, he thinks he has his prey in the trap right now. Little does he realise Rene is playing possum here with the second nuts. This is going to be a quick snap off. And there it is.
Can't believe it, yep.
Some colourful language as he gets the bad news.
Yeah.
Can't blame him. It's a pretty cold one there. That 5 of diamonds, a cruel, cruel card there on the turn.
That's an amazing pot for Rene, because Rene was one of those players who was bunched between 4 and 8, and now he's doubled up and he's taken a chunk out a little bit more muted as Matt's glasses fall off there. Round to Ray. Ray's got the jack 10 under the gun. This will be folded fairly quickly.
Room starting to fill up here in Casino Malta. The mini main event imminent, 5 minutes before that one kicks off. If you're in the vicinity and you fancy a deep structure but a faster clock, it's the kind of tournament for you.
Serdar opening the ace-9 suited here. Perfectly standard open. Serdar is down to just over 40 big blinds now after that major reversal. But that won't phase him. He's going to continue playing his game, very aggressive game. This is the kind of hand you could definitely defend even with 20 big blinds. It's close though. You don't want to over-defend here against players that you're covered by. 9-7 suited probably just about strong enough. 9-6 suited might not be a good defend here. Piano Cat making a good point in the chat that they won't have had much time to warm up, and yesterday would have taken considerable energy. Very long day for them yesterday. A late finish.
Well, a big flop here for Serdar. He's got top pair and he's got the flush draw working for him. Rain does have middle pin.
Middle pin and backdoors as well. Backdoor flush, backdoor straight draw. So he won't go away to 1-bet here.
No, and like you said, Dara, sometimes later down the streets this ICM becomes a bit of an issue. By the river it could certainly be an issue. Maybe not on flop or turn, but he's going to be feeling the pinch now.
Yeah, he can certainly call here. This is a reasonably small bet as well. About 40%.
We see a 9 would be an absolute disaster for him.
Yeah, 9 would be terrible. I think a club or a straightening card as well would cost him more money. He can't just give up. Oh wow, he just check folded there. So he has got away from the minimum. Worried about the ace because they're open from early position, I think.
Yeah, I think that's one where on balance.
10 very smiley faces over there. Here we go, number 2. At the moment it's a €750 bounty. Not for the same card as the mystery bounty. You can see there at 3K, still in play. The 10K big one's still in play. Average value of these bounties now over $2.
Okay, I shouldn't really be on Twitter, but I'm going to read a tweet from Tony Silver, who said that my advice at breakfast might have gone, Ray, just don't call in on him with Jack high.
That's sound advice too. Henrik with the pocket jacks. He's going to open things up here in early position.
Yeah, under the gun +2.
Looks like Serdar might be getting involved here with the
king
deuce.
I think he thought he was limping, and he completed, and now he's asking if he has to call. King 2 is really not the hand you want to be getting involved in.
I think the ruling's going to be if he did limp, the full limp will have to stay in. He won't have to commit the other 30k.
Yeah, I don't believe he said call.
But now he might feel priced in for the other 30.
He might do, yeah.
Because it's kind of like he's in the big blind.
Yeah, the ruling is being made there. Yeah,
he's going to let it go, so he's going to surrender that extra little bit.
Very disciplined fold there. It's really just the worst type of hand to have in that spot. And you do see a lot of players get a little bit stubborn or contrary there, and they don't want to give up the pot having made the mistake initially, but really you're just compounding your initial error if you do that.
Yeah, so with a little Brucey bonus in the pot, Rene getting a better price here. He is going to call with the 3 deuce of diamonds. He's connected somewhat with the 6 of diamonds there, but not really the board he wants to see.
Yeah, on a paired board, the nut low backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw is not as powerful.
Yeah, it's not great. Henrik obviously deciding to just bet range here and go for the really small one big blind stab. I think it's reasonable to just check back in that spot on the king 6-6, and then the king came on the flop for just that little extra bit of needle in the back of his mind.
Yeah.
Oh, and you hear in the background there, because of course we are on a half-hour time delay, that roar from the crowd is the mystery bounty. Big one being pulled, Dara, half an hour ago.
Oh, right, that's on. Yeah, I thought that was live here. I'm just completely confused by the space-time continuum here.
Yeah, there are sounds that are in your ear, and there are sounds that are in the room.
Right.
And we have to parse those two things.
Okay, they all sound the same to me.
Congratulations, Ronnie, and that's the 10K mystery bounty. Thanks, and ready.
The affable Cat Arnsby there announcing our mystery bounties today.
Yeah, you called her that, David. I'll tell her later.
As we look down here at Mats, who got involved there with the 7-5 earlier. Somewhat more legit holding, but he is under the gun here with the king 10. Most people let this one go, but remember, Mats is chip leader here, possibly looking to just exert a little pressure. Also hasn't really had any hands so far, so maybe feels like he could take liberties here. He does open things up here. Rene going to call from the small blind here. We've seen Rene obviously with the queen 10 suited there earlier, likes these Broadway suited kind of hands, obviously have great playability, even out of position. It's often clearer where you stand in a hand with this type of holding. He's going to check on the 8-4 deuce. He does have 2 hearts. Matt's maybe feeling like he can't get an ace high to fold here. Decides maybe I'll just take my showdown with king 10, or maybe devise a plan for later streets. Definitely more of the flatters range, but I would say more of a flatting range that maybe flats in position here. Out of the small blind tends to be kind of a strong enough range, and actually doesn't connect brilliantly with that. If Rene decides to bet here, he's basically repping a kind of middly pair. He could have sets, of course, as well, but a hand like 9s, 10s, 6s makes a lot of sense, and he might come out with a stab. Tricky for Mats now, having checked back the flop, sort of having the betting lead stolen from him here. He may decide to call, feeling like there are some of those Broadway combos that he's ahead of. They may decide to take an aggressive action. But he could also let it go here too. He only has king high and nothing really working for him. He does go for the raise, so Matt's a wily character here. Not really a line that makes a huge amount of sense, I gotta say. Checking back flop and now coming with the raise. He's sort of polarizing himself to sets. But in this instance, I guess Rene, with just the queen high and nothing really going for him, can't continue. I'm sure he would have been scratching his head there as to what Mats was representing, but it's very hard when you don't have a hand yourself.
The chip leader Mats. Often in these spots, when there are a couple of short stacks around, players wake up, and even if they have a big stack, they kind of look at the short stacks, they look at the prize pool, and they set a sort of a mental figure of like, ooh, well, fifth place is a lot of money. I'd like to at least get 5th, and that causes them to play a little bit too tight at the start.
Someone with a big stack paid you.
Round to Mats on the button. He will be opening the king 10 suited. That's for sure. Chip leader, very strong hand on the button in this spot. In a spot where the other players are really not going to want to get involved unless they have a hand. Henrik. Often in these spots when you are in Henrik's position, 2nd or 3rd in chips, and the chip leader opens, you want to just... Oh, and a quick all in with the suited ace and a quick call. So this is almost a flip, you can see in terms of the percentages. 56-44, which is about the same as queens against ace king.
Yeah, and a crucial hand for onlookers as well. There are a couple of other short stacks about. Ray Wheatley comes to mind here, who will be certainly funking for this king 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Choose after the flop.
Yeah.
And that's a funky flop.
Wow.
He has to dodge the world now.
That qualifies as too many outs, I think.
He's technically ahead, but he's a 2-to-1 dog in equity. This is going to have to be a sick hold.
Wow.
There
Well,
it
so
is,
far
3 of
so
diamonds, good. He's trying to think what cards. Now he's actually moved back to being slight favourite.
Yeah, with just one card
Which
to
is one card to come, he's
in a
ahead,
flip.
but it's still a flip. It's actually worse than he was pre-flop, and he manages to find a red card, which is good. Sick hold for him there.
So, chip leader Mats, little dent, little nosebleed.
Yeah, perfectly standard there. Raise call against the 10 big blind stack.
It's Robbie content, just in case you think of running away to streams dedicated to that subject.
Yeah.
We don't want to lose you here, guys. We are willing to field questions on anything going on in the poker world.
Yeah.
We crave audience share. But most of our attention will be going on these 9 players, all of whom still battling it out for that 75k first prize. Day 3 here in the Intercontinental Hotel, adjacent to Casino Malta in Patchaville, the party quarter of Malta, it's fair to say. I often describe it as the Temple Bar of Malta.
That's a bit harsh on Temple Bar, I think.
I worked in Temple Bar, I don't know if it is that harsh.
Raymond, ooh, 9-7, just over 12 bigs. This is an awkward spot.
Blind v blind. I'd like to have a couple more pips.
Yeah. Offsuit as well. He is going to move all his chips in and just hope that the big blind doesn't have a hand.
And he will get credit. Oh, I was going to say he will get credit for a reasonable hand, but
here, yeah.
there's a quick call
call.
here
He's
from
not going to like that. He's going to hope he's got live cards at least, which he does have. Just under a 2-to-1 dog. This is unfortunate for Ray. He's run into it here.
Ray's done a good job of cultivating a fairly tight image here. He's obviously trying to use that image here in this spot. Nothing he can do when he runs into a super premium hand.
No. See if he can get lucky. And nothing
so
there
far.
for him. And a couple of kill cards.
We're funking for a 9 and a 7 in this box. Shamelessly, our countryman.
Yeah. Or the 8 of diamonds.
Oh yeah, that could be fun. Yeah, let's have a diamond.
Ooh, the 6 does give him the
Okay,
8 now
big
as an
ball.
out. So he needs a 7, an 8 or a 9.
Far from out of it here, Ray.
Yeah, still 23% going to the river, and it's an ace, which kills it. It's the diamond, but he looks very deflated there.
Yeah, dejected Ray. You hate to see it. He may think back on that final hand. Obviously, he decided to go with the hand.
Good 2022. A lot of results in Vegas,
Not me.
and a few decent results in Europe as well. So clearly, he travels the circuit. He got, I think, if memory serves, about 1.3 million in lifetime cashes.
Very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's final table time here in Malta, the Unibet Open main event. We are down to the final 8 players. On the flip side of the first break of the day, only one elimination thus far. Raymond Wheatley bowing out in 9th, walking away with €7,200. And these final 8 players are all going to have their eyes on that top prize of €75,000. Still a long old way to go before we can start really talking about potential champions. But we do have, somewhat of a runaway chip leader. That man there, Mats, playing just shy of 3 million. Blinds are up to 25k, 50k, with a 50k big blind ante. Hope you're all doing well. Just getting myself situated back in the commentary booth. So we've created some more space on the table for these players. Renne opening up from under the gun. Serdar
Payback time.
gonna defend the big with the dominated queen.
I've never
Saying payback time. He's in rough shape.
early in the tournament.
And it's come queen high, would you believe? Queen high flop. Could be trouble for Serdar. 275k in the middle.
55.
Oh boy.
You're a good player, my friend. You're a good player. Cannot take that from you.
King on the turn may slow things down slightly. 3 hit 5 in the middle.
D'habitude, chez Max,
René,
toujours dans la valise.
79%, sorry. Favorite to win this hand. Needs to fade the river 2 pair. Does not want to improve to queens and jacks. See what he comes with here.
Bet 100.
He's reaching for chips, firing a double barrel. Feels like the type of sizing where he's targeting exactly hands like this. Queen X, 10X. And also buying himself a cheap showdown unless he does improve to a straight. One of the biggest pots of the day so far for me.
Queen 9.
Queen 9, no good. And René up to 1.7 million in chips now. Could be a problem for Serdar, who now has someone that has him covered on his left. Must say I've been very impressed with René. Certainly strikes me as someone that is extremely dialed in.
One blind, please. 5.
Serdar seems somewhat frustrated. The outcome of that hand.
Fold. 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 Fold.
So our snazzy live reporter Christian just came over to me to let me know that during the first hour and a half of play when I wasn't here, it's David Lappin and Dario Carney calling the action, that there is some history between those two and that René actually doubled through Serdar in a turn flush v turn straight situation. Effie saying, could the tournament pause for 2 hours whilst I watch the City United game? Get them both up on the stream, mate. Get them both up on the screen, sorry. Rangers open jamming. The ace queen. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. We're back. Live poker is back in Europe. Records being broken left, right and centre, including here in Malta for this Unibet Open main record-breaking field. You absolutely love to see it. What's your revised watermelon number today? I think it's about 2, mate. It's about 2. I think my guesstimate was slightly ambitious due to the fact that I've taken a lot of punches in my life. Love boxing. I was like, well, if I can take punches and not get a concussion.
Fold. Fold.
Maybe some signs of frustration from Serdar here, flatting the 5s against the +1 open. He's going to go set mining. Doesn't connect with the board, but does still have the best hand on the Queen 10-4. And it's a board texture that Henrik should be somewhat concerned about when you think of the perceived flatting range on the button. It's going to contain a bunch of suited broadways. It's like King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack 10, Ace 10. 10 on the turn.
Bet 165.
A little stare from Henrik. It's tense out there. Does just fold. So for those of you just joining us, this is the Unibet Open Malta main event. 75,000 for first. Everyone currently guaranteed 9,000 euros, the last of the 4-figure payouts. 7th will receive 11,250, 6th 14,070, 5th 18,280. 4th will receive 23,770, 3rd 32,090, 2nd is going to walk away with 46,460. So sizable heads-up match will be played later on today. Rain opening from +2 with the 8s. Serdar cutting out a 3-bet against one of the shorter stacks. Does just come with call. So if anyone wakes up with anything behind, Matt's in the big 7-6-0. He's going to defend. 3 ways to the flop. 3-7-5 in the middle, Rain the effective stack. And Queen Jack tray, complete whiff for Matt's. Couple of overs to Rain's pocket 8s, and feels like Serdar may find a way to win this one with the gut shot to Broadway. See if he elects to try and take a free card or bet now. Comes with half pot.
175.
Mats can't do anything about it, and one would assume that Rain at this stack depth also going to struggle. What's up, Spoxy? Hope you're doing well. A couple of back-to-back hands for Serdar.
I will take all your stack, bro. I will take all your stack. I swear to God, I will take all your stack. I don't care. My focus is on you. And yesterday, I swear to God, ask him. Every guy that I put my head in, I eliminate them.
Okay.
I swear.
Very intimidating.
Yes.
Only here.
But good luck.
Good luck.
But you are in my head now.
This guy.
But the good thing with me, I play with ice in the brain and fire in the heart. No, fire in the heart.
Okay, so Serdar says he's going after Rennik Goldman. It's going to be interesting.
Bro. Now
Interesting
you
dynamic.
Have position on me every hand.
Look
It's
at this,
more
by the
easy
way.
for you. You have position
7
on me.
players,
And it's set up.
7
And it's set
different
up. You get flush,
nationalities.
I get my straight. We both hit jack.
Sorry,
and
8 players,
Even
8 different
your,
nationalities.
the queen and even your my 9 will kill me. You get the straight. I mean, it's.
That's why I said pick a different guy.
No, it's
Boxy
coming.
saying,
It's
I'm alright,
coming.
how are you this
You
final?
know
I'm
what
doing
the
very well,
difference is?
Spoxy.
I need one time. I need one
Final
time.
table
I like
of a
challenge
live
and I
event.
need one time.
We're in Malta, the sun's
If I
shining.
catch you one time, it's
Playing for 75,000 euros, you know.
finito.
Shower. Finito.
Great day.
Finito.
Finito.
You're a boxer, you can knock him out in two
And
different ways.
that's what I mean.
Yes.
You know,
You
they
can knock
punch
him
me,
out
they punch me,
physically.
I'm coming down,
He's
but
just
I'm
dancing
coming
around,
up to the next round.
coming in for the KO.
Currently 90 runners in event number 6, the mini main. So they're going to pop things up with the 8-9 suited. If you keep me updated about
I
the
always finding hands in your big.
the City United game.
Annoying.
Well, Daniel, shortest stack at the table. Just let's go, the Queen 8. Not sure how I feel about that. I hate to say it, but Manchester City, best team in the world at the moment. Oh, just got chills saying that.
You know why I do this? I promised my mother to drink water, so now she see I'm drinking water. I'm very bad on drinking water. You see, Mama, I'm drinking water.
Rain with a bit of a dicey one, ace 9-0 in the big against the chip leader open from the cutoff. He's going to come with defend, see a flop. Well, it's come king 10-7. Matt's out flopping Rain. I'm just saying United 1-0. Wow. I'm saying that speech makes me believe it's vodka. Very well, maybe. Chip leader with a legit hand. Matt's with the ace king. Oh, it's a troll. It's getting trolled in the chat. You guys. Can't trust you with anything. Cannot trust you with anything.
Big line. Thanks, bro.
So bad, we prefer you to be here in the big blind.
Huh?
Normally you want to have the big blind empty, yeah? But with you it's better if you're here.
You see, you should well for him.
He's
He's just talking you.
Comedian.
He's getting in your head.
Comedian. No worry. Mats will double me up. I already predicted from yesterday.
Yes.
Wow.
Tyler.
Some needling going on at the table.
Didn't I bust you last time we played?
No, don't.
In Malta.
Playing the same time.
In Malta.
Possibly, yes. I remember you played once in Sweden as well, but then you didn't bust me.
No.
Some previous history.
Yeah, you
Asking Mats, didn't I bust you last time we played? Alright, pal. Let the cards do the talking.
I bust every tournament, so I mean I can't even remember all the busts out.
Yeah, you usually bust.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Everyone does. Everyone does. Almost.
It's 100. Let's dance, brother. Let's dance. I call you.
Oh my word. So they're saying let's dance. He's covered by Henrik, but does currently have the dominating hand. And it's come 10 high, 10-5 tray. Henrik potentially in trouble here. Both players flopping top pair.
Everyone makes so fucking good bets against me. It's crazy, like they see my cards. Do you see my cards? It's crazy, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, you know exactly what to bet to make me pay as well. Unbelievable. I check.
Me and Serdar going to be nominated for a GPI award as one of the best up-and-coming commentary duos. Him whilst playing, me in the booth.
How much is the bet? That's a huge bet, bro. That's a huge bet.
250 on the turn from Henrik. About to play just shy of $1 million
But
chip
I
pot.
like people with balls, so I pay you.
925 in the middle. If any more money goes in on the river,
And I check. Because that river was not good for me.
we're going to have a new chip leader. Legend, mate. Thank you. Robin coming in clutch.
No bluff on the river, bro.
I'm not bluffing.
Serdar,
But you know what my problem is? I have never position on anyone. I play out of position every time.
moves up to second
That's my
in
bad luck.
chips.
Because you pick us to play against. You pick them.
Oh, I pick my cards and my moments, but I'm out
Courtesy
of
of
position all the time.
that
If
10
I'm in
high
the
flop.
position now, I will get really huge pays. Fuck it. Don't be greedy. But I had a good feeling that now my momentum starts. Yesterday she came bam 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 and I was the ship leader. So Mats, I'm coming for you, boy. I'm coming for you. I think the fans have missed this Serdar. They don't want the quiet Serdar. So now let's the show begin.
All the
Okay,
fans.
let's the show begin now.
All the fans everywhere.
AK saying we need to see a 6-max sit and go with Serdar, Helmuth, Cabral, Gold, Scotty and Kasuf. Oh mate, you wouldn't even need commentators for that one.
Do you pay me on the river?
You wouldn't even need
Why wouldn't I?
commentators
You
for
said
that
it
one.
was a bad river for you. Of course I pay.
Yeah, because it scares you. I can have the tree. My range, I can have the tree.
Wow, range.
You heard it?
Yeah, really professional.
Next thing he starts talking about blockers is block.
Oh, that's hilarious.
No, but it is my
Yeah, no,
range. Am I wrong?
Oh, that is some
The tree
fantastic
scared me.
needling.
If the
from
tree
Mats
doesn't
and
come, he
Rene.
will continue bet. It stop his bet.
Wow, that was strong.
You are a thief, Maestro, thief. You know that?
Give the guy some chips. I don't know who Michael is.
Huh? He. He's the thief.
Wow. So Mats Carlson, still the chip leader, 60 big. Serdar moving up to second in chips, and a bit of a drop off to Henrik Junker, 31 bigs, courtesy of that previous hand. That
Du kommer få fightas
is
för det
on
här.
the bad side of a
I am
top
sure
heavy,
about
top pair
that. I
situation.
have told you from yesterday, if I catch you one time, the tournament is in my pocket. I just need to take your stack, and it's done.
There's a quick look at the payouts. Everyone guaranteed 9k. Couple of shorties out there. Looking to ladder. Daniel, Samuele, Rain, Tao, all sub 15.
Tension rising.
Daniel, the immediate short stack down to 7 bigs, and well,
I'm coming for you. I will go in your
gonna
head.
need
and you
to
will make one mistake and it
do
will
something
cost you
sooner
so
rather
much.
than later.
Trust me. I told the Norwegian guy the same thing yesterday. I told him I will catch you in the end, but I had luck. I had luck.
It doesn't hurt.
Yeah, it was not fair. It's your friend? The other Norwegian guy?
I'm from Denmark, so that would be
You're
no.
from Denmark, okay. But that was luck. You know what this means?
Power.
Yes, bravo.
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 I have to start drinking soon.
And you know what I do with power?
Abuse it.
I love the word you.
I know you very well.
This
very
guy
observant.
is very educated. He have education. I'm saying I spell it right? Education. My English is not on the top. I need to improve my English.
That's the difference between North people and and South people.
The what?
The South people living in South
Yeah.
are more expressive.
But I think my English is okay.
He's Swedish.
I'm Swedish. Is
but
it
for
more?
the South of Sweden?
How do you know? I'm from the capital city. You know the capital city in Sweden?
In Sweden?
Yeah.
Oslo. Yeah, Oslo. Why?
Huh?
Yeah, why? You're from there?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what is the capital city?
Oslo.
No, that's Norway, bro.
What?
That's Norway, bro.
Sorry?
Helsinki.
Helsinki, Finland.
The capital city in Sweden.
You see?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Rovaniemi, you know?
No.
Bro, it's
No.
Stockholm. It's
No.
Stockholm. I live in Stockholm.
You're right. Stockholm.
Yeah.
Stockholm. You're right.
His capital city, France.
France, Paris.
It was.
Isn't it Paris? Isn't it Paris, the capital
it-
city? It's Paris, yeah. Ooh. My mother will not be happy if I answer wrong there. Can you make account like fast? Ah, you have more there. Okay, you don't need to make account. I see now. It's okay. It's okay.
Tau jacks. Just open ripping.
Now I can hurt your stack.
The ace king.
Now you cannot bully me.
I haven't bullied you. But never no, det är bra stack här. Fan, knäppt det.
Need to work a lot. No, yeah.
You know, no, I will not even say it because the guy that say it yesterday, he get busted. I will not say what I wanted to say, but I have a bad spell on me, but I will not say it. I will not say it. I was so close to say it.
Cool story.
I don't say it. When it's over, the spell, then I will say it.
Do you believe in spells, chat? Do you believe in voodoo magic and
You will understand.
After you
Remind me.
I will remind you.
Oh, Mats. No, you don't be blind. Okay, I fall.
Samuele? Ace queen. 9 bigs on the button. Kassan, I have to consult with my shaman first. Comes with the open jam and well.
460.
Matt's in the small with ace 10. Could be trouble here. He does make the call. See what Henrik. Wow, Henrik in the big with queens.
3, 4.
What an insane spot. Henrik has woken up behind with an absolute monster. Surely going to announce himself now. to be somewhat concerned that Mats is trapping, but still, such a dicey spot. He's in the middle of the pack, fourth in chips, 4 of 8. Would obviously be an absolute disaster for him to bust out in 8th if Mats were trapping. And Samuele is going to get the ISO in a potential triple up spot. Henrik does move all in over the top.
Wow. Wow, you get 3 times money. 3 times money if you hit that.
What on earth is happening? Button v small blind v big. Henrik does jam. Mats, we'll see, folds the ace 10-0. 1.4 million in the middle. Henrik can hold here. Wow, king, jack, 9, adding a few outs for Samuele to triple up. Needs a 10 or an ace. 7 of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. 1.4 million in the middle. If Henrik can hold here, he's going to be our chip leader. 9 of spades on the river.
Mats, you win.
Sweaty flop.
Ace 10.
Ace 10.
Sweaty flop.
Bro, nice play. Yeah.
Henrik gets the hold. We lose Samuele in 8th place. Solid run for him here in Malta. 9,000 euros going his way. GG's in the chat.
Happy and not happy.
Samuele.
Thanks.
Everyone now guaranteed 11,250. Their efforts thus far.
You can play slowly.
Donk for Life with the tier 1 sub. What's up, Donk for Life? Appreciate you, dude.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream.
Sorry.
Hey, where was it?
We lose the Italian Samuele Lopresti in 8th.
You mean
Nothing
if
you
I
can do.
sit in this box?
Yeah, but
Just jamming 9 bigs on the button with ace queen and running into the queens
Thank you.
of Henrik.
Yeah, you have to move there, and I come back here.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you have to use the same card reader,
No,
right?
no. I don't want. I changed my mind.
This is my seat.
I changed my
Seat
mind.
two. This is
No.
it's my seat.
I
Seat
want
two.
to sit in the
The
same
seat
box.
2, it's me.
Huh?
It's me, seat 2.
No, but I want to sit. I don't change box. I don't change
It was
box.
my box.
No, it's right box.
I can see him.
No, I don't want
like
to
in,
sit.
Blackjack.
I
Like
get
two
bad
boxes.
luck because I'm too strict. I believe on those things. This box fucked me.
This is my box from the beginning.
No, I
They
think
move you because the TV. That's it.
He's currently
Yeah, but now you
arguing
shift to move, we sit.
No.
about
But
which
I'm
box
I believe on this stuff.
he puts his card in.
This is mine.
So agree
But
with Max.
tell the floor. He decides.
Please, call the floor.
Ask the
please.
floor.
Call the floor.
I want to sit.
I can see them. You.
Yeah, you can tell her to.
No.
He doesn't want to move over to the card box to his left because he believes he's superstitious. Superstitious about the bad beat.
Mais je le vois pas, on le voit pas. Donc c'est tout, il veut pas bouger. Mais
But
lui était en 3.
I don't want to change my box.
Let's play this hand and we're going to discuss later.
Huh?
Let's play it and we're going to discuss later. You have some time to think about it.
Or you can just sit in
I don't want to change my box. I want to sit.
It's not your box. That's what you don't understand. It's not your box. You don't pay for. You don't pay for.
But you choose to
Have
change,
this guy.
and we accept it. And I don't want to change. If I'm not forced, I don't want to change.
Only with brute force.
You see, now I get good cards. I don't want to change.
Could it be your cards?
It could be.
Absolute scenes here in Malta. He doesn't want to change his box, doesn't want to have more space because he's worried about the box where he places the cards, the RFID reader, bringing him bad luck and bad mojo.
Oh, I feel bad.
Believes in the old voodoo. Some players are superstitious, you know.
Normally I don't show my.
MultiBC saying, is that an Ian Simpson burner account? Donklock saying, yo, I missed Unibet Open.
Bro, for me,
Great to see you back. Donk for life. Great to have you here, mate.
For me, if it's like
Welcome to the stream.
that fly.
Everyone guaranteed 11,000 euros and change for their efforts so far. Nice little 10x return.
Joue bien.
Play it for 75k though.
Mosquito? Yeah. Even if I lose a hand and this fly, I believe it that fault. I am very, I believe in those things.
So wait, where do I sit? Here, still?
Yeah.
The change will be later.
How jacks with ace jack this time.
Not
Just
personal
moves
again.
all in.
No problem.
I'm under the gun.
You remember the number of the seat at the beginning?
17
It
bigs.
was the number. Remember.
I have
It's pretty dicey
So-
given that Daniel was just sat
I
on
was the number 2.
Yeah, but they
6
changed
bigs,
They
4,
changed
well,
because
less than that, 4
So it's
bigs.
okay.
Just open rip the ace jack. Needs to be careful.
You see, now you get good cards. But you're a good guy. I like you. You're a gentleman. I told the table that yesterday. You had a lot of bad luck. You didn't make a reaction.
He's not wrong. Tao Jax is a very nice man. And he did have a lot of bad luck
Hello.
yesterday.
How are you? Nice to see you.
Got 2 outed.
Bro, thanks.
Flopped a set and it came running hearts.
Really? Oh, I'm big blind that way. Thanks.
Five, 3-3. Rene's 4s. Still out in front.
Come now and support me. I'm waiting.
Gonna fire out a C-bet in this hand. Will most likely be over and done with. More TBCs, and it's awesome that he thinks he'll get worse cards if he moves box, even though that will not affect his distribution in any way. But he just likes the camera angle. Let's look at the scoreboard. Serdar, chip leader, Daniel Illingworth on just 4 bigs. Really trying to grind this one out. Couple of spots that I feel like he passed up on. Could have defended the queen A, but then again he might not have got the ladder, so here we are. Got the ladder.
Kom igen nu för i helvete. Fixar du det här hela vägen.
Shout out to Serdar's mum.
Oh, sorry.
Watching the stream. Daniel, king 3 of spades, in it goes. In it goes. Into Serdar's big. Now Jack's going to fold.
I think I'm. How much is it? Huh?
200.
I see one card. I call.
Seen one card.
It's a king.
Makes the call.
Oh,
King
it's
5 against King 3.
It's probably chop or someone win.
Yes.
Very likely.
Someone lose as well, yeah.
No, but yeah, that was stupid.
You're a fountain of knowledge.
It's either chop or someone
Mama.
wins, he says.
Sorry.
Oh, King in the window.
Nice block.
Wow, you deserve it, bro.
Followed by a couple of threes. Daniel
Runner.
I mean, 5-5.
Yeah, you
has
deserve it.
Serdar drawing.
Nice one.
Can chop.
Wow.
On the King River.
It's okay.
Not even a
Daniel
flush.
gets the double.
You deserve it. You're a good guy.
Up to 9.5 bigs.
How much?
200. Well, now the king chops.
That's what I was saying. But you know,
So I'm just
I had a
saying,
feeling
we
you
either
were
chop
gonna-
or someone wins. Those were the only two options
For full house.
presented to him.
Imagine if I have ace king, I still lose, and I hit the ace. Even if I hit the, if I have ace king, I lose. He's a good guy. I want him still in the final.
Patience. You wait 2 laps and finally find king 3.
Yeah.
That
Very
looked-
tight.
That,
You
that
are
looked,
very tight
that looked
person.
good after the last one.
It's just wait.
But he have 4 big blind with a king high. Of course he push. It's still tight. It doesn't change his range.
Seems like you are a very loose player.
Oh yeah, very loose. I didn't. Yeah, he was waiting until I suddenly turned to king 3.
No, but what will he do? He have 4 big blinds. King 3 in that
that-
position
that
is
can
very
look pretty
good.
good with 4 big
It's not bad. He have 6 cards.
If he's
only
saying
after.
2-0 City. Haaland. Wow. How many goals has he scored now this season? That's
So now you must
ridiculous.
let me steal your big blind with good hands like 2-3 times, and we are fair and square.
That's fair.
How much?
Rangers open jamming his 12 bigs.
$6,000?
600,000.
600,000. Yeah.
That's his 12th goal this season. That is that's
I
wild.
fold.
That is wild. Wow, Rene with the ace-8 of diamonds. It's close and he knows it. If Rain's jamming King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack suited. Those hands. Oh, apparently rip internet. Rip internet? F's in the chat. F's in the chat.
Would have done it for 6,000.
Ripperino cappuccino.
Ei koolitad ära.
Don't know if any of you can hear me. Can you hear me? I believe we're back. I don't see any F's in the chat. Guess I know we can't hear you. God damn it. So they're with a 7 on the button. AK saying this dealer is exemplary. It truly is. Comes with a limp. Rene gonna complete. Wow, Rene flopping top pair. Queen high flush draw. Not low poker saying knock knock. Knock knock, mate. How we doing? How we doing, mate? Currently 400 of you tuned in. Appreciate you all keeping me company for this final table. Unibet Open Malta main event. 11,000 guaranteed for these final 7 players. Whopping 75,000 for first though. Wow, F you, are you trolling, dude? That is insane. How has he scored another goal?
This is not the moment. Congratulations. Oh, Queen 3 suit. Yeah, you see, before you show, I know.
Yeah, you knew.
Yeah.
You're feeling it spot on.
Not the right moment. When it's coming, it's coming.
My internet is a bit choppy at the moment, chat, so if I do cut out, let me know.
Now I must take it easy.
Trying to reconnect.
Just because you read my hand. I only want to show the 3.
It's one of my biggest pet peeves, not gonna lie. It's bad internet. Bad internet in 2022 should just not be a thing. Now Jacks again, just ripping it in with the ace-10. He really needs to be careful here, man. 16 bigs. He's not the shortest stack, and if one of the big stacks we've seen it happen already. One of the big stacks wakes up with something.
USA, have you realized how good you have run in the all-ins? I haven't seen you lose one all-in, now when I think about it.
When you're this short on chips, you can't lose any.
You have win every all-in like that I have seen from
I'm
yesterday.
torn. They've been a United fan all my life, but as a Norwegian one, I had to do well, of course, just not against United.
I have seen him
yeah, Norway's
all-in
been
8 times from yesterday. He have
been crushing it recently, man. Best striker in the world, reigning champion of poker in the world, best chess player in the world.
He have 9s against Jack. He hit the 9.
Arguably one of the best tennis players in the world as well.
Boom, 3-3.
Obviously up for debate, depending on whether you're Norwegian or Spanish, whether you think it's Alcaraz or Ruud, but I'm looking forward to seeing them two battle it out.
Oh,
the tennis
he
courts,
acts out of turn. I thought
and the slams over the years. Got a funny feeling that Alcaraz is slightly ahead of the curve. I see a lot of Nadal in him. And he also has 4 years, I believe. So Ruud is 23, Alcaraz is 19. Like you said, Ruud needs a couple more years to be the best. I agree. I think he has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I smoke too much shisha.
needs a couple more Grand Slam finals experience, or just like Grand Slam finals in general.
Okay.
He's very savvy.
No snap falls good.
Very savvy.
425.
425.
I know.
Like his in-match IQ is some of the best I've ever seen, in my opinion. All in and a call. Matt's opening on the button. Daniel jamming from the big.
I hope I didn't jinx you now.
Me either.
Can see flipping here for Daniel's tournament life. 925 in the middle.
Wow.
Jack, 8, 7, couple of hearts.
It's really good.
Two big black
No
cards.
chance.
Two big black
This
cards.
is less as before. So this might be.
This is trouble. Still too many. Still too many.
Was it against you the last time, Mats? Yeah.
3 on the turn changes nothing. Mats needs a
Crazy.
6, 5,
This is crazy.
4, or a heart.
If you duck the
King of spades.
Daniel asking for the king of spades.
Wow.
Deuce
wow.
of spades, and Daniel gets the hold. Can you believe?
Teach me. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
How does he hold there? All of a sudden,
Should start folding for the all ends.
it's no longer the shortest stack.
Yes. Now you get your box.
More TBC saying stream should be on a dedicated connection. Hotel one has been wonky from time to time. I think that access point at the end of the tournament room is struggling. Yeah, it's something to note. Future stops. But I can't blame anyone, you know, because again, it's 2022. How are internet issues a thing? Quick look at the scoreboard, still at 25k, 50k, but that blind level going up any moment now. So still chip leader. Matt's down to 3rd in chips after losing that one.
Yeah, I know. If
4-0
they want to move
City,
me,
first
then they
half,
need
that
to wait
is,
until I fix my stack.
And the fall of United since Alex Ferguson's departure is pretty heartbreaking. Pretty heartbreaking. I guess even the greatest empires eventually fall and crumble. Ottoman Empire, Roman Empire, British Empire.
It's not the box, it's my aura.
Jesus Christ. It's not the box, it's his aura.
It feels tight here as well.
AK saying in 1995 bad internet wasn't really a thing, now it is. Modern times, eh? God damn it.
But it's okay. Now
God
I get good
damn it.
cards, so it's okay.
Phil Foden, by the way.
Won my first one probably like an hour.
22 years old.
Cash bubble. Want to flip, yeah. Dodged a lot of outs on that one too. I forced the ace jack suited and he popped the flush draw.
So you haven't lost any order?
No, I've been too short. If I'd lost any, I'd be out of here, yeah.
Okay, so you are short everywhere.
Yeah.
So with that double up, the ICM loose kind of really tightening up a little bit when Daniel was incredibly short. Interesting times ahead for sure. Now the shortest stack being 15 bigs. But then they're going to try and get one through. Cheeky little raise, ace-7.
How are you doing, mate?
Congratulations.
Ah.
How are you doing? Okay. Okay, I didn't say nothing.
Oh, look at this from Henrik. This guy is just dialed in. Three betting the king 9-0. really leveraging that ICM pressure. Leaning into Renne. The Dane, the great Dane. There's a few great Danes in the poker world at the moment. Henrik Hecklund, third on the Denmark all-time money list. So, pretty sick. PLO crew coming out of Denmark as well at the moment. Jesper Hågard, Rasmus Nilsson. Can't forget Sander Liloff, who disappeared and then just started to crush backgammon. Who else we got? Jonas Clausen. Rasmus Larsson. A lot of the guys that I hang out with in Thailand, part of that crew. Really flopping best. Seder keeping him honest for one with the ace high. See what Rennie comes with. Picking up the spade draw on the turn, 3-7-5 in the middle. Gonna want to get some protection. A quick fold from Serdar. Right, chat, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I will catch him, I swear, bro. I will catch him. I swear to God, I will catch him. I swear, I will bust him. Remember my words. You know, when I put something in my head.
He's not focusing on us. He's very focused on bust him. No, he's unbustable.
Catch him.
How much you have?
Yeah, he's not going for the base hit. He wants the home run. Just
exactly. I will make the home run.
Next challenge.
Me and you, we will play heads up.
sounds like a plan to me. I'll let you bust these guys. I'll just sit here watching.
Mark, look at the stream. I want to know what he have. Don't forget. Yes, do it. You have 5% in me. You need to help me, bro. Where is the support? You're sleeping all the time. I think here, everyone, they get message. Bro, if I had 5% in you, I will involve myself. Yes, but everyone get information, bro. You need. Why? Yeah, but even if not, you need to be from the beginning in the live stream and support me with the information, bro. Everyone get information. I don't get any information. I want to know every hand. When we play, I want to know everything.
I'm back, chat. I'm back. What happened? Ace Queen for Daniel. Blinds have gone up to 30,000, 60,000. Doco Rock, sorry, saying this guy is so gassed. Gas man.
You could beat my hand, you wouldn't need to think.
Wow. What a sick needle. If you could beat my hand, you wouldn't even need to think.
Mes désirs de cartes.
Can you move little?
This guy loves it, honey. Loves the TV time. Does eventually fold. René will follow suit. No nonsense from him though. As will Mats, one would assume.
No, I have a hand.
Yeah, a lot of time wasting, a lot of posturing.
I expected king 3.
It's four big blinds or less, king 3.
A lot of posturing. What can you do when they come for you?
See, honest too. Honest also. You can beat that one, no thinking, just posturing.
Yes, I forget. Now I think it's the 50. I always forget.
King Queen for Mats in the small. He's going to 3-bet. He's going to 3-bet against his nemesis.
To look.
Say nemesis.
How much is the raise?
It's been a lot of barreling, a lot of needling, a lot of back and forth. See what he comes with. This is a sizable 3-bet. Well, I say sizable, it's actually relatively small. Less than 3x from the small blind, but they are only, well, they're sub 40 effective. Out calling chips. I would like to see people start calling the clock.
I still have time. I catch you.
Personally. It's a final table of 75k like this. This tanking is. It's killing them. It's killing them. From an EV point of view, he is taking away EV from everyone with this unnecessary tanking.
Yeah.
It would be great if you replace the blues by the whites, but over there I cannot see.
What can you say? And I like Mats' approach. It may be reckless at times, but it does the work. It does work for him. He has a way of sticking in there. Oh, paint arrays. Yeah, I'm always a fan when the ICM pressure is as high as it is to take the more aggressive route and really leverage that pressure to aid you. Makes a lot of sense, in my opinion.
Guess we'll see.
Mats giving up his button. Wow.
Guess it depends on what the other card is too.
It also depends on if he comes back. Oh, he didn't come back.
I don't think I can fold it now then.
Sorry.
Serdar with the ace-7 suited in the big. Sorry, Serdar, Daniel. There's a hijack open and a dead button. See if Daniel just rips this in here. It's gonna come with call.
Ser du med? Har du set nogle hænder?
Nej,
Hvad siger du? Er det godt en med? Nej, det var den samme. Han er bare gået og pisse.
King Jack 8. Top pair for Serdar. Comes out firing and a snap fold from Daniel. Says nice hand.
Can you send me the chips? Thanks.
You send me the chips. Can you send me the chips? For those of you just joining us, now 7-handed here. Unibet Open Malta main event, €1,100 buy-in. Record-breaking field, may I add, to that announcement. Record-breaking field. 75k up top. You love to see it. Things you love to see. It. Serdar limping in from +1 with 5-3 suited. Is this legit? Has he actually limped in with 5-3 suited as the chip leader from +1? I don't get it. Me no comprende. And here with the 3x. Serdar is playing so many hands, he is indeed. Is indeed. Wow, Henrik's just an absolute boss. Absolute boss pre-flop.
460. Fold.
Just really picking on Rene. Rene's just been struggling with him on his left.
Nice answer.
Thanks. Button's good.
Just finding
you see
the
what's
right
happening
aggression.
when you try to steal my chips?
Listen, my hand was too strong to limp or fold, but not strong enough to continue versus dead.
Ace jack.
Good hand reader.
Ace jack? Who have ace jack? Ah, okay.
Someone, yeah.
Something like that.
I can hand it like that as well. Let's call a couple of hands. Yeah, one of you three.
Great 3-bet. I agree. Was a great 3-bet. Yeah, Henrik's just been he's been dialed in pre-flop, I'll tell you that much. He's been dialed in pre-flop. And he's been dialed in the way, you know, just seems very ICM savvy.
Raise 120.
Obviously helped when he picked up that huge pot with the queens, but he's played the role of table captain really well. You got to give credit where credit's due. It's easy, obviously, to just be like, okay, well, you know, just had queens, won a big pot, but it's not just been that.
Can I have a green tea? Green tea.
Well, I'm saying there's always a certain dynamic when the fish limps in and the pros are ready to isolate a bit wider and also 3-bet the isolation wider than usual. That is very true. Another 3-bet. Henrik just leaning in onto everyone. Jack's in the small. Gonna get out the way.
Sorry?
Yeah, and a pretty dire seat draw for Mats and Renne. Just even though they're comfortable in terms of stack depth, they just can't really do much because they got this man to their left with the chip lead. And not only does he have the chip lead, he's putting on an absolute clinic. As chip leader.
Lines, please. 50, 60. No, big line. 60, 60.
Still 7 players remain.
Fold. 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 Call. Call.
Team Mukinen saying, well done Unibet for signing Kalle and a friend of mine, John, there for your team. What a great day in .nz it's been. Have no idea what it is you're referencing, but thank you, dude. Shout out to those guys as well.
Bet 75. Fold. Will you call for service?
Quieten down a little bit.
Thank you.
Fold.
Rally World Champs. There we go.
Yeah, sure.
All in.
Raise, all in.
Come.
So Tao Jax was speaking about some of these higher variance spots he's been taking. He's been somewhat fortunate to have not bust out in 8th and like run into it
670.
He was middle of the pack, I think 4 of 8, and just open jammed like ace jack O for 17 bigs at the time, and now he's in rough shape. Open jamming the ace 8.
How much? 670.
An all in and a call. Tal jacks at risk. Drawing live to 3 outs.
No. Doesn't matter.
Didn't see any aces folded. Wow. King Jack 10 presenting an additional 4 outs to Tal Jack's ace 8. 5 of clubs on the turn changes nothing.
I'm all in.
Serdar looking to hold to score an elimination, and he does.
Good luck.
GG's Tal Jacks from France.
Thank you.
Out in 7th.
Thank you.
Receives 11,250 euros for his efforts, and everyone now guaranteed 14k and change. 14,070 euros.
Excuse me. Can I go back to my... can I go back?
He's asking to go back to his...
Or I'm too tired to change the...
I will jump on that poker. Probably the best place to go.
That's
Why did you
hilarious.
change the structure, yeah?
Sorry?
I read somewhere they're going to change the structure. When we
Yeah,
come to 6.
45-minute levels. Yeah.
Yes.
Saying that he read somewhere they're going
They
to
do
change
have
the
to
structure.
Yeah, when we get to 6, 45-minute levels.
Yeah, the button. Yeah.
And then when they get to 3, I think, 3 is 30.
Oh, okay, so they're changing it. I'm just hearing now.
700, but 700 and then 60, 61. It's
Changing it to 40-minute levels, I believe.
But look
Yeah,
at
I think it
because
is. I think it would be
that I
after.
need to know one time he 3-bet me.
That's what they said.
Yeah, it's just the structure.
Yeah, but
So here's a look at the chip count. It's Serdar and Henrik at the top of the packs with 51 bigs each.
They've had enough too.
Rein Muderkivi with just 8 big blinds and a dream.
So if it's 45, we go 10 extra minutes, right? Roll it up.
And this way as well, right? I mean, it's not my decision.
I will wait for official confirmation on that, chat, about the blind levels. 45, I'm just receiving word now.
Probably at the break table or something.
So it can confirm we have 45-minute levels now, 6-handed. And then it will go to 30-minute levels once we get down to the final 3 players. Yannick saying, there you go lads, Danish flag for Henrik. Yes sir. Henrik part of the Danish Armada, as I like to call it. Very strong PLO crew. Young PLO crew.
Right.
Coming out, I say young, they're all older than me, but they're all very good at PLO. Rain just moving in from under the gun. 7.5 bigs. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Henrik is a very good player. What I've seen. Crucial pickup. I mean, look at this. Rain just increasing his stack by 1/3 just by getting that jam through. Back up to 10 bigs now.
What do you have there? About 500 now? Sorry? But 500?
Yeah.
That might be okay, yeah. For future reference, yes. 500.
Just checking if you're pricing with 462.
Coming for that bounty.
You folks, I think he goes with it, regardless of who's in the big blind. Didn't really give it much thought. Chat, I want to just say, for the record, what an absolute pleasure it has been to call the action for you guys the last 4 days. I really mean it. It's been an absolute blast to be back. Not going to get overly emotional, but you know,
Is this
do appreciate
half,
it.
Is 5, that's correct? Is that that's
Absolute
enough,
privilege
Great, Hang on, I'll give you
to call the
I don't
action.
want it. I'll give you Corina spot. Thank you.
Daniel open ripping from the small, no longer the shortest stack. He can now claim a scalp. Should rain call off. I'm sure he'd much rather just pick up the chips in the middle. Hey, it does. Let it go. What's up, Piano Cat? F.U. Doco Rock. So with the elimination of Thao Sardao. Oh wait. Not. Yeah. Shax out in 7th. Everyone guaranteed 14,000 euros. Blind levels going down to 45 minutes.
Race 120.
Henrik not even with his foot on the gas at this point. He's just got the old autopilot cruise control flicked on. Wow, Serdar defending the 10-5-0. Jesus. Currently 420. View in here. Alright guys, let's see what you did. I see what you did. Cheeky.
But 80.
What is going on? It's gone Henrik open. Serdar's defending with the 10-5. It's come ace-9-6, and Serdar's now just leading into Henrik. This is what I like to call Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. Great book, by the way. Great book. Wow. Haaland hat trick. That is absolutely insane. That is insane, chat. I'm going to have to watch the highlights of this match afterwards. That's a Haaland hat trick, right?
aa, okei, nice. oota, mis sa mängid, seda või? aa, okei.
That's 55, 62. More blind, please.
Never works.
How much?
Aha.
30.
You're free,
55, and he straight at 60.
you're free rolling.
At least you're not giving up.
It will work eventually.
At least you're not giving up.
Yeah.
Still trying.
Listen,
You gotta work
if you want
eventually.
to get somewhere in life, you got to be persistent. For the viewers at home.
I've been telling myself poker for a decade.
After a decade, evaluate.
Probably should.
Fold. 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 Raise. 155.
Serdar in the small. Popping things up. With the King 7. Assume this just goes jam. I mean, Rene could potentially 3-bet induce, but it feels somewhat unnecessary with ICM. But then sometimes you got to make big adjustments, dangerous adjustments against people to extract max value, and it can lead to you just busting out the tournament. But I wouldn't fault him for it. The dynamic between these two, it makes sense to 3-bet induce. The guy has vocally made it clear
430.
that he's going after you and willing to play big pots and whatnot.
Against you every time.
I mean, this would be ambitious, obviously. This would be incredibly ambitious.
All in.
Wow, it just moves all in. And Rene makes the call.
Okay, I need a miracle king now.
Serdar, what have you dug yourself into?
Miracle king. Give me a fucking king.
What has he run himself into?
Miracle king. Ge mig en jävla kung. Ge mig en jävla kung nu. Kom igen nu, en kung.
Opening the small blind Rene with the 3-bet induce. Serdar just piling in. Rene snap calling. Queen 5 deuce. Couple of hearts, running hearts, an option. 2.9 million in the middle. This is for the chip lead. If Rene can just find the hold. Needs to fade the 3 outs once. What an absolute blow up of a hand. 6 left, Unibet open main, 1 card to come. Queen on the river. And Rene scores the full double, the moment he's been waiting for. Just played his man like an absolute fiddle, if you ask me. I was leaning more towards just jamming because of ICM, you know. Started the hand off around 25 bigs, but he just goes for the 3-bet induce. He knew his customer. He knew the blow-up was coming. Been a lot of verbal jousting back and forth. Made it clear that he was going to go after Renne. Gave him the old rope and caught the catch. Renne up to second in chips, and that really changes things. I mean, Serdar now has the 3 chip leaders on his direct left. Rain and Daniel, bottom of the chip counts, but still, 45-minute clock.
115.
He is, yeah. That would have been pretty amazing for us. King 7 off. Yeah, it was going to happen eventually.
You can hear Rene just saying to Israel.
I mean, he has all the chips and busts the other with Valerian.
Sorry, it wasn't. Who was that talking to Israel? It might have been Henrik. Henrik saying he knew it was going to happen eventually. It did feel like it was going to happen eventually. It really did. Doko saying Henrik and Renne would be a great playoff to win. That would be an interesting heads-up match, I must say. That would be very fun.
What was your all-in? How much did you have in hand?
Now I have 2.9 today. You?
3.3.
3-3-ish.
3.3. Oh, I mean 100,000.
Oh, he knows.
You know, Poker saying, fun fact, Henrik bought a Unibet Open package directly through the online client. I wasn't even aware you could do that. Unibet Poker. I didn't even know that was possible. They learn something new every day. Daniel open jamming the hijack with the 8s. Wow. Short stack Rain with ace jack. Seven and a half bigs.
840.
Oh, I got Henrik over here. Henrik.
No.
Everyone thinks you're a legend, mate. Repping the Danish Armada. Let's go. Putting on an absolute clinic so far. Rain in the tank. Really grim spot. He is the shortest stack. Does feel like he's not going to get many better spots than this. Deep in the tank. It's for his tournament life. Yeah, he does say run it.
Bro, this is why I'm telling you. Listen to me. Listen to.
Oh, sorry, it's me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's just two people waiting for you, sweating.
The cards on their backs. Daniel with the 8s and the equity advantage. Rain flipping for his tournament life.
What do you mean? I'm not even in the hand. I'm not
Say to
even
me.
in the hand. Oh, those two. Oh, sorry. It's not me.
He's going to need some help from the deck. 7 high flop, no dice. Down to 26% equity, 6 outs twice.
It's a character.
Ace on the turn. And now Daniel drawing to 2 outs for $1,050,000. If he does not find it, he's going to be down to just 6 big blinds after nursing that short stack so well for such a long time. Ace on the turn. And Rain goes from 450k to 1.1 million in chips.
450.
And not only is Daniel down to 6.5 bigs, he's going to be in the big blind in just 2 hands. It's a tough pill to swallow because he really has ninjaed his way a couple of ladders.
Nice.
He's going to have to do it all over again. FU saying 6-1 City, Foden hat-trick. Wow. That is ludicrous. That is absolutely ludicrous.
Ja. Nice.
So, couple of big hands here in the last orbit. Here's how things stand. Rain and Daniel kind of switch roles. Daniel down to 7 bigs. Henrik, the chip leader, and the only other person close to him is Renne Coleman, the Dutchie. And a pretty big drop off to Mats Serdar. I mean, Serdar down to 23 bigs now.
Kuule Tuvel jah, hakkab looma. No, look in the next one.
Ergo the Rail King. Any Rail Kings? Him. Renne with the Ace King. He's opening into 2 of the bigger stacks. Comes with the min. Matt's going to get out of the way. Henrik Queen 5-0. Feels like a fold for chips.
Sorry?
Only when I'm all in. Sorry? It's only when I'm all in.
I was about to say, but I figured I might as well not.
So you would not recommend playing this next time?
I would not, no.
Given your track record.
All I can do is caution.
Rain under the gun, Ace 8-0. Super Mario from Estonia saying, is Ergo still playing the bounty tournament? Or has he already been eliminated? Well, this is on a 30-minute delay. So it may be that the bounty was on break 30 minutes ago. I actually can't. The only clock I can see is event number 16, the mini main, which had 90 runners down to the final 34 in that one, with 11 places paid. That is the only one I can see. And the other clock being the main, which I'm following over on Poker News. Daniel in the small Queen 9. He's going to have to run it. He's going to see that he's in great shape, by the way, if he makes the call, which he does. Cards on their backs. Great spot for him to double here and get straight back up in there after losing the flip. Got to give credit where credit's due. Daniel has done a tremendous job at nursing the small stack, and well, King 9-4. Strong start for Daniel. Queen would chop it. No dice. Daniel gets the double. Back up to 720,000. Gives him a bit of breathing room, 12 bigs.
Yeah, Queen would be amusing.
Still had the Queen, yeah.
That would have been amusing.
less amusing for me. But
330.
Queen would have chopped it. Dennis saying would have been less amusing for him had it rolled off.
Possible to get rid of him. King queen, queen B.
Irukanji saying the other question here is how much did your 5% give you? That's a great question. Gave me a good sweat. Monica ran deep in the chip race mystery bounty. That was the 550. Fired 2 bullets. I believe she came 16th in the end, just sneaking into the money. Got 550 back. It was quite unfortunate because she had a couple of shots at decent sized bounties. A couple of shots at bounties against short stacks and just couldn't convert it. Crossbar a couple of times. Was a pretty big stack as well just before the bounties came into effect. And then yeah, once the mystery bounties came in. So my 5 ball cost me about €27.50. But the sweat EV, priceless. Absolutely priceless. Unibet Poker saying he looks like he's still in based on the tournament feed. Doco Rock said did not like the players for 6 bigs. 6 bigs. Hard disagree. 6 bigs suited queen, blind v blind. It has to go in. Has to go in. IMO. So we do have a break coming up in around 9 minutes time. So as things stand, 6-handed, 45-minute clock. When we get down to 3, that will be dropped down to a 30-minute clock. Excuse me. Excuse me. Wow, rain. Just piling into Serdar. The King 8. Yeah, Christian just showing me the City results. I mean, 2 hat tricks. What is going on? Absolutely wild. I'm not like a massive football follower. I enjoy watching, you know, like Champions League finals, the Euros, the World Cup. Don't really follow any team or support anyone. But as a kid, used to love the old Man U team. David Beckham, Gary Neville, Giggs, Paul Scholes, Ruud van Nistelrooy. I'm sure there are some big names that I'm missing as well. Ronaldo as well. That was like the team that I used to watch back in the day when I was just a wee boy. Liverpool team as well. Gerrard, Carragher, all those guys. Someone's messing around with their mic. Henrik passing up on a potential 3-bet spot.
Excuse me. Can you tell them I want to see the board? I
Kino.
want to see the board.
each in those stacks? That's not 20s, right?
Sorry?
Yeah,
How many ones
it's a
you
bit less, yeah.
Million, I think.
Okay.
$1 million.
Receptive stack. Smart move. That's an angle that I didn't have in my repertoire. But
Yeah, I think they're 375.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's 15
right
of
on
each.
a million. Yeah.
Docker said as a kid I'd watch my dad lose at poker and win at 9-ball. Daniel just open jamming. The 11.5 bigs, pocket 10s. Oh boy. Serdar on the button.
Mark.
Has woken up with ace king. Snap jams.
Angelo.
Might need it if he's
Oh, point flip. Can we beat you one time?
later. Save it for heads up.
Can we beat you one time?
This is huge, chat.
How much is your stack?
Apologies for stating the
So
obvious.
I'm still
But if Daniel can win this flip, Serdar is going to be down to just 500k. Well, king in the window. Not looking good for Daniel. You can see it's now a 9-1 favorite to win the hand. He goes from 2 outs to 4 outs. Diamonds on the turn. It's a non-diamond, queen or 10. Oh, it's going to be out of here. 9 of clubs on the river. And Daniel bows out in 6th place.
I respect you.
Going to receive 14,070 euros for his truly tremendous effort. I mean, he has been nursing a short stack from like the final 20 players. So to get 6th, it's going to have to be really proud with that
broken.
result.
You know what my spell is? I will tell you what my spell is. This is so crazy.
You didn't want to say it, right?
I have, yes, now I will tell you. My 3 last final table, 6th place. Last time I was in final table here, 6th place. I lose against you, I see the board. I say it's happening again, 6th place.
But now you broke the curse.
No, I broke the curse.
Now you go for the win.
So
Now I'm happy.
Daniel
I'm happy.
Illingworth
I'm not. I have. It
Broken
have
the sixth.
it have haunting me. The
out in
number
6th,
6.
5 players left.
So anything up from here is...
Yes.
Everyone guaranteed 18,280
But I like
euros
that
for their
guy
efforts.
a lot. He's a truly gentleman.
Just because he handed you his chips.
No, he's a. Even if I lost, I prefer to lose against him, not against you. I hate. I swear to God, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. How you find? I make the perfect play, and you will fold ace queen in that spot, wouldn't you?
Just so you know.
Of course.
He must. If he four bet me and I shove, of course he will three bet me and I shove. You don't call it.
I would fold ace queen.
You don't?
Of course.
I'm absolutely loving this. This is absolutely insane. Matt's can't hold his smirk. Look at him. He can't even look over that to that part of the table. Complete
20.
and utter nonsense.
Yeah.
David Lappin, his prediction was bang on that we would lose a few players this orbit. Who's whispering into their mic? Someone's praying. Look at Serdar. Look at this. Henrik again. Relentless with these 3 bets. Cass, I don't really cheer for Serda, but if he wins the pot, it has implied odds of comedic value. That is true. That is very true. There's the additional verbal jousting / comedy EV thrown into him winning a hand. So this is going to be the last hand before break. Sevens for Mats. 30 bigs. See what he comes with. May just elect to open rip this. Although it would be a huge jam. Yeah, he does just move all in. Save himself the tough spot should someone jam over the top of his open. And he's just going to take this one down. So chat, we're down to the final 5 players here in Malta Unibet Open main event. It is Henrik from Denmark, the chip leader. Going to go away for 20 minutes or so. Everyone currently guaranteed 14,070 euros. I apologize, sorry, 18,280 euros for their efforts. You can see just how things stand. Henrik, the chip leader, with 39. Rain with 12. So it really is anyone's to play for with this 45-minute clock. And don't go anywhere on the flip side of the break. We're going to be playing down to a champion. See you guys in 20 minutes.
Battling it out for a couple of days together. They probably spent most of the second half of yesterday on each other's tables.
Yeah, players go one of two ways. Like, some players just really want to focus on the game and they don't particularly appreciate being talked to. But other players, it helps, I guess, diffuse some of the nerves. Serdar making a very aggressive open here with the 7-4 suited. This is better than it normally would be because of just how much ICM pressure he can put the guys on. Not going to get 3-bet too much. He's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure post-flop.
Absolutely, and we see there Rene from the small blind, the suited one-gapper. Enough in his mind to come along here. He can be put under some serious ICM pressure here given his stack size and where that places him amongst everyone else.
Yeah, he's just about deep enough that he can check call a lot without ICM really, unless Serdar starts overbetting at some point.
Well, we talk about the sort of hands that are good continues here, hands that can find barreling cards on the turn. This is it for Serdar here with the 7-4 suited. He's actually got a board where he can rep that ace, but he does have hearts working from that 4 and 7, interact a little bit with the 3 and the 6, but we can see here Rene not going anywhere with the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, repping the ace is less advantageous against the small blind than the big blind. The big blind would raise a lot of his aces, but the small blind will be playing more passive. So now, oh, look at this. Oh my God, look at this. Flush
What
against
a
straight.
card. If you could have found a card in the deck, ladies and gents, the 5 of diamonds was the action card.
Now the question is how Rene proceeds.
Well, he is started with a check here. I assume Serdar is going to go for some value here. Obviously, he has fallen behind the flush and would be cooler than that scenario, but there are so many hands, as you said there are a lot of ace-x in the small blind calling range there that calls again on the flop, and I think he's going to be targeting them for 2 streets.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is now, does Rene raise to try and get in? It'll depend on the size here, I guess. That looks like a fairly chunky size. Yeah, that's a big size.
And not going to be too many ace-3, ace-5 and ace-6s in Rene's range here. Going to be more likely the better aces. So not really able to rep 2-pair tremendously well here. When the raise comes in, it will look quite strong. It will look quite polarised towards flushes. He could come.
Yeah, he could have the suited variations of all those hands, but he can also have sets here because he probably would just flat his smaller pairs. It's just the hard part of raising here is that it'd be very hard to imagine that he ever raises as a bluff.
That's exactly what I meant by my bit of analysis there a moment ago. So yeah, I agree, and I think coming with a flat is good because he also keeps in the bluffs. There are going to be bluffs. Serdar's going to maybe decide, you know, if he has a hand like I don't know, King Queen with the Queen of Diamonds. Obviously, we see there that Rene has the Queen, but maybe the Queen Jack or something like that.
This to go check shove call. Serdar thinking about it.
And I love how Rene's played this, to be honest.
Yeah, he's played it perfectly. You do have to play this style against the chip leader. Even when you flop a monster, you want, or when you turn a monster, you want to basically encourage him to keep bluffing. That makes up for all the time he gets to bluff you off a better hand when you only have a pair.
And Serdar, well, he thinks he has his prey in the trap right now. Little does he realise Rene is playing possum here with the second nuts. This is going to be a quick snap off. And there it is.
Can't believe it, yep.
Some colourful language as he gets the bad news.
Yeah.
Can't blame him. It's a pretty cold one there. That 5 of diamonds, a cruel, cruel card there on the turn.
That's an amazing pot for Rene, because Rene was one of those players who was bunched between 4 and 8, and now he's doubled up and he's the chip leader Mats. Often in these spots, when there are a couple of short stacks around, players wake up, and even if they have a big stack, they kind of look at the short stacks, they look at the prize pool, and they set a sort of a mental figure of like, ooh, well, fifth place is a lot of money. I'd like to at least get 5th, and that causes them to play a little bit too tight at the start.
Someone with a big stack paid you.
Round to Mats on the button. He will be opening the King 10 suited. That's for sure. Chip leader, very strong hand on the button in this spot. In a spot where the other players are really not going to want to get involved unless they have a hand. Henrik. Often in these spots when you are in Henrik's position, second or third in chips, and the chip leader opens, you want to just... Oh, and a quick all in with the suited ace and a quick call. So this is almost a flip, you can see in terms of the percentages. 56-44, which is about the same as Queens against Ace King.
Yeah, and a crucial hand for onlookers as well. There are a couple of other short stacks about. Ray Weekly comes to mind here, who will be certainly funking for this King 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Choose after the flop.
Yeah. Oh, that's a funky flop.
Wow.
He has to dodge the world now.
That qualifies as too many outs, I think.
He's technically ahead, but he's a 2-to-1 dog in equity. This is going to have to be a sick hold.
Wow.
There
well,
it
so
is.
far
3 of
so
diamonds, good. He's trying to think what cards. Now he's actually moved back to being slight favourite.
Yeah, which is one card
to
come.
He's ahead, but it's still a flip. It's actually worse than he was pre-flop, and he manages to find a red card, which is good. Sick hold for him there.
So, chip leader Mats, little dent, little nosebleed.
Yeah, perfectly standard there. Raise call against the 10 big blind stack.
Just, you know, a peppering of Gareth Robbie content, just in case you think of running away to streams dedicated to that subject. We don't want to lose you here, guys. We are willing to field questions on anything going on in the poker world.
Yeah.
We crave audience share. But most of our attention will be going on these 9 players, all of whom still battling it out for that 75k first prize. Day 3 here in the Intercontinental Hotel, adjacent to Casino Malta. In Patchaville, the party quarter of Malta, it's fair to say. I often describe it as the Temple Bar of Malta.
That's a bit harsh on Temple Bar, I think.
I worked in Temple Bar, I don't know if it is that harsh.
Raymond, ooh, 9-7, just over 12 bigs. This is an awkward spot.
Blind v blind. I'd like to have a couple more pips.
Yeah. It's offsuit as well. He is going to move all his chips in and just hope that the big blind doesn't have a hand.
And he will get credit. Oh, I was going to say he will get credit for a reasonable hand, but
here, yeah.
there's a quick call
call.
here
He's
from
not going to like that. He's going to hope he's got live cards at least, which he does have. Just under a 2-to-1 dog. This is unfortunate for Ray. He's run into it here.
Ray's done a good job of cultivating a fairly tight image here. He's obviously trying to use that image here in this spot. Nothing he can do when he runs into a super premium hand.
No. See if he can get lucky. And nothing
so
there
far.
for him. And a couple of kill cards.
We're funking for a 9 and a 7 in this box. Shamelessly, our countryman.
Yeah. Or the 8 of diamonds.
Oh yeah, that could be fun. Yeah, let's have a diamond.
Ooh, the 6 does give him the 8 now
big
as an
ball.
out. So he needs a 7, an 8 or a 9.
Far from out of it here, Ray.
Yeah, still 23% going to the river. And it's an ace, which kills it. It's the diamond, but he looks very deflated there.
Yeah, dejected Ray. You hate to see it. He may think back on that final hand. Obviously, he decided to go with the hand maybe a couple of pips too light.
Do you believe in spells, chat? Do you believe in voodoo magic and...
You will understand.
After you
Remind me.
I will remind you.
Oh, Mats. No, you don't be blind. Okay, I fold.
Samuele. Ace queen. 9 bigs on the button. Cassan, I have to consult with my shaman first. Comes with the open jam and well.
460.
Matt's in the small with ace 10. Could be trouble here. He does make the call. See what Henrik. Wow, Henrik in the big with queens.
3, 4.
What an insane spot. Henrik has woken up behind with an absolute monster. Surely going to announce himself now. Has to be somewhat concerned that Mats is trapping, but still, such a dicey spot. He's in the middle of the pack, fourth in chips, 4 of 8. Would obviously be an absolute disaster for him to bust out in 8th if Mats were trapping. And Samuele is going to get the ISO in a potential triple up spot. Henrik does move all in over the top.
Wow. Wow, you get 3 times money. 3 times money if you hit that.
What on
I don't mean it.
earth is happening?
You feel this?
Button v small blind v big. Henrik does jam. Mats, we'll see, folds the ace 10-0. 1.4 million in the middle. Henrik can hold here. Wow, king, jack, 9, adding a few outs for Samuele to triple up. Needs a 10 or an ace. 7 of diamonds on the turn changes nothing. 1.4 million in the middle. If Henrik can hold here, he's going to be our chip leader. 9 of spades on the river.
Mats, you win.
Sweaty flop.
Ace 10.
Ace 10.
Sweaty flop.
Bro, nice play. Yeah.
Henrik gets the hole. Shout out to Serdar's mum.
Oh, sorry.
Watching the stream. Daniel, king 3 of spades, in it goes. In it goes. Into Serdar's big. Now Jack's going to fold.
I think I'm. How much is it? Huh?
200.
I see one card, I call.
Seen one card.
It's a king.
Makes the call.
Oh,
King 5 against King 3.
It's probably chop or someone win.
Yes.
Very likely.
Someone loses as well, yeah.
No, but yeah, that was stupid.
You're a fountain of knowledge.
It's either chop or someone
Mama.
wins, he says.
Sorry.
Oh, king in the window.
Nice go.
Wow, you deserve it, bro.
Followed by a couple of threes. Daniel
Runner.
I mean, 5-5.
Yeah, you
has
deserve it.
Serdar drawing.
Nice one.
Can chop.
Wow.
On the King River.
It's okay.
Not even a
Daniel
flush.
gets the double.
You deserve it. You're a good guy.
Up to 9.5 bigs.
How much?
12. Well, now the king chops.
That's what I was saying.
Obviously up for debate, depending on whether you're Norwegian or Spanish. Whether you think it's Alcaraz or Rurd. But I'm looking forward to seeing them two battle it out.
Ah,
The tennis
I
courts.
axed out of turn. I thought that
And the slams over the years. Got a funny feeling that Alcaraz is slightly ahead of the curve. I see a lot of Nadal in him. And he also has 4 years, I believe. So Ruud is 23, Alcaraz is 19. Like you said, Ruud needs a couple more years to be the best. I agree. I think he has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I smoke too much shisha.
needs a couple more Grand Slam finals experience, or just like Grand Slam finals in general.
Okay.
He's very savvy.
No snap calls good.
Very savvy.
425.
425.
I know.
Like his
okay.
in-match IQ is some of the best I've ever seen, in my opinion. All in and a call. Matt's opening on the button. Daniel jamming from the big.
I hope I didn't jinx you now.
Me either.
Conceit. Flipping here for Daniel's tournament life. 925 in the middle.
Wow.
Jack, 8, 7, couple of hearts.
It's really good.
Out. No chance.
This is less outs than before. So this might be.
This is trouble. Still too many.
Was it against you the last time, Mats? Yeah.
3 on the turn changes nothing. Mats needs a 6, 5,
This is crazy.
4, or a heart.
If you duck the
King of spades.
Daniel asking for the King of Spades.
Wow.
Deuce of Spades, and Daniel gets the hold. Can you believe?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
How does he hold there? All of a sudden,
Just start folding for the all ends.
it's no longer the shortest stack.
Yes. Now you get your box.
More TBC saying stream should be on a dedicated connection. Hotel One has been wonky from time to time. I think that access point. It's quieting down a little bit.
Thank you.
Fold.
Rally World Champs. There we go.
Yeah, sure.
All in.
Raise all in.
A warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Unibet Open Malta main event. We are down to the final 5 players here at Casino Malta. All 5 guaranteed €18,280 for their efforts thus far. €75,000 for first. And it is Henrik Juncker, Danish man,
We play with 10.
leading the pack.
2, 2, 3.
Shortest stack. Rein
That doesn't add up.
How much
Molderkivi
do you have?
from Estonia,
2.7.
nursing a 12 big blind stack, as blinds have now gone up to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. And they're opening the suited Jack 9. Finds himself second in chips. Chip leader. Henrik Juncker. Queen 10-0 on the button. He has been taking the aggressive lines against René when we were 8 and 7 handed. That, of course, being when the ICM pressure was more intense. He's done it again here. 450k to go. And a quick fold from René. Why not keep doing it? It keeps working. I'll try and fix something that isn't broke. Can't say I blame him. Seems very dialed in.
I didn't want to entertain the audience with my team sounds. They would have been impressed, by the way. It was a very long one.
It was.
Yes.
Lots of groaning. Good on you. Switch one white with one blue and you're there.
Thanks. Can I give
But
you
I
also,
put 40.
when I have cards, can you also give me advice?
I don't think you need advice.
You sure?
Don't open because I will pre-bet something like that.
Okay, don't open because I will do that.
Fair point.
You sure you give it to me and not to him?
Henrik and René joking about the constant free betting from Henrik and saying, yeah, you know, just don't open because otherwise I'll just 3-bet. Sage wisdom.
Raise 160. Fold.
160. being bet here. Sorry, being raised rather. Serdar loves to go set mining. Pocket fours this time.
Two players.
Well, the king of clubs on the turn, presenting some possibilities for Henrik. 480 in the middle. Serdar with the turn probe, very small one. And Henrik just picked, mate, I tell you what, Henrik is the man to beat at the moment. Up to 3.9 million chips. Almost 40% of the chips in play.
Away from you. Leave my chips alone.
Okay. I'll listen. All in. Raise all in.
Serdar just moving all in on the button. For 20 bigs. No dice. Picks up the blinds in the big blind ante. Man Rain. From Estonia, gonna let go of the Queen 10. Unibet Poker saying, shall we play some Henry Thinks and give some stuff away? Wait, you're saying that you're rolling over the 2 times you won yesterday? It's very generous of you. Cannot buy stuff, I mean online tickets. I'm not dealing with Malta Post. Amen to that. Yeah, we can do. Let's do it. Sounds like a lot of fun. So for those of you that weren't with us yesterday, towards the latter hours, the later hours of the stream, by later hours I mean it was 1:30 in the morning, we started playing some Henry Thinks, where you guys in the chat come up with some questions, some fun questions like, you know, how many golf balls do I think can fit in an American school bus. Just like random stuff like that. We're going to jump back into this hand real quick because Mats has limped in from the small Henrik with the ice. So I'm assuming this hand is going to be over and done with. And that Mats is just going to come with the jam. Snap fold from Henrik. If you're saying, I'm not coming up with another watermelon related question, that's for sure. Well, get some questions in the chat. Let's kick this off. Have some fun. Just as always, don't make it, you know, poker related. I mean, we can make it poker related. You can see on the screens there, starting tomorrow, 3rd of October all the way through to the 6th of October, we've got 40,000 euros added in the cash game races, different leaderboards for different stakes, obviously. Make sure you guys make the most of that promotion. I mean, 40,000 euros added is pretty huge. But yeah, whoever's got a question, fun question, not watermelon related, not concussion related. Matt's limping in on the button. He just limp jammed the small. Henrik's now got queens and he's praying. He is praying that Mats does it again. Oh man, AK coming in with the how many Toyota high aces fit on an American football field? Just one level, one layer. Just one layer. What was it with you guys and Toyota high aces? In the big with King Jack is gonna bow out, and a snap fold from Mats. So Henrik just getting those chips back he lost in the previous hand. Yeah, chat, throw some ideas at are they stolen? that was maybe the highlight of yesterday. When, like, the stolen cash registers. Like, why did they have to be stolen, you know? That was brilliant. That was brilliant. How many balls does the average hungry hippo eat before the game is sent off to the cupboard, never to be played again? Traumatizing. You bringing that up? We never had games.
160.
When I was a kid, used to have to go and play games in the backyard. Dungeons and Dragons. Used to be a bit of a survival nerd when I was a kid. Let's just jump back into this, by the way. Rene with the ace 10 of diamonds. Serdar has woken up with the ace queen in the big. $20 effective. Does have a few options available. He can 3-bet induce. He can just jam. Can also just flat because of ICM. It just says run it. Rene is going to ask for a count. I think Rene's going to pick.
Angelo! Angelo!
Angelo, Angelo, where art thou, Angelo?
Approximately how much now? Already? How much? How much? 1 million, 2 million and 5.
Sorry, bro.
Zama, say what planet in our solar system has the shortest day? So the issue with that question is there's one real answer that can be Googled. And although you guys trust me to not Google it,
Sorry, bun is good.
I refuse not to.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm not gonna say anything.
I know,
You know
I know you were.
He open 200.
This was even better because I didn't even do it.
I tried to drop it from this, so.
If I had to guess,
How much?
the fact that I'm having to go back to whatever damn grade it was, I assume 5th grade, 6th grade, you learn stuff like that. Be Jupiter, right? Jupiter or maybe Saturn. But I remember reading some stat that it's like 1 day on our planet is like God knows how many days on Jupiter.
How much was my stack when you count my stack?
So, how many Bengal tigers would it take to kill a T-Rex?
2,300,000. Okay.
I want to Google that. How many days on Earth is 1 day on Jupiter?
.9 from start.
Just takes 10 hours to complete one rotation.
He count wrong to you. Because now
it doesn't matter.
I have 2 million.
Doesn't matter.
No, but maybe
Wait,
he will
hang on a
count
minute.
if he count right. That's what I mean.
How on earth does that work? So 1 day on Earth takes 116 days on Venus. WTF. Let's jump back into this. Rene's flopped middle pair and a flush draw. Mats has flopped top pair. Weak kicker. Maybe trouble ahead. 520 in the middle. Mats the effective stack. Only covered slightly by Rene. Checks through. Wow. Jack of diamonds rolling off on the turn, giving Rene the check mark. See how this one plays out. See if he wants to try and get some value right here, right now.
That's 150.
Comes with the 1/3 probe. It's a dicey board. Yeah, Matt's just going to call. Drawing dead. 820 in the middle. Does not want to see an offsuit 7, I'll tell you that much. Or any brick, to be honest with you. Offsuit 7 would be a disaster. I mean, an offsuit 6 is about as bad as it can come. $820 in the middle. See how Rene proceeds. Some of the draws that Mats calls with do break, may slide it on over, try and induce a bluff. May feel like, given that it went check on the flop and he's blocking king queen, that Mats is less likely to have value. Whatever he comes with, it's going to be be a tough spot for Mats. Rene just going for the jugular. Comes with the 2x pot jam, and I must say I'm a huge fan of this, just really polarizing his range here in the big. And Matt's all of a sudden with a bluff catcher. He's going to think this through, try and reverse engineer it. And flop check check, kind of capped himself a little bit on the flop. Rene's more likely to have flushes out of the big. This is pretty grim. Trying to think here what hand I would rather hero call with. I don't hate this hand as a hero call, by the way. You're unblocking some of the single diamond big blind defense. I'm not sure whether jamming a hand like King 10, King of Diamonds makes much sense, given that it has showdown value, but the reality is when he calls turn, how much showdown does it actually have? I don't know. I don't know whether I like not having a diamond in this spot. Like, would you rather call with ace-8, 8 of diamonds, or do you want your opponent to have the 1 diamond type holdings? I think Mats may level himself into a call here. Flop did go check check. Did go check check on the flop. May feel like you know, it's impossible for me to have strong hands here. Oh, he does let it go. Disciplined lay down. Rene potentially missing out on a bit of value there.
Had an ace.
Welcome, few new people in the chat. Kathy saying 69. Okay, nice. Good shove. I think he'll fold because he is results oriented, not because it's actually a correct fold. By the way, what is the password for this evening's free roll? Free roll doesn't start for another hour and 10. Be giving you the free roll password at the top of the hour, but feel free to get your guesses in. I know some of you have decoded our password system. Some of you have been sneaking in early. Unibet Poke saying, how many 25mm measurements of Jim has Lappin consumed in his life? How many miles has Dario currently ran a lifetime? How many single leg hops has Monica done during her Unibet Open? All great questions. So Venus has the longest day. 116 day. So 1 year is 3 days, basically, on Earth. The real question should be is, how long does a day take, or how long does a day seem to last on planet Earth when your girlfriend is nagging at you about her co-workers? That feels longer than 116 days, not gonna lie. Joke's on me, I don't have a girlfriend. What's up, QB? QB93 saying, how's it, Henry? How's it going, dude? Kathy saying, thank you, kind sir. You're more than welcome. Right, chat, come on, let's get some questions in the chat. Let's give away some tickets. Same as yesterday. You guys get some questions in the chat. I'll pick one of them. I'll write down my answer. I'll give you guys 5 minutes to get your guesses in. And closest to my answer will get tickets credited into your Unibet accounts. And even those of you that don't have Unibet accounts, either sign up and get one, unless you're in territories where it's restricted. If that's the case, then, you know, GG's. I remember seeing there was a forum on 2+2 about favourite questions for London things. tell you what. Let's start off with. I'll come up with one because you guys are slacking. So here's the question.
All in.
All in.
Wow, Matt's just jamming over the top of Rene.
1.3.
What's up, Yo-Yo? Hello, Henry. Right, so my question to you guys is, how many bad beat stories were told during the entire Unibet Open festival? Give me a couple of seconds. Give me a couple of seconds to try and come up with a number. Says, and I'll give you guys a bit of a hint as to where my thought process is at. So, 359 people in the main, 90 players in the mini main. Absolutely no idea about the side events. I can't remember all the numbers. So this is how I'm thinking. Okay, right. So I got a number written down. Got a number written down. So my question to you guys is, so don't forget, you're trying to guess what my answer is, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes to get your guesses in the chat. How many bad beat stories do I think were told during the entire Unibet Open Malta Festival? Now this can be in person, you know, during a break. It can be in group chats. It can be on Messenger. It can be on Instagram. It can be whatever. Just to give you an idea, that 359 entries in the main, 90 in the mini main. So we're talking, you know, thousands and thousands of hands of poker. Get your guesses in. Henrik putting Rain all in. Feels like he has to call this. This is 6 bigs. Saying the more important question is, how many people just zoned out and nodded unlucky without listening?
Du har 2,5 ungefär.
Va?
Du har 2,5 ungefär.
Ja, 2,5.
Alright, so we're going to give away a €10 live ticket.
Jag räknar alldeles nu, jag har glömt bort.
€10 live ticket. So you guys can try and spin that into a €2,000 package. And then we can play Lod and Thinks in person. You can join me in the booth. If you win a package, right, here's a promise. If you win a package from either one of the free rolls or one of these Lod and Thinks giveaways, and you come to the next festival, you get to do 2 hours of commentary with me, and we'll play Lod and Thinks the entire time as Rain makes the call.
Coin flip.
They are flipping. It's saying Henrik's down to... That can't be the case. I'm slightly confused. When did Henrik lose chips? Wow, King, Queen, 3. Bottom set for Henrik.
Only runner.
Rain looking for runner.
No. Yeah, king or queen.
8 on the turn.
Wow.
Goes from close to drawing dead to picking up 4 hands, 4 outs, sorry.
Make history. I want to play.
1.3 million in the middle. 5k ladder on the line. 9 of clubs on the river. And we are going to lose the hat. Great hat, by the way. Rain Molded-Kivi from Estonia bowing out in 5th. Going to receive €18,280 for his efforts. Now these final 4 players are all guaranteed €23,770. And it is the Danishman, Henrik Junker, the chip leader. So we'll get a quick look at the counts now. You said I worked for Unibet and couldn't get 2 hours with Henry. What a prize.
It hadn't stopped you before.
I'll give you a couple more minutes on that. So the question is, how many bad beats do I think were told during the entire Unibet Open Malta Festival. That can be in person, that can be in a group chat, that can be via text, it could be calling up your mum and your mum's like, oh, so what happened? Oh, well, I got aces into 7-3 suited and lost. You know, that counts as a bad beat story. And yes, Kathy, the last pay jump is real. Little 28k heads up match. Kathy saying 11,000 bad beats.
I like how you defend my big blind against him. I like it. Keep doing it.
Rene's just like, please, just shut, just be quiet.
Yes, bro. Yes. Congratulations, bro. You have make minimum 1,000 something. Yeah.
Sounds like 5 ball was swapped.
Okay. Yes. That's true. Yeah. Quiet and calm. Now, if we win, the next all-in, we have 4 million. I have 2.5, and Mats, he's short now, and you know he's short. He have like 1-4, and he's weak. You know, he cannot play short. He's very weak.
We'll let this hand play out.
Let him. I hope he busts.
Wow, Rene just letting go of the ace-10 suited, staying disciplined. Right, chat. Cut-off is at Super Mario from Estonia. So the question was, how many bad beat stories do I think were told during the entire Unibet Open Malta Festival?
Den.
And my answer was 3,069. Mid-base coming in with the 3-4-2-4. Mid-base, you win yourself a €10 live ticket. GG's. It looked like Unibet Poker was going to come in clutch again. Mid-base coming in at the last minute, snagging that one. Well, chat, now I want you guys to come up with questions, okay? Now I want you guys to come up with a question. Makes it more fun if it comes from you guys. Mid-base, type your screen name in the chat. And Andy will get that credited into your account. Thanks for taking part. By saying, which chat? This chat here.
Are du inga frågor? It's 40,
Kathy saying the other chat. Well, we all chatting, mate. Not this one, obviously. Yeah, in the group chat. That's hilarious.
1.6. Well, now, yeah, from start 1.6.
That is absolutely hilarious.
20 fat blinds.
Mid-base saying it's mid-base. So you're saying that is your Unibet Poker alias? Is that the case?
Race 190.
Unibet Poker saying, did you factor in repeat storytellers in your number, Henry? Honestly, I would like to pretend there was some, you know, sick breakdown in my head. But the reality is, truth be told, that I just put the amount of main event entries plus the mini main entries and kind of times it by like 8 or 9.
1,525,000.
1,525,000. 200
So with the old posturing, classic.
Och jag eliminerar en spelare.
Very aggressive stance.
Mid base, you've been credited. Boom. Hurricane just saying, careful throwing a chip fall like that, mate. Could be a call. Matt's just like. He just can't not laugh. Look at Matt's face, man. Absolute time bandit. Ay, ay, ay. I apologize, chat. I can only apologize. You know.
I have a feeling you are on a bicycle.
In between them. Is that good enough?
I think, yeah, you maybe have a very, very weak ace as well, but you don't have a strong hand.
Kirshima said no one called the clock on him since the beginning of the FT.
You had a huge stack.
No, I think it's a case of I don't really know what I'm allowed to like say.
Give me 1 minute.
In the booth, you know, I like my job and I don't want to get fired. But let's call a spade a spade.
It would be nice to bust you.
This is excessive for one. This is actually eating away at the EV of everyone at the table, including himself, which I think is extremely unfair, given that they all paid the 1,100 to play this event. And the fact that he already knows he's never calling is just ridiculous. But as I already alluded to, there's a great book out there called Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. I'm going to ask Seta for his address, and I'll send it to him.
You're staring me down now.
You look so fucking nervous. You look so
nervous.
nervous.
It's a big spot. I go home and double up.
You look very nervous.
Does he look nervous? He's been smiling the entire time.
The problem is, even if your hand is beaten, you can still be ahead. Fuck it, fold. Fold.
Even if your hand is beaten,
Show.
You can still be ahead.
Show.
No, of course not. You have to wait 1 hour, whatever it is.
Even if your hand is beaten, you may still be ahead. Can someone explain that to me in layman's terms, in a language that Henry Kilbane understands?
With the chips, he usually folds.
I felt like he was talking to himself.
Yes.
Johnny's saying he might spike call.
I'm not yet. Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
In the other player's shoes, I mean, when he's tanking for 5 minutes, that is quite literally, you know, a tenth of a level.
Okay, you beat me. Ace 8.
Ace 8.
Yes.
I would be calling the clock. It favors Henrik, by the way.
It'd be so fun if you
does fit, so it doesn't. It's still a detriment to Henrik's EV, but it actually kind of favors him because he doesn't have to leverage the ICM himself because the clock is getting leveraged by this excessive tanking, in the sense that players' stacks are going to decrease without him having to actually go after them. Kiyoshima saying, I'm beating you, but your hand is ahead. Okay. I figured it out. You guys figured it out. Unibet Poker saying, how many minutes of your life do you think you've lost commentating on excessive tanking? There's your next Henry Thinks question. That's a good one. That is a good one. Should we go with that one, chat?
Alright, why not?
Gonna play that one. Love this adjustment from Rene, by the way, limping in on the button with the ace queen. Henrik has been going after him religiously. And he's got the 950. If you're saying Keo White and you're watching the SL Pro League final, I do need to catch up with the ESL. No spoilers in the chat, by the way, please, about the ESL. I'm going to enjoy that one later on today. I know G2 and Cloud lost, what was it, yesterday. I still haven't even watched highlights from that. Saying who said I wasn't? Lol. How many strands of hair does a human swallow lifetime? Not voluntarily. What a peculiar question. Let's go with that one. So how many minutes of my life do I think I've lost commentate? So minutes, okay. Minutes of my life do I think I've lost commentating on excessive tanking? I'm gonna go with okay. I've got my answer. Just to let you guys know, I reckon I've commentated on around about 2,500 hours of poker. I tried running like some numbers recently. Yeah. Yeah, thereabouts. I reckon. Around about 2,500 hours of commentary. So the question, going to give you guys 5 minutes. The question from Unibet Poker, this is for another ticket. And then after we've done this, we'll give you guys the free roll password. So the question is, how many minutes of my life do I think I've lost commentating on excessive tanking? Get your guesses in the chat. Saying, wait, you just gave us the answer. No, I've commentated on 2,500 hours of poker. That isn't minutes of excessive tanking. The question is, how many minutes of excessive tanking do I think I've lost due to excessive tanking? So, just to give you guys an idea, I think I've commentated overall on around about 2,500 hours of poker. Remember, you're answering in minutes, okay? Kathy's saying such a weirdly formulated question. You guys came up with it, not me. Well said, our flopping trips. That's with Jack High. Checks through. That is Andy's fault, but we'll allow it. We'll allow it. Just putting it out there. Actually, no, I don't want to. I don't want to say something that may impact someone's guess. Shobu saying 6,000 minutes.
Huh?
Kathy saying you guys are crazy. What did you guess, Kathy? Wait, Kathy, have you even guessed yet?
Race 160.
200 minutes. It's like, what, 3 hours? 3 hours out of 2,500 hours when Serdar just tanked for 5 minutes. I don't know, Kathy. I'm just going to put it out there and say, you're crazy. How many Serdars do you think I've come across lifetime? Cass saying, we've had 200 in just this tourney. Amen. They're saying, oof, I am though. Hey, at least you're honest. At least you own it, you know. Self-awareness. It's a superpower. Rene not going anywhere just yet. Ace high backdoor hearts. Five of spades on the turn.
No, I'm not tired. I have only slept 2 hours, but I'm not tired, I swear. We have like 2.4 maybe. Yeah. It's like now it's about. I'm the second.
7 of clubs on the river.
Exactly. The other two.
Giving Rene the check mark.
Yeah.
I assume Henrik going to knuckle this one back. Right, chat. 60 more seconds. The question is, how many minutes of excessive tanking do I believe I've had to commentate on? Lifetime. Blinds going up 50,000, 100,000. Means there's about 100 big blinds in place. Sorry. Westmoreland. 60 more seconds. The question is, how many minutes? What did I win? Wait, what? $6,000 minutes is final guess. I said I'll just open jamming the Queen 9. 20 bigs.
Angelo.
Right, chat.
Look carefully. First card is.
Cut-off is at Chris Lav, who came in with the 4,320 minutes. So I believe that I've done 2,500 hours of commentary. 60 minutes in an hour. Total of 150,000 minutes of commentary. And I came with 2%. I reckon 2% of that has been on excessive tanking, because I've literally done commentary on times where someone's tanked for 12, 13 minutes, and I'm calling excessive tanking anything over 2 minutes. And I went with 3,000.
Every time now it's
So Unibet Poker is now 3 for 5. This is actually getting ridiculous. Get the hashtag rigged in the chat because Andy has done it again. Not only did he get closest to the answer, he literally drilled it. Drilled it. Was spot on with his guess. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Hashtag rigged. It's pretty crazy. We've only done this 5 times, and Andy has got it 3 out of the 5 times. He's won, and on one of them, he was closest, and then the last second guess came in and actually snagged it away right at the finish line. You remember Poke saying greatest Henry Thinks player in the world. Pretty ludicrous. The fact that you got this one like bang on as well. Six hours in the booth confirmed. You did say you were going to join me at some point. You let me down. You let the fans down.
All in. Angelo, open 250, all in. Fold.
Like a boss.
Like a boss. Nah, bro, we go for the first place. I don't care about the fucking pay jump anymore. Now we go for the first place. No one fucking take my big blind anymore.
Yalla.
We should go for the first place.
Going for the first place when you got Ace Queen. Super Mario from Estonia saying, some prize if I guess the free roll password. Yeah, there is.
Only call.
You get to play the tournament for free. That's on me. I'll let you have that one. GL. Westmoreland saying, I'm in the free roll lobby. Well, I'll tell you what. Seeing as you guys guessed it, I'll let you guys announce what the password is in the chat. Westmoreland, Super Mario from Estonia. Feel free to let the viewers know what the password is.
I wanted him to steal your big blind.
Like I said, even my grandma has more secure passwords than this
When I
tournament.
defended your big blind.
Yes. Defend my big blind, yes.
Yeah, you said that, and I just did, and then you.
No,
you
it was
raised
only me
anyways.
and you left.
No, okay, so it's only when
he
raises.
open, yes.
Ah, okay,
when
now I
he
get it.
open, you defend my big blind.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yes.
Sorry, my bad.
I like when you defend my big.
God damn it.
When he open, you
I
3-bet
yeah.
him and he fold like a dog, like every time he did it. Okay.
So that's how it's gonna be.
Yes.
Oh yeah. It's not like I haven't noticed.
If you do like that and avoid me, we will play heads up. Trust me.
It's a little bit of everything.
Calma, calma. $250. This is it, huh?
Yep.
Can you count?
Should be 2 million more or less. 44. Sorry about that.
1 miljon. You really hope that I call, huh?
You can do whatever you want. I'm very neutral.
Ah, you Germany, I forgot. Switzerland. Nine? 1 million nine. Okay, fold.
That was a pretty quick fold, all things considered. Password is in the chat. Password is final table. Get involved, guys. 500 euros in Unibet. Unibet Open live tickets. Had QB93 in the chat the other day. Take down the top prize of 250 euros, which can be used to enter the final stages of, or I should say, the final stage. You know, you have, well, 1 and 8 players. 1 and 8 winning a package. Serdar getting a bit tricky from the cutoff. Limping in the ace queen O. The ace queen suited, sorry.
Always appreciated.
Jack 4 deuce. Matt's flopping top pair. Ratadol saying thank you for the free rolls. You're more than welcome. More than welcome. 8 of diamonds on the turn, presenting a gut shot for Henrik, but I don't think he's going to stick around against a 3/4 bet turn probe. Chat, have you seen this thing that Jeff Bezos is building? The 10,000 year clock. Not 10,000 hours. Or 10,000 days. 10,000 year clock. In the Sierra Diablo mountain range. I'll post a link in the chat for those of you that are interested in this kind of thing. I find these things really entertaining. It's like, you know, human advancements in technology and whatnot. Definitely going to have to go and pay it a visit at some point in my life. Links in the chat if you want to check it out. Henrik with an ace. Has around 40% of the chips in play. Lost a little bit back. Yeah, it does just ship it in. And Serdar in the big with ace. Sorry, ace. 8-7. How many clocks do you think you've looked at lifetime? Probably not many. Not since the iPhone came into existence. Well, the iPhone, phones in general. I'll be saying that L is silent in clocks. Is it really? Let's get any ideas where the next Unibet Open will be hosted? Unfortunately, nothing has been confirmed as of yet. Earlier on today, David and I were in the booth, and I begged him, David Lappin, begged him to leak something, but nothing's been confirmed yet. What I always suggest doing is obviously just making sure you follow us on some form of social media, whether it be Instagram, Twitter. Join our community as well to receive updates. Henrik has been relentless, absolutely relentless, and well, he's finally going to run into it. Password is final table for that free roll starting in 30 minutes time, would you believe? Because we are at the final table. Unibet Open Malta main event. 75k for first, 23k and change locked up for these final four. Rene about to pick up half of his stack. Increase his stack by 50%. Saying if Lappin didn't leak, it's probably not been decided yet, and Lappin is in the chat, saying true. Saying Henry, I assume you participated in the Unibet Open at some point before. I have not. I have not, unfortunately. My first ever trip was in Bucharest back in 2018, and I was invited specifically for commentary. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely FOMO has kicked in many times, and I will play one day.
Depends on the eye of the beholder.
One day, Natalie's going to call me. She'll be like, Henry, can you come and do commentary for the festival? And we'll be like, no, Natalie, no, I can't. She'll be like, why? I've had enough.
I'm not telling.
I want to be out there. Want to be out there at the tables,
I hadn't made up my mind yet.
mixing it up.
I made it easy for you.
Huh?
I made it easy for you.
Yes, no,
I'm saying why even official like me has won a package to Copenhagen
I don't want to take
in
responsibility for this play.
2017.
They'll mean to me.
I would love to. I would love to. I think the structure is amazing. Fields are great.
All in.
Huge pickup for Rene there. Comfortably in second now. Yeah, the structure is second to none. IMO.
3.5-ish.
Also being a freeze out is great. It's true.
No, not even. 3.3 times.
Get your guesses in the chat. Who do you think's going to bust out in fourth? Who's going to be next? So when AI takes over and you're no longer required because Siri is commentating, you can play. If we get to that point, I've got a funny feeling that humans no longer exist. Not who you wish to bust. Who do you think? See what Mats comes with here on the button. 22 bigs.
All in. All in.
Just going to rip it in. With the aces. Ooh. Yeah, good fives, but I think it's just going to go in the bin. Glad that Serdar didn't wake up with the fives, because we would have had a hour-long tank.
Assault.
Kathy, you absolute savage. Absolute savagery.
All in. All in. Pretty, yeah. 3 million, 3.5, 3.5,
3.5,
2,
yeah.
3.5,
3.5, yeah.
3.5, 2.
Yeah, I'm bleeding. I'm
I
ready
have
for
more
both
than
sides.
maybe.
2.5.
I think little more than 2.
Yes, yes.
And you, how much you have? 2 point something.
Gabe's saying this final table is so lame. Your Twitch name is lame.
The one
Gabstar
who wins
underscore.
the next all in.
Wins the next one.
Doesn't get more lame than that.
You know, I push with Jack 10 suit, Queen 10 suit. I must. It's
When the show.
Option.
I think it's been a very entertaining 4 days of poker. Eclectic mix of characters, some sick folds, great bluffs, bad beats. Live 1K with 75k for first.
No, after the next one.
Henrik's been putting on an absolute clinic in terms of
I would need a tea break if
ICM performance.
at the break.
I don't accept it. You can pee in your pants.
Okay, no, that's fine.
You mean after 22 minutes?
Yes, there's another 45 minutes apparently.
Yeah.
So for me it's fine. We can do a pee break.
Otherwise I go now.
Pee break is fine for me.
I say my goal is to participate in the next Unibet Open. It was the best live MTT experience I ever had in my life back then. Well, Kathy, get involved in the in the free rolls. I mean, there's some serious opportunity to convert that into a package. Like first prize is €250 live satellite, which is the end stage package buy-in, I believe.
But you seem to have more than 2 million. You said 2 million.
I have slightly more now, yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Unibet Poker saying we need to give out more tickets. We do. We do. After the next break, we'll come up with some more ways. I mean, people just stopped getting, you've got to get questions in the chat. I can't come up with them on my own. Catane will just buy him with cash like a top G. Real Donny. So it's kind of evened out at the top now. Matt's up to 2.8, Henrik 3.2, but Enne 3 million. Uber Express saying, Mr. Kilbane, please send tickets.
My bad luck. You always raised on my big blind, now you limp.
You've been in this situation 3 times. It always might be a bit excessive.
That's how it feels.
Henrik's just been absolutely binning Serdar in this
that's actually fact.
verbal jousting.
That was fact.
This verbal jousting competition, if you will. Unibet Poker saying OPEX multi-accounting scandal. Looks like it. Tom Lockerino in the chat. Okay, saying here's a question: how many hands does Henry think the heads up will last? How many hands we played in heads up part before it's over? We can do that. We'll do. I tell you what, we'll hold that one for when we come back from break. That's a fun question. Already got an answer in my head.
En vand? Ja, tak. Spiller du stadig? He won the 10k bounty. Not the tournament, but the 10k bounty.
Yeah, the 10K bounty. He opened a bounty 10k.
Yeah. He was complaining about not getting any bounties until the first bounty you got.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I know.
Poor guy.
First bounty you got 10k. There you go.
That sounds a lot. I was surprised bounty.
Chat, I need a coffee.
I was answering your question.
So you made 10,000 in one bounty.
Det er meget lige at gå lidt ned.
Hey, Pete Robbo.
Vi er 2, der har set
What's up, dude?
der har 1 million mindre. Eller sådan noget.
Pete's saying great coverage, guys. Pete, you know who I'm going to Thailand with? Your son, me and your boy are going on tour to Thailand. Now, I can't promise that he's going to come back the same man. There may be a couple of full moon parties. Blind v blind. Rene with the ace queen. Matt's with the ace 6. Jack 9-8 rainbow. That's a great point, Cast. That is a great point. As long as he comes back. It's a man. Strong. Oh, look at this. Matt's firing more than half pot on the Jack 9-8. Rene with the 2 overs and gut shot. I think we're going to be streaming, Pete. I think we're going to be streaming, mate. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Kathy saying Renne versus Henrik heads up, I hope. That would be epic. That would be epic. Peace and hope you boys have a great time. Cheers, mate. Yeah, we're going to be setting that up the next couple of days. And he's lost a little bit back. Was up to 3 million. It would be a quality heads-up match. I agree. I agree. Apologies for the graphics. I believe we have a three-way affair. Matt's limping button, Henrik completing from the small. Serdar checking his option. Bear with us, guys. There's some funky stuff going on. But Mats has bet on the turn. Norwegian Fox then looking forward to the free roll. Good luck in said free roll. Yeah, and Henrik's just going to get out of there.
Angelo, I mean, Mark, you remember when I had my stack yesterday, you start to count, you said with this stack, minimum top 3 you must make. So
I will remember that.
So we must make it.
That you don't want to split. You want to...
Depends on the situation.
No, you said it. No deals.
Wow, no deals apparently.
Ja, met wie, oké. Met jou zeker niet.
Jou ook wat delen, maar niet met iedereen.
Gotta get to heads up first. I wonder if there will be talks of a three-way deal. Do have a break coming up.
Can we get a 5-minute break after this level?
Unibet Poker saying no deal. I'm not making any more spreadsheets this week.
Just a 5-minute break after this level.
Deep break.
Root saying, how much is first place? 75,000 for first. Everyone guaranteed 23,000 and change.
Sorry.
You can see on your screens, Hexapro races. That promotion kicked off a couple of days, or sorry, yesterday rather. €1,000 added daily. €1,000 added daily. If you are a fan of the format, some additional EV over there for you guys now.
No, because I can't take any breaks now, except now.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we just implement a break after every lap, you keep on drinking.
Yes, for sure. Yes, it's a deal.
So I believe instead of taking a normal like 20-minute break, they're just going to take a 5-minute one.
You show so proud every time. Were you showing 7 deuce or something?
Westmoreland, is the last ticket being distributed yet?
Oh, I had a I showed them. That's why.
Yeah, there was. I mean, there was a winner in that one. It was Unibet Poker, right? Who guessed exactly 3,000.
My first hand was it Jack. I will call you.
Root of all problems saying, I'm bold, so I hope Henrik wins.
Jack.
Fair. Fair.
Bad luck.
No, if I have a king,
strong.
or ace, I'll call you. Not a queen pass.
594 of you currently tuned in for this one. Big Toro taking the absolute piss. Everyone guaranteed €23,770. Third going to receive 32,090. Second be walking away with €46,460, and obviously then the eventual champion, €75,000.
Yeah.
And the trophy.
25.
Let's not forget about that trophy.
I'm forced to go all in. King 4 suit. No. You know what? I have 20.
Right.
Yeah, 20 big lines.
Oh, Raj, don't make me laugh like that, dude. Come on.
100k. So
Come on, man.
every round 250. You lose like 1 of 8 of your stuff.
I saying Andy is try-harding for all of the tickets, so we won't have to renew or exchange them if we get it. That's true.
But I just
He is try-harding. He's been coming in clutch.
I just want someone to like eliminate each other. Everyone play against me most. They go against me. I swear. But it has been so all the.
Mats has now actually got the chip lead. I haven't really seen. Okay, right. There's money in the middle. Henrik up to 3.5 mil. But still, it looked like he was going to run away with it at one point. There's a quick look at the chip counts. So just 108 big blinds in play now. Average stack 27 bigs. Only Mats and Henrik with more than average, but I mean, this is Eddie One's game.
So we changed it to 5 minutes break now. Wow, that was quick, good.
It really is Eddie One's game.
That's 5 minutes break after this.
So 5-minute break after this hand. I'm going to grab that break as well. I'm going to run and grab a coffee.
Yes.
Grab a coffee, run to the bathroom.
We'll make 5 minutes. I will make it. It'll be
Don't cry for me, Argentina. The wise words of Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll be back. Okay? Be back with some more tickets. Some more questionable hand analysis and all that stuff. Both Serdar and Henrik flopping bottom pair. Serdar with not only the better kicker, Jack of Hearts in hand. Some chop outs. Does stab on the turn. They're not going to chop this one. Serdar's kicker does play 100% check mark next to his name.
I have a 5.
I have a 5-2, but better kicker.
I guess you win.
Better kicker. Announcer coming back from break.
Amazing.
Yeah, you double up then.
Oh, 5-3 offsuit. You called me, huh? Bravo. 5-3. You called me.
Good to know.
Good to know. Very good.
I just can't take this seriously.
I drop you. You cannot. You don't.
Every time he was waiting, he was there. Information. I need information.
Okay, now I have it. 5-3 offsuit. That was very. Now I let you.
You've been focusing on me.
Yeah. Now I let you. Yes. He don't. He want to fight with 5-3.
Okay, so they're not going on break yet.
Yeah, I know. I should have raised it.
Yeah, then you win. 5-3 offsuit. This is the respect I get from the table, huh?
Why the table?
It's
him, man. It's not the table. Why
you had many good hands against me.
I know, yeah. I'm honest guy.
Yes.
Like I said, you've been focusing on the wrong people.
Yes, now.
And chipping up here on that side.
Oh boy.
I was talking about before.
Serdar in the small with ace-10. Mats with ace-jack. I mean, if he jams, Mats may fold the better hand. May fold the ace-jack, given the way this is played out.
Call.
Just comes with call. Serdar does not want this flop to come ace-high. Could mean showers.
2 players.
Check.
King 9-7. Swing and a miss for both.
So fucking lucky. So fucking lucky. Why can I not catch you one time?
Jesus Christ.
You don't try hard enough.
Why can I not catch you?
Got him.
Not minding, were you?
Fucking turnisse.
Mats has chipped up to over 3 mil now. Believe he's tied for first.
I had the right hand.
Serdar and Rene. Shortest stacks. Mats has been getting cards. Great time to start picking up cards.
I am the only one to try to eliminate someone. Help me. You do something too. You just wait for the page out. Yeah, that's true. But not against me, against the other one.
Come on, 5-3. Get a duck and play the same place.
It's just rude.
He's so fucking ugly. I just want to fucking punch him, man. He's so ugly, the Swedish guy. He's so ugly.
Stop cheating.
What the?
I had. What will you do? Ace-10 suit I had. He opened first of all, 200.
Did you just say he's so ugly? What is wrong with this guy? Gone over to his row and saying that he's like, Mats is so ugly. What an absolute douche. Kev saying if Serdar wants to play, plans to play some cash games in Malta, this might be worth to fly there now, guys. Pete's saying he wants to what? I think he said he wants to punch him in the face. Incredibly rude. Yeah, incredibly rude. It's the old SPS. If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
Check.
Yeah, he did say ugly.
Check. Queen high.
King high, gonna be good.
6. It's a straight draw.
Alright, 5-minute break.
Yes.
Right, chat. That's going to be a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, we are going to be crowning our first champion in 2.5 years here. It's the Unibet Open main event final table. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Peace. What's up, chat? I'm back. As this was a unscheduled break, We're just going to fill the airtime. We are going to fill the airtime. Good luck to everyone in the free roll, by the way. GL. So, four-handed. 23,770 euros locked up. 75k for first. As things stand, it's Mats and Henrik. Mats Carlsen and Henrik Junker up top with 33 big blinds apiece, and it's Serdar Rene bottom of the counts with 22, but still, 22 bigs. 45-minute clock. Gonzo saying, what's up? Oh, you guys, honestly, you have no idea how much fun this is. Hanging out with you bunch of reprobates 4 days straight. If I ever get locked up, like, if I ever get put in a clinic, they're going to be doing tests on me, personality tests, psychological tests, this, that, and the other. And the doctors are just going to be absolutely baffling. Why is this guy the way that he is? And it's going to take them a long time to figure out. And then I'm going to be like, Twitch chat. Twitch chat.
Guys, after this tournament should be a break. You want to keep it or we want to extend to the next one? It's up to you.
Cause saying just send him to chat. That's it. I'm gonna like send out a message. Twitch chat unite, come and save me. Come and bail me out. Overbet Express saying vlog title locked up in Thailand. AK saying we are one, Henry. We are. It's a rare language. It's a difficult language to speak. Twitch chat language.
Well, at least 30, I guess. At least 30 minutes.
Got introduced to it. What, 5 years ago now? I've been doing commentary for about 5 years, yeah. And I must say, there have definitely been times in my career where I've just been like, yeah, this commentary thing, it's fun and all, but don't really want to do it anymore.
So you almost folded kings, huh?
And
Honestly, it's like
every time I've come back, it's honestly just been because of the fans, man, because of the people that tune in, people that keep me company. It's makes it worthwhile. It's really fun.
That hand when you
And how else are you going to speak for 12 hours straight? I'm saying I'll do my best to come to Malta next year. Please do. Overbet Express saying clipping this. Clip it, man. It's true. I'm not just saying it for the sake of saying it. No, there's been many times over the last 5 years where I'm like, I'm just gonna focus on poker and stop doing commentary. But every time I take a break, I'm like, nah, need to get back to Twitch chat. Kathy saying, be a woman now. Can speak for 12 days straight, bro. True. My mum never lets me get a word in. I'm like, Mum, shut up. Okay? Shut up. Mum. Rival Prom says there no penalty for verbally abusing someone at a table. I don't think anyone heard, mate. It was the mics that pick it up, and he didn't say it directly to him, so. Yeah, let's not cause unnecessary drama. Let's just let the poker do the talking. Let's let the poker do the talking. That's how I'd like to settle things. Well, that's how I try and settle things when someone... I mean, I've played with some characters. I'm sure you guys can imagine. Mid-stakes, 4-5 card, PLO. Pretty high variance game. Can tilt a lot of people.
Good. I love
and
when
you
you
get some
defend my big blind.
gamblers in there. You get some characters.
700.
Show them who's the boss is.
Henrik with the 3-bet with the king 6. Matt's going to let it go. In terms of card distribution, Henrik has just been dealt bottom of range, other than that queen sand. Ale saying his behavior shows how nervous and unprofessional he is. True. True. But here's the thing, right? Things like this need to happen to keep the ecosystem alive. So the best players always won. If the best hand always held up, poker wouldn't exist. Cash saying, great commentating, by the way, Henry. I like the fact that you're not a PC holier than thou. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's a few commentators that I don't work with, and there's a reason for it.
You
Like Heavy saying, did I miss some drama on the FT? You did.
Doesn't work. It's just a waste of time.
So you can imagine.
It's only work for me, bro.
30 minutes, whatever.
Alright guys, so at the end of this level we're gonna have a longer break, so we can eat something.
Yeah, sure.
How long do you want? 30, 35, 40?
30 is fine. 30 is fine by me.
It's up to you guys.
I think it's 30, but how will you get the food in 30 minutes?
I don't eat
I
it.
will order it and then I'll eat it.
You can go upstairs in the buffet if you got the buffet.
For me,
It's
I'm
up
not
to you.
hungry, so for me it's okay. We can take 30. It's okay for me.
I need 30 is enough for me to go eat.
30 is
Okay.
fine for me.
Half hour.
30 is fine.
I think we make it 40 so we don't stress because it's high blinds. Imagine someone coming late.
I'll do whatever you say.
It's better to take 10 minutes extra than miss your blind.
40, and if you are coming back 40.
Okay, so
Then we start earlier, exactly.
okay.
Make 40. If you
Yeah.
before, we
I think I figured it out.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There's going to be a 40-minute break. The next break is going to be 40 minutes
All
long.
the time. Once you're blind.
Expensive shit.
Guess I just skip around.
Fine by me. I don't mind taking a 40-minute break. In fact, I insist that I take a 40-minute break. That would be the real test, to see if I can keep you guys entertained for 40 minutes straight with no poker to commentate on. Just complete rogue chat. You know?
One guy have only 1 million. He have less than 9 big blind. 8, 9 big blind left only. I hope he don't win this hand. It's important that Mats win this hand. I showered him with King 2 suit.
2 players.
Password's in the chat. Password is final table. Get involved in that one. €250 live ticket up for grabs. Round of stories always work. Yeah, I know some of you know my my round of story. I never really revealed the full details of it. Like, I want to do a podcast one day and just reveal all. It's crazy times. Glad it happened though. Learned a lot from it. Rene now the shortest stack by quite some margin. Matt's on
I'll take the walk.
with a with a big old sigh. Henrik said, "Yeah, I'll take a walk."
Just because you asked for a walk.
Wow, he just rips.
That's not a walk.
That is not a walk.
Please fold. They're going up.
Okay.
That's dicey. I'll tell you what, that is dicey. That is a big jam. Kev saying busted the free roll. GG's. GG's.
Why? That goes round and round. Yeah?
Pardon?
It goes round and round.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're running up, somebody only plays up and down. Waiting for a big showdown with ace king against queen something.
Which never happened.
Occasionally. On TV it does.
In the highlight.
Like the all-in triangle speech play.
Exactly 2 million.
Okay.
Strong. It's strong. Arcane saying just escape busting the free roll. We'll take those. Appreciate you sharing a good beat story.
That you shove, I look my hand and find the ace.
Eric with a suited king. Wow, Serda, queen 10 suited, 15 bigs.
All in.
It's gonna get the better hand to fold.
Almost like my dream.
Yeah, almost.
Almost.
Over 34 minuten. Weet ik voor hoe laat het is, over 34 minuten. Huh?
Ja.
Nee. Guys, they want to extend the dinner break so we can go play a game of padel and afterwards you come back. What do you guys think?
I'll join you for a paddle game.
I'm not gonna play against you, man. You went all the way to Malaga to train, this and that. Way too good.
Just an excuse to go drinking.
Sangria.
Raise 240.
Serda potentially going to chip up nicely here.
Raise all in.
Yeah, he does move in. Don't expect Henrik to call this off. And Serda has all of a sudden moved up to second in chips with a couple of pickups. That's how big the blinds are now.
I'm big blind again.
Less than 100 bigs in play. Getting dicey out there. It's one of those formats where now 4 left. I mean, this could quite easily be over in
First time I have almost 3 million.
in like 30 minutes. Let's be honest. Deuces for Henrik. Tough one to play. Yeah, it does just pass up on it. It's been very disciplined. Love to see him to go on and get to heads up.
Call.
Soda just limping in on the button with 8-5. Off of 22. Would not recommend this at home. Especially when you have Mats in the big. Has he covered?
Do you have any pink?
No, I've
Three-way all in.
1.2. Okay.
Matt's saying three-way all in. He's got 9-3. Oh boy. How about a pair for every single player? Top pair for Mats, middle pair for Rene, bottom pair and a gut shot for Serdar. Johnny Hoo-ha saying what a cabbage. Oh my god, you guys. I swear, if I ever get fired, some of you guys, you better hire me. I better get an email say, hey Henry, I was the one that brought up, you know, so-and-so conversation. Basically responsible for you getting fired. Come and work for me. And then they're turning trips.
250.
Caught saying, oh my god, this is the Serdar who was on the final table 3 years ago. It is. That's why he was saying back to back. Yesterday when he came to the feature table on day 2. Before the money, he was like, back to back, baby. And he delivered. Got to give him credit there. Back to back, baby. Thinly veiled brag. Thinly veiled brag, I should say, from Kodzo. Making it to the semi-FT. Rennie just going to move in.
That's 1 million, eh?
1.2. You want the count?
No, 1.2 is roughly, yeah.
Here's 1.2. Rennie potentially going to double up without even having to sweat the river on this one. Obviously going to see some tanking from Serdar. One would assume.
How much is it?
1.2.
Kosciana had an argument with him because he was stalling inappropriately.
Good game. Perfect spot.
No, Serdar? Really? Excessive tanking? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Serdar, stalling inappropriately. Be very out of character, if you ask me. Doesn't sound like him. I don't believe you, Cods. Don't believe you, Cods. So a quick look at the chip counts. I mean, it really is anyone's game. This is anyone's tournament to win. René and Serdar on 19 bigs apiece. Henrik Juncker with just 6 bigs more on 25, and the chip leader with 28 bigs. Cod saying I didn't watch yesterday's stream. Wow, Serdar just open ripping.
Come.
With the ace king. He's asking for René to come for him. Don't think Mats will.
Show what a man you are.
Lol. Lol. Well, GG's on the run.
How much is it?
Cots making the final two tables.
I think 2.1.
No. Yeah, that's okay. No, that's fine.
I need a count.
$2 million, I think.
I don't think Henrik's going to be folding this one. And this is going to be the flip of the tournament.
More?
If he does click call. 8's just too strong. 8's just seems way too strong here. Let me know in the chat what you're rooting for. It feels like one of those spots where Henrik probably feels like he doesn't want to take it because of his post-flop edge.
You must have a pretty strong hand that even thinking about calling.
Yes, he does. He does have a strong hand. But I can get behind the fold. I really can. I know what you're saying for chips, obviously a pure call. But Henrik has literally been dictating the way this has played out. Just been picking up pots, the lowest variance style possible. Just really applying a ton of pressure pre. Okay, he's had the 1 ill-timed 3-bet.
You have 2.2.
How much do you have? You have 2.8.
Henrik not interested in answering that one.
I have 2.7 or 2.6.
Why flip with a cabbage? Yeah, it feels borderline. Does feel borderline. 10s plus I feel like is the spot. Does make the call. Cards are on their backs and we have a flip for the tournament.
Good luck.
If Henrik can hold here, he's going to have half the chips in play three-handed. He's going to eliminate Serdar. And everyone's going to be guaranteed 32,000 if he can hold. 1 ace dead. Wow, 9-7-6. Open ender for Henrik. Now a 4-1 favorite. Deuce of clubs on the turn changes nothing. Still has to fade. The 6 ounce once. Can he hold, chat? Yes, he can. 6 of spades on the river. And Henrik gets the hold. Now has a significant chip lead over Mats and Renne. Three-handed. Half the chips in play. What a huge, huge flip. Who said tournament poker was easy? GG's in the chat for Serdar Demirkan.
If I had an ace 10, I would call.
Coming fourth, 23,770 euros. Came sixth in this very same event back in September of 2019.
8-8.
Got to give credit where credit's due. Back-to-back final tables.
Ja, moest trouwen. Je had betere dingen te doen.
And then there were 3. Look at that, by the way. I mentioned it earlier. 9 unique nationalities at this final table.
Yeah, wasn't happy about it.
No, of course not.
Nitrox saying he was bringing the most content. It was good fun. Like, it gets annoying when it gets excessive, for sure. But it was also good fun. There was some stuff in there that did make me laugh. Now, 32,000 locked up. I know you guys in the chat. Kathy saying, hold the baby. Unibet Express saying, let's go. Henrik of the Danish Armada.
Check. Check.
Matt's with the stab.
Yeah. Oh yes. Okay. Smart.
Kathy saying Henrik Renne heads up. Dreamers alive.
Wait. What's it? 120.
Oh wait, I'm doing it wrong power. 16, 120.
120. Yes. 120. Yes. You can.
It'd be funny if one of them turns around and goes, guys, I guess we just take a 30-minute dinner break now. Henrik on the button. 6-4, Rene in the small with 4-3. Wow, I thought he was about to...
All these angles still not working.
I thought he was about to rip it in then. I was like, hang on a minute. What's going on? Just going to YOLO it in with the 4 high. YOLO. How's everyone getting on in the free roll? How is everyone getting on in the free roll?
Yeah, 60. I'm so tired in my bread. Ankle.
Rene with ace king. Hello. 15 on the button. See if he comes with a little min. Min raise in juice. He's also been limping some buttons. Here we go. Does limp. Henrik not going to ISO the 10-8, one would assume. Cod saying 22 of 197 and ace in hand. Nestor saying card dead AF in the free roll. Effie saying Buster. Effie, what are you doing, bro? Seriously, mate. You have one job. One job to not bust the free roll. Not mad, I'm just disappointed, to be perfectly honest with you. Henrik does decide to ISO. It's almost 4x with the 10-8. And Rene gets to announce himself, comes with the old check rizzle. Have you seen I got 5th in the live late hyper last night? Okay, fair. Alright, redeemed. Redeemed.
It happens.
Cod saying update, chip leading. I guess the hand with the aces went well. Kathy saying, not mad, just disappointed is the most mum thing there is to say. Lel. Was intentional.
Sorry?
I like dropping that line on people, it's fun. It's a funny line. I do it whenever I buy action from someone and like they brick or they min cash or whatever. I'm not mad. Just disappointed that you can't win a tournament. Sour Patch Kids. Wow, it's Rene's turn to wake up with an absolute monster. Yet again.
All in.
Chat, how long do you think if how long would I have to like unfollow and mute like all poker terms and poker people in order for the algorithm to not fill my timeline with poker related stuff? Do you know? I'm curious if I can kind of like hack it so that I start seeing useful stuff. I don't know if that's a thing, but it must be possible. I feel like one of the greatest sources for information is Twitter if you use it correctly. Okay, saying you can actually engineer that. Yeah, I remember watching the couple of documentaries on like the Cambridge Analytica. I've heard some great thinkers like Naval Ravikant talk about how the most powerful people in the world are the people that are designing the algorithms for big tech, like Google and Twitter, and how they're actually able to kind of pick who the next president is and whatnot. So I definitely feel like there's a way to hack my feed. I don't think just by following people it works. Like, I think I need to start interacting and engaging with some of the stuff that I'm interested in. Matt's limping in with the aces. Trappy, trappy. Henrik gonna knuckle a 7-3. 4 in the window got me excited for a second. Kazan, it's a pretty sorry job though. They criticize the algorithm whatever you do.
Too many traps at this table.
Way too many traps at this table.
Winnie the Pooh over here just likes his honey, right? He's trying to.
Yeah, the Congress hearings of this topic are always pure comedy, and it's quite scary, right?
Oh, okay.
It's quite scary how
You wanted me to have two of them.
in 2022 the governments really don't have much power anymore. I think they do, but they don't.
.5. 1.
So it's pretty even here.
Thanks.
Three-handed. Which, to be honest with you, I'm kind of glad that's the case.
Planning something aggressive.
Don't get me wrong, I enjoy the runaway chip leader story kind of thing, but I feel like this gives us a lot more playability, you know? Obviously, variance is going to play a major role in this.
Where you started trapping as well, though.
In terms of
I'll happily check this behind.
hand distribution and whatnot. Hand v hand.
Yeah, it's that good, indeed.
Nice hand.
It's a nice hand.
9-5-4. Both players bricking. Henrik, the only player with the club in hand, and a 6. Some future bluff potential in hand.
Exactly a nice handboard.
8-8 Farkas. 8-8 saying hi. Hey Farkas, how you doing? What's your full name, date of birth, and social security number? Password for the free roll is final table. You're a bit late to the show. Don't know if late reg is still open. That started about 40 minutes ago. Yeah, reg has closed. Henrik with an absolute monster three-handed.
$240.
$240. One time.
One time. Can't use your one time defending the big mats. Come on.
Check. Check.
Wow, Henrik knuckling back. The 9's a 4th overcard to his pocket pair, rolls off and does present a flush draw for Mats. Wow. He comes with the half pot turn probe. If any of you are wondering what that bang was, that was my knee into the table. Kathy saying watching this makes me miss live MTTs. Even the low buy-in ones that I rarely play in my hometown. Mini main is down to the final 6 players as well.
Raise. 240.
90 runners in that one.
They were just lined up for it, huh?
Unibet Poker saying working the event gives you real FOMO. It does.
So I don't have to count it every time.
Does
Wasn't
indeed.
Like before I dealt the head, I was already planning on raising.
Mm-hmm. Playing 2.6 behind, or?
Yes, 2.6 and this.
All in.
Raise all in.
Henrik just jamming over the top of the open with the ace. Snap fold. Back up to 4.2 mil.
Separated the raise sizing already before the dealer. Unbelievable.
It's just too greedy.
Yeah, I know. I felt it. It was the moment.
Yeah, so did I.
20 bigs, 5-3. Rennie deciding that he cannot afford to defend even against the min. 5 left in that mini main now.
Big blind again? Okay. Pardon? Big blind again.
Yeah. It says that?
Yeah. No, I mean, it feels like it. All the big blind all the time. It goes quick.
You only notice when you're big blind.
Yes.
That's actually the way it goes.
Yes. It's like it's treading water, yeah. Trying to get higher, but you keep on.
We all feel you.
Yes.
We're waiting for new players to register.
No, they're not welcome.
Piano Cat saying Busto free roll. GG's.
Raise 240.
GG's Piano.
And I already separated, okay? Don't get angry. Nothing personal.
I'm not getting angry, I'm just paying attention.
Now I have received news that there will be a 40-minute dinner break in 5 minutes. John saying, do you like mango sticky rice? I do. Great question. Took me a long time to get round to it when I was living in Thailand. Everyone was like, you have to try this. And I was like, why would I want my rice to be sticky? And then I tried it with a beef massaman curry. Beef massaman curry. Mango sticky rice. And I've never looked back. She was saying, can you somehow turn up the volume of the players? Nobody's talking, pal. And you're the first person in 4 days to complain about the sound. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that
Could you put your orange in front?
Sorry?
Could you put
setup
your
is still
orange in
good.
front?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
So it has not been touched since yesterday.
Can't we just digitalize everything?
Should we say they are sometimes?
Sorry?
You will be playing with your chips.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Alright, let me ask you this. Out of the last 48 hours of coverage of the last 4 days, how many minutes of coverage would you say that you've tuned in for? 48 hours.
Cool.
I'll clue you in, that's around 3,000 minutes. Sup, Night Shopper? Sup, Borsks? Queens for Henrik. Matt's limping in on the button.
Raise. 3-8.
Oh boy. We're going to sweat this other card with Rene. It feels like a collision waiting to happen. Henrik has just played this big stack so perfectly in terms of aggression. And I'm waiting for someone to slip up against him. It's not going to be Rennie this time. Gets out of the way. We don't know what his other card was, but I guess fortunately for him, wasn't suited. Gus saying, does having the stream in the background whilst working playing video games count? It does. It does. Unibet Poker saying I might be at 18 hours. I feel like you've been pretty consistent. What heads-up match are you all rooting for, by the way? That's what I want to know. I'm really torn. All three options would be fun, in my opinion. I feel like the battle of the Scandies. I say Scandies, I mean René Coleman from the Netherlands. Henrik against René. Mats Carlsen against René. Henrik against Mats. Any outcome. Any outcome I'd be happy with. This is the last hand before the 30 minutes? 40-minute dinner break. Value heavy saying Henry v. Lappin.
The break now.
Right. That is it, chat. Matt's getting a walk. He's going to come back with 3.9 million. Going to come back to big blind 150k with René, the shortest stack out of the three. He's going to be playing 16. Look at this, by the way. Just 72 big blinds in play. Means the average is 24 bigs. Matt's the only player with bang on average. René 8 bigs under, Henrik 8 bigs over, but it's still anyone's game. René doubles through Henrik, they switch positions. 75,000 euros to play for on the flip side of this dinner break. It is the Unibet Open main event final table. I'll catch you guys in 40 minutes time. Peace.
One of two ways. Like some players just really want to focus on the game and they don't particularly appreciate being talked to. But other players, it helps, I guess, diffuse some of the nerves. Serdar making a very aggressive open here with the 7-4 suited. This is better than it normally would be because of just how much ICM pressure you can put the guys on. You're not going to get 3-bet too much. He's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure post-flop.
Absolutely, and we see there René from the small blind, the suited one-gapper. Enough in his mind to come along here. He can be put under some serious ICM pressure here given his stack size and where that places him amongst everyone else.
Yeah, he's just about deep enough that he can check call a lot without ICM really, unless Serdar starts overbetting at some point.
Well, we talk about the sort of hands that are good continues here, hands that can find barreling cards on the turn. This is it for Serdar here with the 7-4 suited. He's actually got a board where he can rep that ace, but he does have hearts working from that 4 and 7, interact a little bit with the 3 and the 6, but we can see here René not going anywhere with the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, repping the ace is less advantageous against the small blind than the big blind. The big blind would raise a lot of his aces, but the small blind will be playing more passive. So now, oh, look at this. Oh my God, look at this. Flush against straight.
Card. If you could have found a card in the deck, ladies and gents, the 5 of diamonds was the action card.
Now the question is how René proceeds.
Well, he is started with a check here. I assume Serdar is going to go for some value here. Obviously, he has fallen behind the flush and would be cooler than that scenario, but there are so many hands, as you said there, a lot of ace-X in the small blind calling range there that calls again on the flop, and I think he's going to be targeting them for 2 streets.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is now, does René raise to try and get in? It'll depend on the size here, I guess. That looks like a fairly chunky size. Yeah, that's a big size.
And not going to be too many ace-3, ace-5 and ace-6s in René's range here. Going to be more likely the better aces. So not really able to rep 2 pair tremendously well here. When the raise comes in, it will look quite strong. It will look quite polarized towards flushes. He could come.
Yeah, he could have the suited variations of all those hands, but he can also have sets here because he probably would just flat his smallish pairs. It's just that the hard part of raising here is that it'd be very hard to imagine that he ever raises as a bluff.
That's exactly what I meant by my bit of analysis there a moment ago. So yeah, I agree, and I think coming with a flat is good because he also keeps in the bluffs. There are going to be bluffs. Serdar's going to maybe decide, you know, if he has a hand like I don't know, King Queen with the Queen of Diamonds. Obviously, we see there that Renee has the Queen, but maybe the Queen Jack or something like that.
This to go check shove call. Serdar thinking about it.
And I love how Renee's played this, to be honest.
Yeah, he's played it perfectly. You do have to play this style against the chip leader. Even when you flop a monster, you want, or when you turn a monster, you want to basically encourage him to keep bluffing. That makes up for all the time he gets to bluff you off a better hand when you only have a pair.
And Serdar, well, he thinks he has his prey in the trap right now. Little does he realise Renee is playing possum here with the second nuts. This is going to be a quick snap off. And there it is.
Can't believe it, yep.
Some colourful language as he gets the bad news.
Yeah.
Can't blame him. It's a pretty cold one there. That 5 of diamonds, a cruel, cruel card there on the turn.
That's an amazing pot for Renee, because Renee was one of those players who was bunched between 4 and 8, and now he's doubled up and he's the chip leader Mats. Often in these spots when there are a couple of short stacks around, players wake up and even if they have a big stack, they kind of look at the short stacks, they look at the prize pool and they set a sort of a mental figure of like, ooh, well fifth place is a lot of money, I'd like to at least get 5th, and that causes them to play a little bit too tight at the start.
Someone with a big stack paid you.
Round to Mats on the button. He will be opening the King 10 suited. That's for sure. Chip leader, very strong hand on the button in this spot. In a spot where the other players are really not going to want to get involved unless they have a hand. Henrik. Often in these spots when you are in Henrik's position, second or third in chips, and the chip leader opens, you want to just... Oh, and a quick all in with the suited ace and a quick call. So this is almost a flip, you can see in terms of the percentages. 56-44, which is about the same as Queens against Ace King.
Yeah, and a crucial hand for onlookers as well. There are a couple of other short stacks about. Ray Weekly comes to mind here, who will be certainly funking for this King 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Choose after the flop.
Yeah. And that's a funky flop.
Wow.
He has to dodge the world now.
That qualifies as too many outs, I think.
He's technically ahead, but he's a 2-to-1 dog in equity. This is going to have to be a sick hold.
Wow.
There
well,
it
so
is.
far
3 of
so
diamonds. Good. He's trying to think what cards. Now he's actually moved back to being slight favourite.
Yeah, which is one card
to come. He's
in
ahead,
flip.
but it's still a flip. It's actually worse than he was pre-flop, and he manages to find a red card, which is good. Sick hold for him there.
So, chip leader Mats, little dent, little nosebleed.
Yeah, perfectly standard there. Raise call against the 10 big blind stack.
Just, you know, a peppering of Gareth Robbie content, just in case you think of running away to streams dedicated to that subject. We don't want to lose you here, guys. We are willing to field questions on anything going on in the poker world.
Yeah.
We crave audience share. But most of our attention will be going on these 9 players, all of whom still battling it out for that 75k first prize. Day 3 here in the Intercontinental Hotel, adjacent to Casino Malta. In Patchaville, the party quarter of Malta, it's fair to say. I often describe it as the Temple Bar of Malta.
That's a bit harsh on Temple Bar, I think.
I worked in Temple Bar, I don't know if it is that harsh.
Raymond, ooh, 9-7, just over 12 bigs. This is an awkward spot.
Blind v blind. I'd like to have a couple more pips.
Yeah. It's offsuit as well. He is going to move all his chips in and just hope that the big blind doesn't have a hand.
And he will get credit. Oh, I was going to say he will
he's
get
getting
credit
called
for
here.
a
He's
reasonable
getting
hand, but
called here, yeah.
there's a quick
Quick
call
call.
here
He's
from
not going to
Tal
like that. He's going to hope he's got live cards at least, which he does have. Just under a 2-to-1 dog. This is unfortunate for Ray. He's run into it here.
Ray's done a good job of cultivating a fairly tight image here. He's obviously trying to use that image here in this spot. Nothing he can do when he runs into a super premium hand.
No. See if he can get lucky. And nothing
so
there
far.
for him. And a couple of kill cards.
We're funking for a 9 and a 7 in this box. Shamelessly, our countryman.
Yeah. Or the 8 of diamonds.
Oh yeah, that could be fun. Yeah, let's have a diamond.
Ooh, the 6 does give him the
Okay,
8 now
big
as an
ball.
out. So he needs a 7, an 8, or a 9.
Far from out of it here, Ray.
Yeah, still 23% going to the river, and it's an ace, which kills it. It's the diamond, but he looks very deflated there.
Yeah, dejected Ray. You hate to see it. He may think back on that final hand. Obviously, he decided to go with the hand, maybe a couple of pips too light. To
Are all going to have their eyes on that top prize of 75,000 euros. Still a long old way to go before we can start really talking about potential champions. But we do have, you know, somewhat of a runaway chip leader. That man there, Mats, playing just shy of 3 million. Blinds are up to 25k, 50k, with a 50k big blind ante. Hope you're all doing well. Just getting myself situated back in the commentary booth. So we've created some more space on the table for these players. Renne opening
time.
up from under the gun. Serdar
Payback time.
gonna defend the big with the dominated queen.
I've never
Saying payback time.
Yeah.
He's in rough shape.
Early in the tournament.
And it's come queen high, would you believe? Queen high flop. Could be trouble for Serdar. 275k in the middle.
55.
Oh boy.
You're a good player, my friend. You're a good player. I cannot take that from you.
King on the turn may slow things down slightly. 3 hit 5 in the middle.
D'habitude, chez Max,
Rene,
toujours dans la
75, 79%, sorry. Favorite to win this hand. Needs to fade the river 2 pair. Does not want to improve to queens and jacks. See what he comes with here.
Bet 100.
He's reaching for chips, firing a double barrel. Feels like the type of sizing where he's targeting exactly hands like this. Queen X, 10x. And also buying himself a cheap showdown unless he does improve to a straight. One of the biggest pots of the day so far for me.
Queen 9.
Queen 9, no good. And Rene up to 1.7 million in chips now. Could be a problem for Serdar, who...
You see the well there for him. He's
like
just talking you. Huh?
Comedian.
He's getting in your head.
Comedian. No worry. Mats will double me up. I already predicted from yesterday.
Wow. Some needling going on at the table.
Didn't I bust you last time we played?
No, don't.
You
In Malta?
play in the same time.
In Malta.
Possibly, yes. I remember you played once in Sweden as well, but then you didn't bust me.
No.
Some previous history.
Yeah, you
Asking Mats, didn't I bust you last time we played? Alright, pal. Let the cards do the talking.
I bust every tournament, so I mean I can't even remember all the busts out.
Yeah, you usually bust.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Everyone does. Everyone does. Almost.
It's 100. Let's dance, brother. Let's dance. I call you.
Oh my word. So they're saying, let's dance. He's covered by Henrik, but does currently have the dominating hand. And it's come 10 high, 10-5 tray. Henrik potentially in trouble here. Both players flopping top pair.
Everyone makes so fucking good bets against me. It's crazy, like they see my cards. Do you see my cards? It's crazy, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like you know exactly what to bet to make me pay as well. Unbelievable. I check.
Me and Serdar going to be nominated for a GPI award as one of the best up-and-coming commentary duos. Him whilst playing, me in the booth.
How much is the bet? That's a huge bet, bro. That's a huge bet.
250 on the turn from Henrik. About to play just shy of $1 million
But
chip
I
pot.
like people with balls, so I pay you.
925 in the middle. If any more money goes in on the river,
And I check. Because that river was not good for me.
we're going to have a new chip leader. Legend, mate. Thank you. Robin coming in clutch.
No bluff on the river, bro.
I'm not bluffing.
Serdar.
But you know what my problem is? I have never position on anyone. I play out of position every time.
Moves up to second
That's my
in
bad luck.
chips.
Because you pick us to play against. You should pick them.
No, I pick my cards and my moments, but I'm out
Courtesy
of
of
position all the time.
that
If
10
I'm in
high
the
flop.
position,
Do you believe in spells, chat? Do you believe in voodoo magic and
you will understand.
After you
Remind me.
I will remind you.
Oh, Mats. No, you don't be blind. Okay, I fold.
Samuele? Ace Queen. 9 bigs on the button. Cassan, I have to consult with my shaman first. Comes with the open jam and well.
460.
Matt's in the small with ace 10. Could be trouble here. He does make the call. See what Henrik. Wow, Henrik in the big with queens.
3, 4.
What an insane spot. Henrik has woken up behind with an absolute monster. surely going to announce himself now. Has to be somewhat concerned that Mats is trapping, but still, such a dicey spot. He's in the middle of the pack, fourth in chips, 4 of 8. Would obviously be an absolute disaster for him to bust out in 8th if Mats were trapping. And Samuele is going to get the ISO and a potential triple up spot. Henrik does move all in over the top.
Wow. Wow, he get 3 times money. 3 times money if he hit that.
What on
I don't
earth is happening?
You feel this or not?
Button v small blind v big. Henrik does jam. Mats, we'll see, folds the ace 10-0. 1.4 million in the middle. Henrik can hold here. Wow, king, jack, 9, adding a few outs for Samuele to triple up. Needs a 10 or an ace. 7 of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. 1.4 million in the middle. If Henrik can hold here, he's going to be our chip leader. 9 of spades on the river.
Mats, you win.
Sweaty flop.
Ace 10.
Ace 10.
Sweaty flop.
Bro, nice play. Yeah.
Henrik gets the hole. Shout out to Serdar's mum.
Oh, sorry.
Watching the stream. Daniel, king 3 of spades, in it goes. In it goes. Into Serdar's big. Now Jack's going to fold.
I think I'm. How much is
200.
it? Huh?
200.
I see 1 card, I call.
Seen 1 card.
It's a king.
Makes the call.
Oh,
King
it's
5 against King 3.
It's probably chop or someone win.
Yes.
Very likely.
Someone lose as well, yeah.
No, but yeah, that was stupid.
You're a fountain of knowledge.
So either chop or someone
Mama.
wins, he says.
Sorry.
Oh, king in the window.
Nice stuff.
Wow, you deserve it, bro.
Followed by a couple of 3s. Daniel
Run.
I mean, 5-5.
Yeah, you
has
deserve it.
Serdar drawing.
Nice one.
Can chop.
Wow.
On the King River.
It's okay.
Not even a
Daniel
flush.
gets the double.
You deserve it. You're a good guy.
Up to
Congratulations.
9.5 bigs.
How much?
200. Well, now the king chops.
That's what I was saying.
Obviously up for debate, depending on whether you're Norwegian or Spanish. Whether you think it's Alcaraz or Rurd. But I'm looking forward to seeing them two battle it out.
Ah,
The tennis
I
courts.
axed out of turn. I thought the big.
And the
Sorry.
slams over the years. Got a funny feeling that Alcaraz is slightly ahead of the curve. I see a lot of Nadal in him. And he also has 4 years, I believe. So Ruud is 23, Alcaraz is 19. Like you said, Ruud needs a couple more years to be the best. I agree. I think he has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I smoke too much shisha.
needs a couple more Grand Slam finals experience, or just like Grand Slam finals in general.
Okay.
He's very savvy.
No snap call is good.
Very savvy.
425.
425.
I know.
Like his
okay.
in-match IQ is some of the best I've ever seen, in my opinion. All in and a call. Matt's opening on the button. Daniel jamming from the big.
I hope I didn't jinx you now.
Me either.
Conceit. Flipping here for Daniel's tournament life. 925 in the middle. Wow. Jack, 8, 7, couple of hearts.
It's really going out.
Two big
No,
black
no, no
cards.
chance.
Two big black
This
cards.
is less out than before. So this might be.
This is trouble. Still too many. Still too many.
Was it against you the last time, Mats? Yeah.
3 on the turn changes nothing. Mats needs a
Crazy.
6, 5,
It's crazy.
4, or a heart.
If you duck the
King of spades.
Daniel asking for the king of spades.
Wow.
Deuce of
Wow.
spades, and Daniel gets the hold. Can you believe?
Teach me. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
How does he hold there? All of a sudden,
Should start folding to the all ends.
it's no longer the shortest stack.
Yes. Now you get your box.
MultiBC saying stream should be on a dedicated connection. Hotel One has been wonky from time to time. I think that access point. It's quieting down a little bit.
Thank you.
Rally World Champs. There we go.
Yeah, sure.
Raise, pull in.
Come.
So Tao Jacks was speaking about some of these higher variance spots he's been taking. He's been somewhat fortunate to have not bust out in 8th and like run into it.
670.
He was middle of the pack, I think 4 of 8, and just open jammed like Ace Jack O for 17 bigs at the time, and now he's in rough shape. Open jamming the Ace 8.
How much? 670.
An all in and a call. Tao Jacks at risk. Drawing live to 3 outs.
No. Doesn't matter.
Didn't see any aces folded. Wow. King Jack 10 presenting an additional 4 outs to Tao Jack's Ace 8. 5 of clubs on the turn changes nothing.
I'm all in.
Said that looking to hold to score an elimination, and he does.
Good luck.
GG's Tao Jacks from France.
Thank you.
Out in 7th.
Thank you.
Receives 11,200.
At least you're not giving up.
Yeah.
Still trying.
You gotta work
If you want
eventually.
to get somewhere in life, you got to be persistent. For the viewers at home.
I've been telling myself poker for a decade.
After a decade, evaluate.
Probably should.
Fold. 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 Please. 155.
So they're in the small. Popping things up. With the King 7. Assume this just goes jam. I mean, Rennick could potentially 3-bet and juice, but it feels like. Feels somewhat unnecessary. With ICM. But then sometimes you got to make big adjustments, dangerous adjustments against people to extract max value, and it can lead to you just busting out the tournament. But I wouldn't fault him for it. The dynamic between these two, it makes sense to 3-bet induce. The guy has vocally made it clear
430.
that he's going after you and willing to play big pots and whatnot.
Against you every time.
I mean, this would be ambitious, obviously. This would be incredibly ambitious.
All in.
Wow, it just moves all in. And Rene makes the call.
Okay, I need a miracle king now.
Serdar, what have you dug yourself into?
Miracle king. Give me a fucking king.
What has he run himself into?
Miracle king. Ge mig en jävla kung. Ge mig en jävla kung nu. Kom igen nu, en kung.
Opening the small blind, Rene with the 3-bet injury, Serdar just piling in. Rene snap calling. Queen 5 deuce. Couple of hearts, running hearts, an option. 2.9 million in the middle. This is for the chip lead. If Rene can just find the hold. Needs to fade the 3 outs once. What an absolute blow up of a hand. 6 left, Unibet open main, 1 card to come. Queen on the river, and Rene scores the full double, the moment he's been waiting for. Just played his man like an absolute fiddle, if you ask me. I was leaning more towards just jamming because of ICM, you know.
He knows.
You know, Poker saying, fun fact, Henrik bought a Unibet Open package directly through the online client. I wasn't even aware you could do that, Unibet Poker. I didn't even know that was possible. They learn something new every day. Daniel open jamming the hijack with the 8s. Wow. Short stack grain with ace jack. Seven and a half bigs.
840.
Oh, I got Henrik over here. Henrik.
No.
Everyone thinks you're a legend, mate. Repping the Danish Armada. Let's go. Putting on an absolute clinic so far. Rain in the tank. Really grim spot. He is the shortest stack. Does feel like he's not going to get many better spots than this. Deep in the tank. It's for his tournament life. Yeah, he does say run it.
Bro, this is why I'm telling you. Listen to me. Listen to.
Oh, sorry, it's me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's just two people waiting for you, sweating.
The cards on their backs. Daniel with the 8s and the equity advantage. Rain flipping for his tournament life.
What do you mean? I'm not in the hand. I'm not
Say to me.
in the hand. Oh, those two. Oh, sorry. It's not me.
He's going to need some help from the deck. 7 high flop, no dice. down to 26% equity, 6 outs twice.
It's a character.
Ace on the turn. And now Daniel drawing to 2 outs for $1,050,000. If he does not find it, he's going to be down to just 6 big blinds after nursing that short stack so well for such a long time. Ace on the turn. And Rain goes from 450k to 1.1 million in chips.
450.
And not only is Daniel down to 6.5 bigs, he's going to be in the big blind in Rain under the gun, ace-8-0. Super Mario from Estonia saying, is Ergo still playing the bounty tournament? Or has he already been eliminated? Well, this is on a 30-minute delay. So it may be that the bounty was on break 30 minutes ago. I actually can't. The only clock I can see is event number 16, the mini main, which had 90 runners down to the final 34 in that one, with 11 places paid. That is the only one I can see. And the other clock being the main, which I'm following over on Poker News. Daniel in the small queen 9. He's going to have to run it. He's going to see that he's in great shape, by the way, if he makes the call, which he does. Cards on their backs. Great spot for him to double here and get straight back up in there after losing the flip. Got to give credit where credit's due. Daniel has done a tremendous job at nursing the small stack, and well, king 9-4. Strong start for Daniel. Queen would chop it. No dice. Daniel gets the double. Back up to 720,000. Gives him a bit of breathing room, 12 bigs.
Yeah, queen would be amusing. Still have the queen, yeah.
Daniel just open jamming. The 11.5 bigs, pocket 10s. Oh boy. Serdar on the button.
Mark.
Has woken up with ace king. Snap jams.
Angelo.
Might need it if he's
Oh, point flip. Can we beat you one time?
later. Save it for heads up.
Can we beat you one time?
This is huge, chat.
How much is your stack?
Apologies for stating the obvious.
So I'm still
But if Daniel can win this flip, Serdar is going to be down to just 500k. And well, king in the window. Not looking good for Daniel. You can see it's now a 9-1 favorite to win the hand. He goes from 2 outs to 4 outs. Diamonds on the turn. It's a non-diamond queen or 10. Oh, it's going to be out of hit. 9 of clubs on the river. And Daniel bows out in 6th place.
I respect that.
Right, very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back from dinner break. We are down to the final 3 players here. Unibet Open Malta main event. It's Henrik Juncker leading the pack with 32 big blinds. Average stack is 24. Rene the only player with less than average on 16. But still, looking at this, it is anyone's tournament. 75,000 for the winner. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by none other. I was about to say author, but that's Dara. Podcast host.
Author would be
Supermodel.
a little bit too much, I think.
Yeah.
Author.
Journalist.
I think that's even too much.
Yeah.
I think just opinionated twat.
Well, I'm going to pass the reins over to Dara Carney and David Lappin. Going to call the action for you guys at home for a wee stint. And yeah, Dara, without further ado, here you go, mate.
Give it up for Henry Kilbane. What a stint he's put in this weekend. We are here at the Unibet Open main event. Final day from Casino Malta. Actually from, technically speaking, the Intercontinental Hotel adjacent to Casino Malta. We've been in the lovely ballroom all week. We have been bringing 344 players. Is that the right number? 359 players. Sorry, 344 was the old record. 359. We broke the record.
Twitch chat on it.
And then there were 3. As Henry mentioned there, pretty shallow affair now. Basically, the effective stack in any pot is maximum 24 bigs. Could even be 16 in some blind v blind situations.
Here's that
Henrik is going to bump it up here to 450. And Mats made the call. So a limp call there from Mats with the King 5. Henrik with the connectivity in the middle of the board. And Henrik has flop bets, but not a nice flop from Mats here. Obviously, he would have been maybe considering the possibility that his King High could be good in some situations. This is going to be a hard one to navigate. One would assume Henrik fires a small c-bet here, maybe something in the region of 250.
Got 250.
Indeed, there it is. And Mats, well, it looks like he is going to be sticky. He is going to stick around here with his King High.
Yeah.
Obviously feels like Henrik would open.
Yeah, you're pretty much just assuming your hand is best now. Now he's pulled ahead of some ace highs and stuff like that with the 5, so this might cost him a little bit more. Does Henrik want to pot control now, or does he want to go for value?
My instinct is he might go for one of those advanced blockers, Dara, that you talk about often. I think checking back's perfectly reasonable too, but it also sort of serves well to go for another quarter pop bet here, where you can deprive the Jack 9s, the Jack 10s of this world. You can maybe, again, get rid of some maybe ace high hands, maybe I don't know, maybe he's in there with a really weak ace from the possibility of getting there. And he's gone 475, so almost exactly what we predicted here. The advanced blocker, I think if he's called, he will certainly be checking back the river, unless maybe it's an 8 river. From Matt's point of view, he's got to improve. Just 11% here, a king or a 5. A queen would be a disaster for him. But a small card might... Well, there's a 7. Doesn't change anything. Henrik.
Yeah.
A well-executed advanced blocker on the turn there. Got some value. Squeezed that extra lovely bit of value out of the hand and was able to just knuckle back on the river. Take down a 2.5 million pot.
Yeah, all the pots are big now. Even a pot like that, single raise pot, two very small bets, but 2 million out there. Question from Unibet Poker in the chat. Any gossip from your meeting at the Kindred office, David?
Who is that?
Unibet Poker.
Well, Unibet Poker would be better positioned than I to answer their own question.
Somewhat toned down.
Who is Unibet Poker?
Unibet Poker, I believe. I think it's a more TBC burner account.
That's what I thought. That's what I was suspecting.
He's been trying to get me to leak the right amount, but without telling me what the right amount of leaking is. So I'm very worried. I feel like I'm being set up for a sacking. Dara, maybe you'd like to talk about what we learned from the Kindred offices about maybe some alterations to the schedule. That's all I'm going to say.
It was several days ago, and to be honest, I wasn't that alert at the time. So, yeah, we do have some good changes coming up, but I'm not sure what we're supposed to announce yet.
Yeah, I do feel like it's a trap.
Indeed.
Someone do the "it's a trap" meme. What I can say is Darrow Carney, obviously, if he's getting involved in a bit of conciliating and a bit of consulting work, he is the master of the PKO. You might be about to see some more PKOs on the schedule. Is that something we could say?
Yeah, that seems like a natural way to go. It's kind of the way online poker's been going the last few years anyway, more and more PKOs. And even, this festival we had a couple of live PKOs, and they were really well run.
Really
very,
well
very
run.
impressed by how it was done. I think the key was to have the starting bounty as exactly €80, which is an easily divisible number. Several times it becomes 80, 40, 20, 10, 5, etc. So.
Do you want to hear something tilting?
Yeah. Is that your idea?
Ian Simpson
is
on the final table.
Oh, Ian Simpson on the final table
of the PKO right now.
That's wonderful. I'm delighted for him.
I'm very happy for him too. He had a rough first day, but he seems to have pulled it back with a main event cash and now a final table.
Yeah, say what you like about Ian, and we have said it all down the years. He is very resilient, man.
He sure is. Henrik, all you can eat here, just going to lamp in the 6.25 million. That's obviously not actually what he's shoving. He has the chip lead right now.
I like this chat from Castaneda in the chat. They control the amount of information he leaks by the amount they are telling him. Basically, everything is considered to be leaked.
Little do they know how Loctite I can be with certain details.
Oh, that sounds very, very threatening.
Like I haven't mentioned, for
Please
example.
More or less. Yeah,
so we're three-handed here. This is always an interesting portion of the play because unless you're a pretty experienced tournament player, you won't play three-handed that often. And the ranges are going to be very wide. Essentially it's no different from, you're always in one of the three seats, dealer button, small blind or big blind. Yeah, those are the three seats. But it can get very taxing because you're in those positions all the time.
Matt shoving 14 bigs here with the king 5 on the button. Oh, in the small blind. Sorry, blind v blind.
That seems fine, yeah.
That seems fine.
Yeah, your king high is good most of the time there, but it's an ugly hand to play out of position. Yeah, Matt's is, he was described to me as old school, unorthodox, but has good aggression.
He sure does. Yeah, I think the one other aspect, which I guess we've gotten used to now, you sort of talk about the old days. The old days were a long time ago, but not too long ago we had the more orthodox ante in play. Big blind ante's about 5-6 years old now, and because of the big blind ante, that puts a very large ante in the middle of the pot when you play these short-handed games now.
Yeah.
In the old days, this 150 big blind ante would have been replaced by 3 15Ks, and there'd only be 45 in there, and that would change the ranges considerably. Got to be so much looser now.
Yeah, no, that's probably the one area where the big blind ante makes a huge difference. Like at a full ring table, it makes very little difference, but short-handed it makes a hell of a difference because there's just far more out there.
And heads up, oh my goodness.
Heads up is just huge, yeah.
So we've got a little battle of the blinds brewing here. Limp in, check back by Rene with the Jack 7 out. Henrik.
Yeah, again, like 3-2 is a hand you wouldn't be limping if it wasn't for the big blind ante.
Exactly. Well, he has sort of hit a board that he will be emboldened to fire out a little stab here, and hard for Rene with the Jack 7 to stick around. He has the Jack of Spades, but it's not enough.
Yeah, double backdoor straight, but apart from that, yeah, the ace high board is significant because Henrik will limp a lot more aces than Rene will check behind. So he has the ace more often in that spot. Unibet Poker, the more TBC burner account says, I think you can maybe give away the big one if you want.
No, this is a trap. I'm not.
This feels very trappy.
This is not happening right now.
It feels like 100% trap. So Henrik's on the button now with the 6-3 suited. He lets it go. Rene in the small blind. 7-5 suited is a very nice hand. He only has 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds now. There's an argument here for just shoving.
Yeah, 7-5 suited. Ooh.
Let it go. Wow.
Wow. Well, I guess he might have got looked up as it turned out. Queen Jack definitely feels like a call there.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think on balance it's the kind of hand you want to shove because it's the suited connectivity down at the low end of the board. Generally plays well against some of the calls, and keeps you battling, keeps you involved.
Okay, Unibet Poker says 1 tournament. That's it.
We can leak
1 tournament.
the chip race. There's going to be an almost monthly chip race tournament.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
We negotiated that. The success, the power of the brand again, Dara.
Yeah.
144 people showed up for a 500 quid side event this weekend because the chip race's name was sploshed all over it.
That's the only reason they came. Okay, so Mats is definitely not afraid to put his chips in here. He's gone with the King 7 suited from the small blind, which again is perfectly fine. But you know, not everybody of that vintage would necessarily do that.
There is going to be a bigger nightly game, rumoured.
Yeah.
It's going to overlay.
We're still on.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real opportunity for
this is
people
why
to
we're being allowed
scalp
to
value off
It's going
Unibet.
to be overlay, and
I think that's what's happened. I think they're so scared of the overlay that he wants the word out now. He's like, even though it's going to be a month from now, he's like, start telling people. We need to.
Okay, he's giving it loads here in the chat. He says, don't just make up a fake tournament.
The chip race thing is real.
I imagined it too. So this was a joint fantasy if we had it.
Mats, well, he has been just dropping the hammer over and over. There's actually sort of a limpable spot here with the Queen Jack suited. Looks like he's just going to go for the orthodox raise. Problem with that is Henrik, who has him covered, could just drop the hammer with the wide range. I don't think he's going to do it with the 7-6. He might try and make life awkward by flatting the 7-6. He might look to do a very small 3-bet and leverage Mats' stack for not too much. Maybe put in a 5x here. That could be kind of cool, but yeah, on balance, I think the 7-6 probably not the right hand selection to work with in that spot. Rene with the suited king probably has to defend here off 8 bigs. It's getting kind of perilously short now. He sort of has to, get involved, hope to hit a flop, hope to make something happen here. We see that he's actually got the best hand right now. He won't know that, of course. King high does rate to be the best of 3 hands a lot of the time. Well, that's a great board for Mats. Wow. He has got the good shot to the royal.
1,000 left, that's all.
And Rene, obviously, even though he's got the king high here, he's just not going to be able to take the heat. And just drop the hammer just like that, all in. So an overbet about a 1.3x and a little wow there. We didn't get to see. We'd like to rabbit hunt there for the king of hearts maybe one time.
Or the 8-9.
Or the 8-9 indeed. But yeah, it's getting a little short for Rene.
Kathy's GGWP says, any info on the next UO location?
Going to be in Dara's back garden. We're going to have Shea Doak, Unibet Open Shea Doak.
Dublin is the next.
Well, no, just in. Well, yes, Dublin, but in your,
just
which is in your house. We're going to have it in.
Okay, yeah.
It's a palatial home
it
that
will break
O'Carney
the
lives in.
records
So
for my house. So Jack 5 suited on the button here.
Henrik's in an amazing spot now where he can just absolutely apply pressure relentlessly.
Yeah, the other two guys are similarly stacked. So
yeah, Henrik with 45 big blinds in or around that at the moment. Mats has got 20 and Henrik's just got 7.
I think this is a fold given the ICM, but Mats does like defending. No, he makes a very good to 7 fold there.
Yeah, and it's almost a spot now where Henrik will want this period of play to go on as long as possible. He'll want Rene to be cockroach-like, not wanting to die, not wanting to get it in even, because all the while he can just open any unopened pot and put all the pressure on Mats. ICM, not a huge factor, three-handed. Obviously, you know, once we get heads up, it disappears altogether. But it's still a big pay jump, let's be honest.
It's a huge factor for the two guys who have way less chips than the leader. The chip leader has very little ICM now, but the other two guys have significant ICM. If they double up to the chip leader, they obviously improve their situation, but not massively. Whereas if they get it in against each other, whoever wins that pot,
not exactly what I mean. Okay, yes.
Well,
is
here
in
we
a much
go.
better spot.
And that's just, yeah, he has to let the walk through here, Henrik. The rich get richer. A great passage of play for Henrik. We've all been in this situation, Darren, but we've all been in the other situation too. We've been Henrik and we've been the other guys.
Yeah, you just kind of have to accept it is what it is. Like, the two guys have to kind of wait each other out until they either double or bust. Henrik's in a great spot now. He has played very, very well from what I've seen at this final table.
I think this is the moment.
That's with the 9-6 on the button. Lets it go. He'll be praying that the chip leader can just tango with the other guy and take him out.
Henrik with the 10-3, not the prettiest, but he might just stick him in here.
Really?
I'm not gonna look, I don't want to tilt myself.
Oh, it's the walk, and he had the ace-king this time.
Yeah.
So Henrik even getting a bit lucky with the one time he doesn't drop the hammer.
Good disciplined fold by Henrik there. A lot of chip leaders probably overdo the aggression there and have 100% range. You can see there the benefit of not going with everything.
I didn't have a strong ace, so I figured might as well just fold it.
Good table banter here, Henrik. Still happy to set up the image.
Yeah. On the button, I think he will be opening the king 2 suited.
No question. That's the power position for Henrik here. On the button with the short stack in the small and the player with whom he can put in the ICM coffin the most, put him in the mixer, is Mats. And yeah, these opens are just going to get through an awful lot as they do again.
Yeah, because the small blind really needs a big hand to get involved because he's basically praying that the big blind tangles and busts with the chip leader, so he's very heavily incentivized to just fold.
Now with these blinds and antes whipping round, you know, 400k every 3 hands, these guys paying an average of 130k per hand. When you're sitting there with just 8 big blinds, 7 big blinds, that doesn't give you much time.
No.
So an interesting phase of play here. Cards will dictate an awful lot. At some point, someone is going to have to make a stand. It will not be Renee with the 10-4.
Well, I'm leading as well.
Mats with the very playable Jack 9-0, blind v blind here. He may limp in. He only has to put 50k in to limp in.
Yeah, he has been playing a shower fold strategy, but now he's got a bit more chips, so he's just letting it go.
So he's just afraid of being pounced upon. I think he should be flicking in that extra 50k with the Jack 9 there. I think
he should be, yeah. I mean, if the guy keeps shoving over your limps, then... But then you will limp your really strong hands as well, so you can protect yourself. With the big blind ante out there, yeah, I agree. You're just getting such an amazing price to see a flop. Even if you're not always going to see that flop. I love the way he takes his glasses off and then he puts them on every single hand, yeah.
Same as last time.
Just an ace, right? There is no ace?
Okay, so Henrik, well, he will be going with the 10-9 suited. That's a nice, pretty one.
Feels like a fairly standard shove.
You know it plays tight.
Yeah. Yeah, Henrik playing really well. He's just recognizing what the correct ranges here are. This time
Poor
Renee
old
has
Renee.
no decision and he's down to
That's my hand
700.
from last time.
So Renee now sub 5 bigs. This orbit is everything really, Darren. This next 3 hands is most of Renee's stack.
No, I don't think he meant it that way. I don't think he meant it that way.
Some gallows humour there. Of course, he knows that spinning back up from 5 bigs to 15 or 20 bigs, and that's about average, is very doable and happens all the time. But really, he needs the deck to help him out just a little bit.
Yeah,
of
the
course,
problem is,
these 3 hands.
Henrik is not going to fold his button very often, and he really needs a hand in the small blind. So I think probably his best spot is just to shove the button a lot.
Yeah, or if he can wake up with a better than average hand maybe here in this spot in the small when he knows Henrik's going to open very wide. If he can just, you know, see some paint,
yeah,
it might be
Henrik
worth
is
it.
probably aware of that. That's why he folds the 8-5.
Oh, he looks down at the
my
ace
God,
deuce.
unbelievable. He's just horrendous run of cards at the wrong time.
Ja, het is echt ik krijg boven
Cruel
mijn
game
reeks,
because it's
dus ik wil
400k in orbit now.
Yeah, you
He
feel like
basically
you're
has
getting
less
limbs chopped off right
he,
now.
He has less than 2 orbits left, which is basically 4 hands.
There's a few hands that I would fall.
Yeah, well, I had an 8 as well.
Dominated even. Look. Now I have
Stack
to just go
is
into.
now about what Ray Weekly started the day with, as one of the
Either
short
this
stacks
hand
on
or
the
the next.
final table. So
Interesting.
Very, very short
I
stack.
like this hand is better than the
At this
next.
point, he
And
probably 9-8
I
off.
think he has to go with it, Dara. He's going to be in the big blind ante next hand. Half his stack would be
Yeah.
committed blind.
Yeah.
I think he's going to take this one.
Yeah, yeah. This wouldn't normally be a shove, but I think in this spot, on
Matt's is looking at his hand and smiling, which I love
Yeah.
as a little bit of extras there.
he has gone with his
He
jab.
is going. I think that's the right decision.
Yeah,
Whatever
I
happens
agree,
here, I
I
like it.
agree.
Mats
Yeah,
will
good
be
poker
tempted
face.
with the king 5 suited, but of course he's got the
also
problem
just
behind him.
He should be expecting the chip leader to call a lot here. So there's a lot to be said for just folding and let the other guy do the work.
There is.
On the other hand, if he shoves here, and even if the chip leader wakes up with a hand, he would get second place unless Rene somehow scooped.
That's right.
So there's a lot to consider here, and it looks like he's considering it all. Yeah, I think he's gone with his hand. Or
No, he's calling.
He's calling.
So he's sort of inducing the cooperation, if that makes sense. I think Henrik will probably feel like it's quite strong to have done this.
Yeah,
wonder
well,
if-
certainly Mats will do this with the top of his range. Like, he's not going to shove aces. So
We see there the equity is running quite close between these 3 hands. If Henrik does get involved, everyone's got a chance.
yeah, Henrik's getting a very good price to call as well. So
Yeah, 450 into a pot of 2 million. He
If you
just
c- if you
needs to
could
have
see the-
25%, which is exactly what he has.
yeah, if you could see the hands he would call.
He also has the possibility of maybe putting some pain on Mats
Yeah,
if he starts
absolutely.
betting into a dry side pot.
Yeah.
Come on, dealer.
And it looks like he has called, so it's going to be triple up or out for Rene.
Yeah. Yeah, if he wins this pot, he's right back up to 2 million, which is what Mats has. So this is a huge pot for Rene now. See if he can hit something.
It's a huge moment in the tournament. Nobody has an ace. Mats checks. I think he would check if he had an ace himself there, although I think any ace might have isolated, to be honest.
Yeah.
So the cooperation continues. Somehow nobody has a piece.
No.
There's 4 cards out there. There's 6 in the hands.
Mats is 72% favoured now with his king high.
And that's it.
And
Unless.
Well, no, actually, I mean, Henrik's hand is better actually than Rene's too. So
Rene is
dead.
going to bow out here. Mats, he sort of did I guess what you would say is a sort of end game tournament move there, where he called, knowing there's some implied cooperation. It's not actual cooperation. Nobody's really doing anything, but just understanding the dynamic there that both players may value getting heads up.
Went for the triple.
Yeah, I think it was definitely far more valuable for him than the chip leader. The chip leader could have continued to apply pressure, but the problem was the short stack was gone so short that you couldn't really do too much of that anymore. So the chip leader will be happy enough too. He's locked up 46k now. He's going into the heads up with the chip lead.
Congratulations to Rene Kuhlmann,
well,
32,000 euros, a great day's work. He obviously came in here middle of the pack. He made that fantastic play with the Queen 10 suited. We enjoyed that one earlier against Serdar when Pearl Serdar made a straight on the turn, but it actually flushed it for Rene, and Rene just played possum to get all the chips there, and obviously that allowed him to make this deep run. But as you see there, we're playing for 30,000 euros, give or take.
Yep.
The difference between first and second. There's no more ICM.
No more ICM. ICM's out the window now, so we unfortunately can't plug my book anymore. But looking forward to this heads-up battle now, because 2 savvy, aggressive players. Sometimes when you get these heads-up scenarios, it's players who are not used to playing heads-up, or maybe their style doesn't gel well with the heads-up. But I think both these players will feel pretty competent heads-up.
I particularly enjoy that ultra close-up we had of Henrik there, of his torso in shot. That was beautiful.
No, but they.
Yeah,
if
you can see
yes.
we have commented a
So
few
they're not
times.
together.
9 nationalities represented on this final table,
Yes.
and it comes down to the Maltese resident
Indeed it does. And what a crucial hand that last hand was. King High taking it down. Mats picks up what? Something in the region. King High. He picks up something in the region of 15 big blinds there.
Yeah.
Significant in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So former EPT runner-up Mats against Henrik, who has really bossed it now for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, it's been a high-quality final table. Nobody has really covered themselves in infamy. They've all played pretty well. I was
infamy adjacent from Serdar, maybe. He tried to be the Panto villain, I think, today.
Yeah, he's a big character for sure. Yeah, I was particularly impressed by the play of Daniel Illingworth as well. Thought he played extremely well, very, very disciplined. Just accepted that he was short and made the most of his situations. It's often, you have to play better to come 6th or 7th in a spot than to win a tournament in other spots. If you go in, say, as a massive chip leader, you might not have to play all that well to win, particularly if the cards run your way. But often coming in as the short stack as he did and getting 6th, that can be a huge achievement.
Sure is. Well, what we see there, maybe doing a little bit of chipping up, cleaning up the stacks a little bit to make life easier for this heads-up encounter.
Yeah, the chat are asking if there's a break. Clearly there's an informal break here while they count the stacks, do some colour ups and attend to that business. But
if they do make a deal, I think we're authorised to talk about that. I think that's something that's done very much in the open at Unibet Open. So if there is a bit of business done, I'm sure we'll let you know.
Yeah, yeah.
That's sometimes what happens in these situations, although I can imagine maybe both players not being too interested. 29k, obviously a nice chunk of change, but I can see them being willing to play for it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, Mats in particular has won much larger amounts in the past, so
he sure has.
Fyra.
Okay. And there we see getting back into shot here. Henrik clearly not gone too far. They're having a little chat.
Good luck, yes. Finally, our position is
just a little fist bumpy.
You have position.
Best of luck.
Is it 3 times? I think.
Initially, and you had it on me.
Yeah, I had. Oh, I forgot. Oh. Yes.
Who'd you like, Tara?
Henrik is the player who has impressed me the most, I have to say. Two gins for you.
Thank you.
Nice. I see what happened there.
Yeah, but Matt's obviously very aggressive, won't buy down either. To be honest, most of the time in these spots the cards decide. But yeah, been extremely impressed by Henrik, I have to say.
Yeah, I got to agree, not to take anything away from Mats, and he's probably the one with the most experience. I think Henrik probably has a small edge in this situation. He's also got more chips. While we were talking on this subject, we stick with it for a little bit longer. What tournaments would you like to see out there? Unibet always keen to get some customer feedback. I'm sure a lot of people here in the chat play on Unibet Poker. They may well be doing a Sunday session at this very moment. So around about this time, they might be, at peak number of tables. And what would you like to see on? Let's say it's a Sunday grind. Obviously, we've got the Supernova there. We've got the Bob of Bounty, and lots of rebuy add-ons.
When you talk about that, Unibet Poker, he's really banging this drum now. He says, now seems like a good time to talk about, let's say, a €50 tournament.
Okay, well,
I'm the big.
At the risk of being set up here, we do have an exciting $50 single re-entry, or maybe just unlimited re-entry. I'm not sure.
Single re-entry.
I think it's single re-entry. 10k guaranteed nightly.
10k guaranteed nightly now.
Coming soon.
Bear in mind.
But there's a caveat. So afraid are we of overlay that we're going to give even more money away in another form.
That's right.
And that form is a weekly leaderboard, 10k weekly leaderboard. If you play that tournament, your sort of combined results will merge together, almost like a little mini festival of its own, a little mini tournament series.
Yeah.
We'll use our leaderboard formula And we will give away extra prizes to
Yeah,
people.
there'll be a leaderboard every single week. So for the players who play every night, that's going to be huge.
Ja,
added
ja,
value.
bestemt.
Particularly if you do have a little touch on the Monday or Tuesday. Well, now you're committed, right?
Yeah, that tends to be the way it goes with weekly leaderboards. If you go well on Monday or Tuesday, now you're playing for the week. But if you don't, you can take the rest of the week
Det
off.
er 100, og de andre er 25.
So, guys, you heard it here first.
2 re-entries, sorry.
It was
we have a correction. It's double re-entry. So
2 re-entries.
neither of us were paying attention. It's not unlimited re-entry as you thought. It's not single re-entry as I thought.
So it's very exciting, to be honest. We are looking to really have a go now on our nightly schedule, on our Sunday schedule, prime time, big focus, big push. Overall guarantee is going to go up across the board.
Look at this. Matt's raises with the 9-2 off. This is enterprising.
It sure is. Well,
Henrik with the ace-9. Looks like he's going to just defend. It's just over 20 bigs effective.
Could have just stuck it in there, Dar.
Could have stuck it in. His hand is certainly strong enough to stick it in, yeah.
He has kept in a hand that's dominated, and they have both made a pair. Now, Matt has the little 2 of hearts dangler. It could end up being significant.
Yeah, tricky spot here. He's good showdown with a very weak draw. So this bet is looking to achieve a couple of things. Fold away hands that have some equity. Any overcard obviously has equity. But also maybe get the check on the turn and you can check behind.
Well, what was already a very draw-heavy board, now the bottom card pairs. Now, of course, that's also significant. I think it will force the action to go check here.
Yeah, that's a very quick check there behind.
And in fact, I can see it just being checked down altogether.
And
Now
the
that
2
2
actually doesn't
change anything.
The 4 pairing was actually bad for Mats because it removed the 2 as a way to improve. Now Henrik has to decide.
It's blocker or it's check call?
Check call, yeah, one or the other, yeah.
It looks like he is going blocker. So he's going blocker, maybe targeting a weaker 9, which is exactly what he's got value from.
Yeah.
He also could have been, I guess, given that Matt's open pre, he could have had maybe 7, 6s, that kind of stuff too, which might have made the call.
Yeah, I mean,
all the draws did miss after all.
This is heads up, so the ranges are super wide. Like Mats is going to be close to 100%. Actually, if he's opening 9-2 off on the button, he probably is 100%.
Yeah, it's funny. Like most of the time, we think about having to be incredibly loose in this situation, but if we are going to pair off any of our range, it's going to be the 7 deuce, the 8 deuce, the 9 deuce, the 8-3,
all the unconnected
that
deuces,
sort of stuff. And well, he's just opened it anyway. So Mats is here to fight, guys.
Yeah.
But already a body blow. He's down to about 15 bigs, maybe less.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision pre-flop there by Henrik because, as you said at the time, like you can definitely shove the hand. I think that's probably the more standard play, or 3-bet call it. But it's possible his strategy is to take it to the streets, play as much post-flop as possible. He's played with Mats all day, and he might fancy himself post-flop.
Yeah, always a danger when playing small ball at shallow stacks that you can sort of almost like let your opponent back in if you overdo that strategy.
Yeah, you can
let them over-realize, let them...
Yeah.
But no, I agree with you there, Dar. Obviously, he felt like he does have... I think you're right. I think that flat call is a declaration from him that he has a pre-flop or he has a post-flop edge.
Raise 350. Raise all in.
And we see their Mats straight away. He's going to battle here with the Queen 4 suited. A better than average hand, a suited hand. What do you think of that play, Dara? Right away.
Yeah,
I'm being a little bit mean.
I had hopped out of the box there for a minute to be greeted with that question when I come back. I'm sure you explained it. I'm sure you explained it very imperfectly. So we'll leave it at
what
that
basically happened was Matt's reshoved Queen 4 suited.
He's very aggressive, like he really is. It's just he's not at all afraid to put his chips in.
Nope. And with
Which
that, he's back up to 19
always gives you a
bigs.
chance. Yeah.
Ace 4 is an interesting one. I like. He's going to go for the open again. I was going to say I like a limp here, but he's going to open this one.
Yeah, we're seeing a real contrast in styles here. Henrik likes the sort of pot control, take it to the streets, and Mats is like, nope, let's get it all in pre-flop.
Now I feel here, Henrik has to call with, 2 middly cards. It's
Oh yeah,
sort
yeah,
of,
100%.
you know,
You can never ever fold this.
20% is all you need to be.
You
in
have to
these
fold
spots.
incredibly. You have to call incredibly wide. Like this is
Yeah.
actually pretty strong hand.
So no improvement.
No improvement
for either player.
Not
Mats
really
with ace high.
backdoors. So this is just a check fold, I imagine.
Yeah, Mats can fire very small here. Now he doesn't tend to go for the ultra small. Oh, hello, sorry.
On the paired board, there's a lot to be said for just checking your ace backs. Your ace high's back. You can call a bet on the turn. You don't have to worry about getting check raised. Yeah, he might have induced a bluff here.
Well, having
Question
check
is,
back
does he
on the
want to
flop,
call
I
two
think
streets?
he has to at least call this street
Yeah,
now.
we can't fold our ace to one bet.
Like you said there, Derry, he has induced it, and with that third club coming on board, there's a lot of draws, 4-5s out there.
Super interesting
single
size from
club
Henrik there. He
hands.
went really small, so he's not. He clearly wasn't expecting many immediate folds, so he may have a multi-street plan here to go big on a lot of rivers.
That's a bad one to choose to do it on. Combinatorically, fewer sixes. He would have to be representing a jack here, which he could plausibly do.
Yeah.
But it does feel
Yeah,
like Mats
that
has a
is a
hand
bad
that's
card,
hanging
yeah.
on.
I think on a lot of cards he could have barreled, but that wasn't one of them.
So
I think on a club we were definitely seeing a bet.
So we mentioned there how Henrik's happy to take it to the streets. Clearly Matt's happy to sort of play a passive style and pick off bluffs.
Yeah.
And
I like how he played that hand. Yeah, yeah. Recognized there was no real need to bet the ace high on the flop. It was a very static board. The hand that was ahead pre-flop is likely to stay ahead and just take a street out. You could definitely call the turn bet, and then if he bets the river, you have to decide.
Yes.
You can see there the trophy that they are playing for, in addition to the money.
Iconic.
Like the iconic Unibet Arc de Triomphe trophy. Mats with almost the same hand, 9-8, and he's actually dominated by Henrik. So Henrik is limping the button now. Wow, look at this.
So just limping
He
in
really
here.
is pot controlling, Henrik. That's very much his style.
Yeah, I like a limp there.
Yeah, I do too at this stack depth. Particularly against Mats, who's going to just shove a lot. So, like when he limps, basically he's losing less money when Mats does decide to shove and he has to fold.
So Henrik's minimum bet here has to be 1/3 because it is a limp pot. I imagine that's what we're going to see.
Bet 150.
Yeah. Yeah, bet the one big blind.
Mats, obviously with the gutter, has to stick around. He has to have a minimum defense frequency, and when you have 4 clean outs to the best possible hand, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
He can maybe pounce and treat this 8-9 as a bluffing candidate on later streets if Henrik was to shut down. I imagine that's part of the plan.
Or if he turned a 5 or a 6, he'd pick up equity as well. But I think we're just going to see a check fold now.
So Henrik targeting a 7 or a 3 here.
This wasn't a good turn card for Mats.
Yeah, hard to continue now.
As we see.
Unless you continue aggressively, which I don't advise.
Yeah.
I can't see him continuing with a call.
Yeah, his hand isn't strong enough to call. Sometimes you can turn those into
375.
bluffs. Wow, he's just calling here.
Okay, and out of position, he's going to have to make some sort of move here when he misses, and he's going to miss a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's drawing to the 10, so. And. Okay, when he decide to rep the flush draw now? The turn flush draw? Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
And with the Jack of Hearts in your hand, Henrik may well sniff this out. 600k.
It's not a huge bet either. 600 into 50 into 1.5. So it does feel like a value bet, I have to say, at that size. But I think with second pair here and a good blocker, can't imagine Henrik's going to fold here.
Yeah, the book would say call, but
The
as
book
you
would
said, Dara, it does represent
Yeah, well, the
value.
book would say call, but this is one of those spots where if he's actually behind and he calls, you just know that everybody in the YouTube chat is screaming that's never a bluff. You can see it sometimes is a bluff, and he makes the good call in the end. And Mats, yeah, he looks disappointed there. Extremely well played by Henrik. Again, don't want to keep repeating it, but he has been the most impressive player for me on this final table.
Yeah, certainly showing some industry is Matt's here as the blinds go up to
As the
200.
blinds
big
go
blind
up,
ante.
I will bid you all adieu, and we will usher in the A team of Henry Kilban and David Lappin for the next passage of play, which might very well be the last.
I can't. Surely, throwing me out would have created an A-team scenario. But I will take the compliments wherever I can get them. I am delighted to be joined once again in the box by You're not here yet. Henry Kilbane. He's here.
The final intro, was that it? Henry Kilbane, he's here.
Well, I was trying to create suspense and drama as you, but then you stalled. You were almost in the booth and then you didn't come in.
Well, I mean, if I came in here without a drink in hand,
no, I appreciate
you would have
you.
sent the lynch mob.
I have the Irish handcuffs on here. He sent me 2 drinks.
Oh, actually, I only sent one. One of them was for Dara, but I'm assuming what's going on? Is he fasting?
Diet fasting, yeah.
No entry, sorry.
Mate, thank you. What a trip. What a festival.
Oh, will you stop? We're so lucky to have you, Henry. You've your rise in the poker world has been so precipitous. Yet you still feel like Unibet Opens are. I don't know. Don't want to say they're your home, but they have fond memories for you in your early career, and you still come back to us.
Yeah, definitely the proving grounds. That's for sure. And yeah, I mean, look, I hope that's always the case, and that you guys always have me back. I'm more than happy to come and just shoot the craps with the chat. Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, Matt's not hanging about here. Queen 10.
Hang
and
on
it's
a
good
minute.
Call.
Okay. This is for it. This is it.
Yeah, you got to say in this spot that the shove with Queen 6 is a little on the loose side, and the call with Queen 10 is a little on the loose side.
Yeah.
So it's just a sort of let's go.
Yeah, it's interesting with the big blind ante. I haven't really dived into the 10 to 15 big blind jamming ranges with that additional dead 200k and well.
Well, that's sort of
10.
it.
I mean, running spades for Henrik needed. Going to be tough to get out of
deciding
dodge.
he's not going to use his stand-up equity. He doesn't need it right now.
Well,
oh, get up, get on your feet.
Hang on a minute. It's never easy. Why is there always a sweat? Why, why is it just he's never dead on the turn? Mats can't believe it. So how's the spade rolled off?
That gets the blood pumping. It's okay. He's okay. Henrik, well, I have to say I'm a little surprised by that. What we have seen for the last half hour or so of heads up play is Henrik going small ball. Basically deciding, take it to the streets, deciding he wanted to play a tippy-tappy approach, maybe feeling like he had the edge. He picked off a nice bluff. He made a nice value bet. He got called another nice spot. And then sort of abandoned that plan for a big heave-ho.
Yeah, I must say, the entire final table, he was extremely card dead. He had the one big hand where button jam, small blind call, who was Matt's, and he woke up with queens. Won a huge pot there. But other than that, was just executing the role of table captain to, I want to say, perfection. I mean, really picking his spots and seemed really dialed into who he should go after. And yeah, I mean, incredible performance. Not surprised to see him heads up here with a chip lead.
And actually, with the blinds having just gone up, I guess it was 12 bigs, which makes the Queen 6 certainly a little closer. I thought we were still in the previous level, which made that quite a large shove, but it's just come to mind now that the blinds went up to 100, 200 the hand before. And of course, yeah, that would have meant 11 point something bigs, which is 12 bigs. Maybe that's more reasonable.
Yeah, it seems.
So apologies for my sort of aghast cries when I saw the two hands go in. A bit more explainable now. But yeah, but still, nonetheless, still not the route we've been going by. But then, as these blinds creep up, they are just going to force the action into a bit of a shove war.
For sure. Not at this stack depth though.
No, not
Bit more
anymore. Now,
playability now.
now that there's been a double, there's a bit of room again. And Henrik,
Just
we
move
saw
all
him
in.
slow play the ace-9 earlier, similar stack depth. This time he is going to just drop the hammer here. If you can beat my ace-rag, good luck to you. And he just managed a nice pick up there. Remember, 800k when his opponent makes it 400 there, so it is a good pickup.
All right, chat, just quickly, just in case this does wrap up in the next, you never know, 5, 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to give you that password in advance to the 9:40 Central European Time Unibet Open Live late hyper. And the password for that is hyper late. There's 500 euros in guaranteed tickets. And we've already had someone in the chat take down one of the free rolls, winning a 250 euro live ticket, which,
fantastic.
I mean, it's insane because that's you enter the package satellite, 1 in 8 people win a package.
Yeah.
So to have someone potentially come from the free rolls to joining us at the next stop is
wouldn't that be great?
It would be pretty awesome, not going to lie. That would be quite the turnout. So guys, password again is late. Oh, sorry, hyper late. So good luck in that one. Wanted to get it out there just in case these two decide to get it in.
So before you came in, Henry, we were being induced by the Unibet poker account to talk a little bit about some changes that are imminent on the Unibet online client, the .com client. That is a bit of a revamped schedule on the horizon. Going to be some more PKOs in the mix, I think. There's going to be fewer rebuy add-ons.
Okay.
Going to go for some re-entry tournaments instead. And
is this what you were leaking to me earlier on?
Yeah, and I didn't really know if I was allowed, but apparently now I'm supposed to. So I guess sometimes the messaging is confusing. But no, I really want to hype this at the appropriate time, and I guess it's the appropriate time now. We're going to do a leaderboard around our new revamped schedule when the time comes to try and induce a bit of loyalty, a bit more maybe like every night players. So if you do happen to do well on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you make a final table or two, you're probably in the mix for the weekly leaderboard, 10k leaderboard, where there will be very nice prizes up top in that one.
Unibet Poker saying just one tournament, FFS. Not sure what that's referring to. I assume that your information is incorrect, David, but here we are.
See, this is what happens. They say leak something, now they're saying you leaked too much. It's a very difficult job, basically.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Because they expect you to be mind readers. They say, don't say this, and then they put cryptic clues into the box. But they don't tell you. Remember, the same person operating the Unibet account literally has my phone number. They could be WhatsApping me right now with specific details. But now they decide to do it cryptically.
Yeah,
because
it's
I
just
think
like
they like the idea of like teasing things.
Yeah, it's like, sure, dinner and movie sounds great, and then after the movie's finished, the Uber's on the way and you're not in the back seat. Like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
What's going on? What tease? So I get it.
like those two fantastic Irish commentators on that viral clip from recently. Did you see that one?
No, what was this?
It was a spot where it was a GAA match, that's Gaelic football.
Right.
And the guy had basically an open goal and he missed it.
Right.
And the commentator, who I imagine was a, owl geezer in his 50s or 60s or whatever, says, Jesus, he had her in the bed and he didn't even touch her.
Oh, wow, that's strong. That's strong. I like my job too much to even test the waters with stuff like that. But
absolutely. No, I wouldn't. I would only say that in the third person when referring to a viral meme. I wouldn't have said that myself.
Definitely not. No, don't think that. That doesn't strike me as a David Lappin tidbit.
But here we are. Maybe I've said too much, guys. Take from it what you will. There's going to be some changes. Changes are coming.
There may be trouble ahead. Right, once again, for the last time, the password is hyperlate. If the mods would be so kind to update the password command for one last time, whilst we have the 438 of you in here, as this could be over in, could be over in a jiffy. Could also go on for another hour, so you never know. Excuse me. Who's it going to be, chat? Mats, or Henrik taking down the first Unibet Open main event in 2.5 years.
That still seems so crazy.
It's ridiculous when you say it out loud, right? It really is.
What happened to that time? Like I was listening to Dara on commentary with you earlier, and he said something along the lines of, it seems like a lifetime ago, and it also seems like it could have been a few months ago. Time has passed so strangely.
Oh, it has. There's a lot of the last 2.5 years that I don't really remember.
No, I constantly don't even, when I'm writing the date on something, I write 2020 still. I don't know why I do that. Every time I write 2020. I pine for the rest of 2020 that I didn't get to have, clearly.
I mean, if you knew the amount of hobbies that I took up and gave up on
banana bread? Were you
within I was actually baking banana bread. I became a trader for about 2 months, and then I realized that staying awake for 19 hours a day, keeping an eye on the markets across the globe, was just really unhealthy. Tennis, scuba diving. I'm still doing a lot of scuba diving, to be fair. But yeah, a lot of stuff. What about you? You take up baking?
I couched my drinking in mixology.
Right.
Because when you do that, you don't have to acknowledge that life is so boring and you're, cheering yourself up with a gin and tonic every evening.
What's wrong with cheering yourself up with gin and tonic? I've tried some of your drinks that you've...
well, that's what I mean. You kind of you think, oh, well, no, I'm not just having another gin and tonic at 6 p.m.
This is a craft.
I'm inventing things.
Like, I'm reinventing
I'm
myself.
Putting twists of things and dashes of things in, and yeah, I'm sure we all
exploring your creative nature.
I think that's what happened during that period. We did sort of have to explore.
We did.
Whatever creativity we had.
TikTok.
Half an hour outside per day if you were in some countries.
People learn how to dance, and they learn how to use, Adobe Premiere Shop or whatever it is to edit videos and whatnot. It's admirable work.
We set up the home games on Unibet. They were very popular in the first 6 months. They're still there, and I think people still avail of them a bit, but obviously those first 6 months, people desperate for a bit of community, a bit of a sense of when they would have met their friends down the sports club or whatever it was.
Were you in those?
I was in loads of home games in that period.
I can understand why,
and but I also
showing up for those.
I also set them all up for the people. That was sort of my extra job.
Yeah.
But it was very fulfilling because you could tell the appreciation of people that you were helping them out, letting them, their friends get together on a Wednesday evening or whatever it was.
So you basically became the bum hunted. That's a big sacrifice right there.
Well, we see here, better have a little look down here. Matt's with the King 5. Obviously, he's got a lock on this hand. Henrik, he's been sticky, but he can't be sticky any longer with Queen High. One suspects it would be quite the call here. A very milky 1 million.
Yeah, the 4 of spades a really bad card for him as well in terms of the hands that he was potentially ahead of.
1.1.
The 4 6s, 6 5, 5 4, all now pairing up.
The thing is, and it will be looming in Henrik's mind, Matt has already bluffed a couple of times. He is well capable of turning a hand like, 8-6, 8-9 into a bluff in this spot. And I think that will be on Henrik's mind. It would be quite the hero call. Queen High.
Yeah, Queen High, no diamond. Feels like.
Look, there we go.
Well, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. King 5.
So that's the other side of the coin. Matt got caught with his hand in the cookie jar for 600k there a little while ago. A 5 million pot going his way moments later because of that reputation.
Wow. I did not expect.
Huge turnaround here. Those million chips, very significant, of course, implying a 2 million swing.
That pot alone was worth almost half the chips in play. Matt's now commanding chip lead over Henrik. Yeah, password is hyperlate. Piano Cat, if you could update the command, thank you very much.
So Matt's very much in the box seat now. As we've seen already, it can change around so quickly. Cards do decide an awful lot at these stack depths, but there we see cards didn't really decide too much in that last hand. It was just a pure soul read gone wrong.
King 9 on the button, 15 bigs
This
for
could be
Henrik.
it. This could be it. King 9 probably shoves. 7s don't fold. Here we go. Buckle up.
Buckle up. Strap yourselves in, chat. Flipping for the Unibet Open Malta main event trophy.
Has he looked?
Yes,
Yeah.
probably
He
would
has
fold
looked.
that.
Okay, well, he can't fold here.
Just double checking. He just said he's probably not folding.
I don't think he could fold 25 bigs, let alone 15. Pocket 7s. You know, he's going to ask himself the question, well, wouldn't Henrik, if he had a better hand, maybe induce?
One would assume.
So he could be in amazing shape here against small pairs. Hands like Ace 5, King 5. There's plenty of hands he'd be in great shape against. We see here that it is a coin flip.
Yeah, he does make the call.
So 6 million in the middle. If Henrik wins, he will have the chip lead. If Mats wins, it's all over, baby.
You can't look at him. It's been a long old grind these past 4 days, coming down to potentially one.
Who is
last
that? What
flip.
is going on in the
What's
top
going on
right hand
with
corner
that?
of the screen?
That is one good looking mofo over there. Wow.
Oh, well, that's the what?
Queen Jack 10.
Wow. So a very deflated Mats. Doesn't even get a sweat here. It's just flopped straight. Well, some opportunities suddenly.
Never easy.
4 aces, 3 9s.
No dice, 3 of diamonds on the river. Henrik regains the chip lead after a bit of a topsy-turvy few hands here, calling with the queen high incorrectly. But he trusts in his flipping skills. Trusts in his flipping skills enough to open jam the King 9 and win the flip against the 7s.
So there we saw Mats. He had fingertips on the trophy a few moments ago, and now, well, he's probably... And want to assure our audience at home that nobody has been injured.
No one's dead. No one is dead. Can
My
assure
heart
you
did
of that.
skip a beat, I'm not going to lie. I think I've been jumpy since the fire alarm.
Honestly, I was sweating that. I was sweating that one. I was like, are we really going to get that again at 4:30? But instead, I'm staying in a room with no, what do you call it? Do not disturb sign in. So I just have the room service people knocking on my door every morning at 9:30.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, great. It's not a nice little wake up call. And I'm like, no, thank you.
Please go. No.
And they're like, when do you want us to come back? I'm
Never.
like, 4 hours, please. Let me sleep.
Well, back in the box seat, Henrik, Dara O'Carney's pick to win this one from quite early out. Mats, well, he's been there before. A lot of experience, plenty of big results. 4.3 million plays 6 million now.
Okay.
Unibet Poker saying the grunt work of dealing with the free rollers is easily worth that. Crediting Piano Cat with some tickets. Appreciate all of the mods. Obviously, it goes without saying. You guys make my life just, you know, my life, my job, that whole lot easier. I get all the credit just talking nonsense into a mic for 12 hours a day, but massive shout out to everyone involved in putting this together. People behind the scenes. And the ambassadors, of course, let's be honest, you know, got to give some credit.
We haven't seen much limping, but this feels like a limpable situation.
Henrik electing to limp the Queen 4. Oh, hello, David. This limped pot may turn into a big pot. Mats with the nut. Oh, sorry, not flush draw. Jack high flush draw, rather. Henrik with top pair.
Yeah, and he has two ways to go here. He can come with a raise to set up a turn shove, or he can just call and navigate. A little tricky to do the navigating way out of position. I think calling is fine too. We can spring a trap at a later point as well. Looks like he is considering a raise.
7.
It does come with check raise.
So 700k, so very much setting up.
Henrik gonna double check it. Have I got Jack 4 or Queen 4? Alright, I have Queen 4.
Queen 4.
That is top pair.
On a wet board will feel quite strong. Of course, there are going to be some cooler situations here where he is out pipped. It's unlikely he's going to come back over the top. I think it's just a call. Indeed it is. He will be hoping for now. Oh, there's so many bad cards.
They're really hard.
4, 5, 8, 9 diamonds.
Yeah.
Even you wouldn't be loving a club. It's possible that Mats could be in there with some sort of double backdoor combo as well.
Yeah, you're kind of playing a guessing game with, well,
oh, and wow. Okay,
that makes
so
it a bit easier, but still, daunting task.
Yeah, combinatorically, the possibility that Mats is out there with the a better queen has gone way, way down now. Much more likely that he has diamonds, maybe clubs, maybe 8, 9, 10, 8, 5, 4. All makes sense.
He's not slowing down, David.
No, and on a 2 club, 2 diamond board, Henrik may be tempted to just shut the door here. It feels like Mats has put in enough of his stack that he might commit the rest. And he will have to sort of close his eyes on a lot of rivers. I could see him putting it in here, but I could also see him just calling and being happy to call down and just accept his fate.
Yeah, I understand putting it in and just trying to deny some equity, but at the same time, in position, just give your opponent as much rope as possible. I mean, like in this case, Mats has 16%. Your opponent could potentially be dead. Like, there are some worlds where
he might have the 7-6.
Something like that, where he's just drawing, either stone dead or just incredibly thin.
So, Henrik with the call. Maybe in the eyes of Mats here, he will be looking like he has a 7, given the line, and well, the 6 is paired. So, Henrik, he'd be very happy about that card on the off chance that he was behind.
Yeah, Mats has an interesting hand actually to continue firing with, unblocking a lot of the higher clubs, higher diamonds, high clubs, and a snap call from Henrik and David.
That's it.
That is it. Mats jamming the river with the busted flush draw.
Died by that same sword. Mats not afraid to put it in, not afraid to bluff. And that has been his undoing here at the end.
Well.
Never nice to put your last chips in and be snapped off in that fashion.
Well, David. Did not think it would finish in that fashion. I thought it was going to come down to a flip or something like that, but Mats taking the aggressive line with the jack high flush draw on the flop, barreling turn. And look, you got to give credit where credit's due for the heart of following through on the river. Henrik with the easiest river decision of his career, taking down the Unibet Open main event in Malta, and that's it, David.
It's all over. There's Glenn, our tournament director. He's done cracking work this week. We're lucky to have Glenn, and he will be bringing Mats over to the cage to pick up 46,460 euros. Not a bad weekend's work for Mats Carlsen, who we see there as being credited with the Maltese flag. He is a local here, but he is a Swedish man originally. Perhaps he has changed nationalities as well, or has dual citizenship. But Mats very much a a fixture on the island here, and great to see him represent Maltese poker here this weekend. But Henrik Juncker, man of the moment, 75k.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you have to stay impartial in the commentary booth, but Henrik from 7-8 left was just relentless with the way he was leaning into the middling stacks. As soon as he got that big pot with the queens and had the chip lead, he played it to, I want to say, near perfection. And I don't like using the deserved word too often in poker, especially in tournaments, because we all know anyone can win a tournament, but really solid final table performance from him. Very well done, and GG's all round, 75k, and the trophy.
And the trophy indeed, yeah. Dara and I obviously in the booth there for three-handed play. That's when we got to look at Henrik doing his thing, really applying the last remaining pieces of ICM pressure that he could against two shorter stacks. He manipulated and manoeuvred his way through three-handed play superbly well. Obviously in the end it was Mats who managed to knock out our third place finisher Renee, and that sort of made it a contest at the end. Had that one gone the other way, it would have been a very short stacked affair and probably a much quicker finish and much less of a battle.
Chat, as always, thank you so much for the last 4 days. I've been with you guys for the better part of 45 hours during this festival, and I've enjoyed every moment of it. Shout out to all the players, the Share Hands crew bringing you the live production, Natalie, everyone, the Christian, the photographers, just everyone working behind the scenes to put this together. It's been an absolute blast, and without you guys at home, obviously, it just wouldn't be the same. Make sure you're following us, obviously, on social media, Twitter, Instagram, to keep updated with all things Unibet Poker. Hopefully, I mean, you asked me what I want for Christmas. Would be nice to find out where that next stop's going to be. I'm sure there'll be announcements in the upcoming months of where we're going to be going next. And yeah, until next time, we're going to throw it down to the floor for the winning moment with our champion, Henrik. And David, thank you once again for the company in the booth, and to you guys at home, smell you later.